Good morning and welcome to round number 5 of the Hunt's Kart Racing Championships here at Kimbolton. Now at the halfway point of the season, and a wonderful day's racing is in store here today. The weather is ideal for racing. Temperatures are in the high teens, low 20s, hazy cloud and no chance of rain in the forecast. So ideal setup for the racers at this important halfway point of the championship. My name is Chris Sora. I'll be taking you through all of the action today. It's a solo effort in the commentary box today as my colleague Charlie Ellis is away on racing and driving commitments elsewhere, so is unable to make it. So I'll take you through all of the action today as the first heat of this packed 35 race program is about to get underway. And as always, a very busy day for Junior Rotax. We have 5 heats in total across the 3 blocks of races, and as always the B final and the A final. For the drivers who are looking for a good result in the championship, these early heat race is very important indeed. Let's go straight into the starting lineup, where Ewan House will start on pole position from Noah Clare, Ryan Rapini, Joshua Robinson on row 2, Theo Bradshaw and Ronnie Smart on row number 3, Harry Search and George Fountain on row 4, Alexander Lashiski and Hayden Adams on row 5, Max Wheatley and Adam Churchek on row number 6, Harry Frell and Max Braskoff on row 7, Alex Shepard and Kevin Ivanoff on row number 8. Further back, Gregorian and Healy on row 9, Perry Williams on row 10, Munns, Kayoff and the rest of the field as they charge through, and round number 5 gets underway as they charge down into the first corner. Somebody locks up. Oh, there's trouble in the mid-pack as they pile through the first corner. One driver on about the 3rd row locked the back end up. Luckily not too many drivers caught up in the melee, but some real trouble on Stowe Corner on the first lap, but the leader's getting through quite cleanly, and it is the number 26 of Ewan House, the pole sitter, who gets away quite cleanly. The Scotsman making his way through the Dan Weldon corner, closely followed by Theo Bradshaw, who's had a good start from around the 3rd row. Here they come down into Kimbolton corner for the first time. You see that new spectator banking there on the outskirts as being currently being constructed for the 2027 season. Work coming along off the track here at Kimbolton as well. We'll touch on that as the day goes on. Some of the great improvements taking place here at Kimbolton throughout the 2026 season, but concentrating on the track at the moment. Ewan House with a brilliant start there, leads by half a second from Theo Bradshaw. Rapini in 3rd, Joshua Robinson, Ronnie Smart and Noah Clare up to 6th place. Max Braskoff making up a good number of positions up to 7th place from Adam Churchek, one of the leaders, front runners in the Junior Rotax Championship this year. Churchek up to 8th position. Alex Shepard and George Fountain rounding out the top 10. And Zach Turner in the midfield making up 10 positions up to 15th place. Yellow flags up on the finish line there, so it looks like it's all sorted itself out. So they make their way down into the first corner. Ewan House though leading quite comfortably so far. Theo Bradshaw, Rapini still chasing 2nd and 3rd. As they pile through the willows for the first time, you can see, move for 2nd place, as Ryan Rapini very neatly goes down the inside of Theo Bradshaw on the entrance to Derek's corner, and number 56 Rapini now up to 2nd place. So let's see what Bradshaw can do. Can he look at the lines that Rapini is using here to try and close up on the leaders? Rapini, we're about halfway through this race now. We've got just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And Rapini, let's have a look at the gap as they cross the line. So House leading, and Rapini 7/10 of a second behind in 2nd place. And you can see Bradshaw not looking to go for the overtaker. He's keen to follow on to Rapini, working with the 2nd place driver here to try and close up with the leader. 4th place tagging on the back there, the green helmet of Ronnie Smart, who's had a good start. He's up to 4th place now. Adam Churchek charging through the field up to 5th place. He's just a little bit further behind. Braskoff, Fountain, Adams, Alex Shepard, Fletcher Jameson currently rounding out the top 10. But here is our lead group, and Ewan House still controlling the race as they make their way down to Kimbolton corner. But Rapini, as we say, one of the front runners in the championship. He is an expert here at Kimbolton and is looking to try and close the gap. It goes down to half a second, so Ryan Rapini making little incremental gains on that previous lap, starting to close up on Ewan House, who perhaps isn't so familiar with the Kimbolton circuit. Rapini there, he is in 2nd place, certainly one of the real regulars here at the Hunts Kart Racing Championship. And there he goes through the Dan Weldon corner. You can see Bradshaw just having a peek over the shoulder there, the 143, to see Ronnie Smart closing up in fourth. Turacek still closing in fifth place as the leading group make their way through. 3.5 minutes to go here, plus the 1 lap remaining as they charge down into the first corner. House still leading. The gap remaining around half a second. It goes down to 4/10. But Rapini not quite close enough to make a move yet, but he still has just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so still time to go in this race. As we look at the battle of a third here, as Ronnie Smart starts to put the pressure on Theo Bradshaw for third. They make their way through the double apex Dan Weldon corner. The top two just starting to break away a bit here, though, as Rapini pulls away from Bradshaw. The time coming up now, just over 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap, as a little peek there from Ronnie Smart. Not quite close enough to go for the braking manoeuvre down into Kimbolton corner. Getting very close on the edge of the top 10 as they all go charging through over the line. So Braskov in fifth. Turacek dropping a position now to 6th place. Fountain Shepherd, Fletcher Jameson, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.08. He's in 9th position, having made up 9 positions. Hayden Adams running out the top 10. Hayden Adams with Zach Turner, Kevin Ivanoff moving up a few more positions as well. Those two drivers both on the move. Noah Clare, Stanley Williams and Max Wheatley just a little bit further behind, taking us down towards the midfield. But at the front, getting very close for the leaders as the third place, number 250, Ronnie Smart goes through in third place there, with the two leaders just going out a shot down towards the Heinz Straight. And at the moment, Rapini could be lining up a move here as we go down. Final 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining here, and Ryan Rapini has pulled down that 0.8 of a second advantage and is now right on the rear wheels of Ewan House. Oh, he goes down the inside into Derek's corner. That's exactly the same move that he did up to second place, and Ryan Rapini out of nowhere. I don't think Ewan House was expecting that one, and Rapini nips down the inside and takes the lead. So let's see what Ewan House can do. 26 House in second place, the driver who started from pole and has led pretty much the entire race. But Ryan Rapini, as the time ticks down, is the new race leader. Over the line they go, down towards the first corner. House not quite close enough to go for a move here. Has a peak on the inside going into the Willows. So at the moment, Ewan House just sitting on the back wheels of Rapini here, looking at the lines, trying to line up a potential overtaking manoeuvre maybe on the final lap. He's got to stay on the back of Rapini, though. He can't afford to lose any time. Rapini doing his best now to try and break away as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, the furthest outlying part of the track, down towards TKM Straight, through Kestrel corner and into Kimbolton. This deceptively quick corner. It's a tight hairpin corner, but they do carry quite a lot of speed through there. Over the line they go. 41 seconds on the lap charts here, so Rapini may well squeeze through before the clock goes down to 0. Remember, if he crosses the line before that clock ticks down to 0, then he will have to do another lap, as it is 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat in this first heat. Here they come through Derek's corner, and starting to get involved in this one is the number 250 of Ronnie Smart in third place. So Smart is doing very well here, actually, to tag on to this leading group, because if House and Rapini start getting together on the final lap of the race, he could yet take advantage of this one and take the checkered flag. Here they come, down towards the final corner. The starter keeping a close eye on the stopwatch here. And the leaders cross the line with 2 seconds remaining. So we go round again, 2 laps to go here. Very fast pace here. We're effectively going for another lap in this race. It's certainly fair to say that Rapini could not afford to slow down and run the clock down, because he's got 2 drivers right on his tail, and Ewan House hanging on in there. The gap 0.2 of a second. It might just be close enough for House to go for an outbraking manoeuvre on the final lap. So Rapini is not out of danger here. Oh, a little bit ragged there from Ronnie Smart in third. He could ill afford to make that mistake. He recovers well, but that might cost him valuable tenths as they make their way through. Theo Bradshaw still in 4th place. Max Braskov still charging up to 5th position. Fletcher Jameson has made up 20 positions to move into 6th position, and also setting the fastest lap of the race. 1 lap to go here. Remember, of course, the drivers in these junior Rotax seats working on random grids, so the likes of Fletcher Jameson, who started quite far back in this first heat, will have the luxury of a start towards the front of the field later on in the programme. But certainly for the likes of Ryan Rapini and Ewan House, who had the benefits of the good grid position in heat number 1, they're making the most of it here. Ewan House led most of the heat, but not quite close enough to go for a late pass here. And Ryan Rapini, with that move on Derek's corner, gives him the checkered flag in heat number 1. It's going to be Ewan House in second place. Ronnie Smart over the line in third. Theo Bradshaw, Fletcher Jameson all charging through. George Fountain, Alex Shepherd, Zach Turner, Mas Braskov up to 9th position. Hayden Adams rounding out the top 10 on that final lap from Aaron Turek. Stanley Williams, Max Wheatley, Kevin Ivanoff in 14th. Noah Clare in 15th position from Zane Perry. Lasiski in 17th from Katit. Gregorian, Oliver Dawson rounding out the top 20. So a fast and furious junior Rotax heat to kick things off. There are your results, and as you can see, Ryan Rapini the eventual winner by 0.3 of a second from Ewan House, Ronnie Smart, Theo Bradshaw, and the very impressive Fletcher Jameson making up 21 positions to round out the top 5 on that final lap of the race. So junior Rotax heat number 1 draws to a close. As we say, we have 5 junior Rotax heats across the heat program. Such are the numbers of drivers competing in that class today. But we move on very shortly to heat number 2. It is the Hondas who are making their way through very shortly. But there we are, 30 drivers taking to the grid in that first heat of the day. Very busy weekend of karting across the UK today, so incredible to see so many drivers choosing to come along here to Kimbolton to the Hunts Kart Racing Championship for this round of the championship. And as always, a big entry of over 200 drivers here in the pleasant summer weather. Here we go for heat number 2 and the Honda 200s back towards the cadet side of the programme, making their way out onto the circuit for their sighting lap. Nicholas York will lead them away from James Windsor in second place. Oliver Vickers and George Pickett on the second row of the grid. Kabir Singh, Zach Squire on row 3. Harrison Maxwell, James Murfitt, Cian Doherty and Nicholas Weslovsky. A little bit further behind there is your starting lineup. As you can see, the number 55 of Nicholas York will lead them away. And as always, the drivers running a randomised grid. So these drivers towards the front of the field will be starting towards the back in the later heats. Mason Day, Keane Delaney on row 6. Dominic Kelly, Alfie Stokes on row 7. Jacob Thurlow, Oliver Jones on row number 8. And making out the 17 driver grid will be Harlow Offord, number 97, rounding out the field as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. The pace of the field goes right down. Rolling start for most of these race classes, of course. And here they come over the line to get heat number 2 underway. Hondas get their action underway as they charge into the first corner, down on the long run towards Stowe Corner. Everyone going for the apex here. Oh, and more trouble as 2 drivers hit trouble, nothing too serious. We saw 1 or 2 of the drivers locking up going into that first corner. A little bit of a melee. Oh, and there's trouble you can see in the background there on the Willows. I think that was the number 61 in the background there, Mason Day, that span out, but the driver okay. Everyone who got into trouble on those first few corners is okay, and the race underway cleanly, clear track as they make their way through. It looks like Nicholas York maintains that lead. Oliver Vickers well placed as I think James Murphy's had a good start there, up to 3rd as they make their way down to Kimbolton for the first time. Oh, and a neat little move there from Murphy down the inside into second place. Holds the apex on the inside. Not quite close enough for the double pass, but he's got himself a nice drive out to Kimbolton Corner. And Murphy has the line as they make their way down into Stowe Corner. Takes the apex away. And does well to make the pass stick. Oh, and a cheeky little move there down the inside. I think that might have been Oliver Vickers who sneaks his way through into second place. A bit further back there, Kabir Singh, Cian Doherty, Alfie Stokes all charging away. Stokes making up 7 positions. So one of the drivers who hit trouble on that first corner was James Windsor, down to 15th position. Zach Squire, George Pickett also in trouble on the first lap. They're fighting back. Somebody goes for a bit of mowing there, cutting the lawn. That was Alfie Stokes, I think, who ran a bit wide coming out of Dan Weldon Corner. We've seen drivers doing that across the season, that little run-off area on the outside of the Dan Weldon's corner going down towards the TKM straight. And if drivers get it wrong, it's quite bumpy and pothole down there. So really is a natural deterrent to drivers, I should say, to keep it on the track. And there is a warning flag, actually, that's gone out for the second place driver, number 31. of Oliver Vickers. Contact warning, the black and white flag. That means that it's a warning to the drivers. It's your equivalent to maybe a yellow card in football, just to say that they're not too happy with the driver's conduct, and it is being watched for the remainder of the race. So Oliver Vickers can carry on without penalty as it stands at the moment, but he has got to be careful here. Maybe they're thinking he's got his elbows out too much. Oh, as talking of elbows out, Cian Doherty takes the line away from him and forces the unfortunate Vickers off onto the infield. He's recovered well. And you may have seen in the background, didn't look too happy with the contact warning board, because he'll only seen that when he was taken off the circuit. So here we go, James Murphy now leading quite comfortably, making up those 7 positions at the start of the race. Second place, Cian Doherty, and you see him just a little bit further behind there. And he is heading off a whole train of drivers here. 94 in second place, Doherty. Nicholas York, number 55 in third place from Harrison Maxwell. Kabir Singh, number 25, right in there as well, as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner and back down towards the TKM straight, towards the finish line here. And James Murphy is just beginning to pull away here as they make their way down towards the end of the lap. Over the line they go. James Murphy still leading the way. Doherty second, York third, Maxwell fourth. They make their way down towards Stowe corner. And there you see the number 94, Cian Doherty, who's holding off a whole train of drivers here. The gap just over 1 second. So at the moment, James Murphy looking quite comfortable. Doherty in second place. Still York in third. Oh, and down the inside there. Nice little move there from Nicholas York to move into second place to number 55. So York up to second. Doherty trying to fight back. And a little bit further down, the number 64 down in the midfield. That's Zach Squire in 10th place, the second driver in this race to receive a contact warning. As the fight for second place goes on, Doherty, who's been relegated to third place, just having a peek down the inside on the down move towards Kimbolton corner. As Murphy goes over the line, still leading quite comfortably. The gap remaining just over 1 second. But the pace of the race picking up. Nicholas York very briefly setting the fastest lap of the race. And fastest lap now going to Cian Delaney, who's fighting back quite well. 5th position now for the number 91, 47.75. Fastest lap of the race. I can tell you a bit further down the field that the driver we mentioned a few moments ago, Zach Squire, who's now moved up to 8th place, is under investigation. So the contact has continued. And a bit of a nudge there from the number 60, Harrison Maxwell on Doherty. And you see Doherty urging these drivers to work together. They don't want to be dicing for position and let the number 55 of Nicholas York get too far away. As the clock ticks down, we've got just over 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And your race leader, James Murphy, who made up 7 positions at the start of this race, leading quite comfortably. Is a nice move down the inside there for Cian Delaney, number 91. Fastest driver on the track so far, and makes the move stick. So Delaney now moving up another position. Now into third place, number 91. There you can see him challenging number 55, Nicholas York, who has sat in second place for quite some time in this race. Here they come through towards the Dan Weldon corner. Delaney opting for a slightly tighter line there, getting a nice drive out of the corner. Down the straight he goes. Not too often you see drivers making a pass on the straight, but a good move there from Cian Delaney, who's getting this kart settled in quite nicely here, one would say. Over the line they go, so Murphy leads the way. And Cian Delaney, another fastest lap of the race, matching his best lap time, 47.75. Holds on to that second place. So Nicholas York chasing the number 91 down here, using the lines, trying to tag along here. All of these drivers would do well to work together here and chase the number 91, Cian Delaney, who is currently the fastest driver on the track. And about the only driver at the moment capable, one would say, of closing up on James Murphy, because he is about half a second a lap quicker than Murphy on the previous lap. So James Murphy still leading the way, but as the time ticks down, we've got 42 on the clock, so we're going to have 2 more laps to go in this race. And Cian Delaney, if he charges on the next 2 laps, could yet get involved in a fight for the lead. And you can certainly see Nicholas York, Cian Doherty and Harrison Maxwell, the chasing pack there, all looking to get involved as well. I think Kabir Singh might be in there as well, just on the back of this little melee, number 25. And look at this, Cian Delaney is right on the rear wheels now of the unchallenged race leader, James Murphy. So far, here they come, down towards the Dan Weldon corner, and you can see that Murphy going full defensive there, guarding that inside line, so he's making himself difficult to pass here. but that will affect his lap pace here, and it will really draw everyone else in going into the final lap of the race. So here they come. Down the TKM straight for the penultimate time, and James Murphy really digging deep here to guard that lead. Again, guarding the apex, going down to Kimbolton corner. And again, that will affect his speed through the corner. Not the ideal line, and again going full defensive. And here they come down the straight for the final time, neck and neck, down towards the first corner. And again, Murphy full defensive there on the run down into Stowe corner, blocking that apex, preventing Cian Delaney from making the outbraking manoeuvre. And this is drawing in Cian Doherty into the battle as well. Number 94. And also Harrison Maxwell getting involved in this one. Again, full defensive there. James Murphy getting the elbows out as he makes his way through Derek's corner, really drawing the rest of the pack in. Cian Delaney has caught up here but can't find a way through right now. And Nicholas York in third place also fancies this one as well as they make their way down towards the final two corners. And again, you can see there Cian Delaney jinking about there, looking for a line. Murphy again goes full defensive though into the final corner, and it's going to be a drag race to the finish. Here they come, two abreast over the line, neck and neck, and I think we'll wait for confirmation. Cian Delaney's taken the win. It's almost a dead heat. 8 thousandths of a second over the line. That has got to be one of our closest drives of the season so far. But Cian Delaney taking the checkered flag. It was a drag race to the line. It's showing as a dead heat on our timing charts here, but that has got to be 1,000th of a second. Really a photo finish there. Cian Delaney taking the checkered flag from James Murphy. On the line, Nicholas York, Cian Doherty, Harrison Maxwell rounding out the top five. But that was very close. Indy 500 this year, eat your heart out, because that was, I think, was even closer. And there you can see Cian Delaney the winner. No gap between those two. It was almost a dead heat. And James Murphy by less than 1,000th of a second relegated to second position. Nicholas York in third, Doherty fourth, Maxwell rounding out the top five from Vickers, Singh, Squire, Jones and Alfie Stokes rounding out the top 10. But look at that, the top five covered by less than a second. Yet again, close kart racing action even in the second heat of the day, getting very close indeed. So we're going to move on to heat number 3 very shortly of our 30 race programme. And the third heat of the day being the Mini Inters. It's a packed event programme here at Kimbolton for round number 5. 3 blocks of heat races taking place throughout the day, taking us through to the mid-afternoon. And then the later stage of the afternoon programme will see us get underway with the finals, of course, taking us down to our 35 race programme. All races being streamed here on TNL Sports today. And heat number 3, Mini Inters, is about to get underway. So Mini Inters kicking things off very shortly indeed. Yet again, a big group of drivers getting us underway in various race classes today. Over 200 drivers in competition today. And we'll have a look at the lineups in just a moment. For the Mini Inters, we have Micromax and Water Swift to follow on from this heat. Heat number 5, the first outing of the day for the KZ UK karts. Then heat number 6 is Rotax 177. Heat number 7 is our second junior Rotax heat of the day. Heat number 8, Senior X30. And heat number 9 is the Senior Rotax. So if you're looking for any particular drivers, KZ's coming up in around 15 minutes time or so, once I had a couple more heats completed, followed by the Rotax 177s and Senior X30, Senior Rotax a little bit later on in the block of heats in this first one outing here today. Just a short delay now until the Mini Inters make their way out onto the circuit for heat number 3 of this 35 race programme. But the Kimbolton circuit looking in prime condition for this 5th round of the championship as the Mini Inters make their way through. Jack Dundee starting on pole position from Jess Kirby, James Root and Luke Millwood on the second row of the grid, Freya Lally and William Moore on row number 3, Ralph Martin and Zach Andrew on row number 4, Finley Beals and Elliot Bork on row 6, Salhodin Biami and Jake Hansford on row number 6, Flynn Grantham and Rio Paniutu on row number 7, Mason Munser and Seiki Komatsu on row number 8. Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Phillipson on row 9, William Davison and Alex Otinskis on row 10. Kilnani Gioni and Jensen Sale on row 11. Santiago Simeone and Philip Ross Poloskov on row number 12. And Jamal Pumuram, cart number 65, 25th driver on the grid. I've seen a shout out actually from Josh Cook Racing, wishing Jack Dundee, the pole sitter here, the best of luck of racing in the Inter-Rotax heat. It's his first time at the track and sits on the pole in this first heat of the day for the Mini Inters. So Jack Dundee, a newcomer here to Kimbolton Circuit, making his way around the Dan Weldon corner. They have had practice across the weekend as well, so Dundee will have had some opportunity to get acquainted with the Kimbolton Circuit, but how will he fare against some of the more experienced drivers who know this circuit well? We shall find out as heat number 3 gets underway. The drivers bringing the pace down really slowly indeed, going through the Kimbolton corner. Jack Dundee on pole position. Right alongside him is Jess Kirby, James Roots and Luke Millward on row number 2 from Fairlally William Moore. Here they go over the line. Oh, and it's a full start. You'll see the green flag with the yellow chevron. So the start has been called off there. The driver's falling out of position. And of course, if you're not familiar with the start procedure, the drivers, it's a rolling start for all of these classes except for the KZs who have a standing start. If you look closely on the finish line, you'll see there's some white tram lines where the drivers have got to stay on their side of the grid before they cross the start line. Sometimes the drivers will stray from that slightly, the officials keeping a close eye on that, but if the drivers fall out of position too much, they will call a full start, usually in the interest of safety. We need to make sure the drivers are nicely formed and in position before they cross the line, so the officials not too happy with that start, and we're going to roll round again. You do sometimes see a bit of gamesmanship sometimes, when, especially when the conditions are a bit colder, where the drivers might like to have another sighting lap, so they may not be too keen to fall into position for the first start. If that carries on, the officials start to lose patience with the drivers very quickly, because it's a packed racing program. We really need to get the races started and underway as quickly as possible. So I'm sure they'll be hoping that we get a better start this time. So Mini Inters making their way around the final corner, and we are going to go again. Here they come over the line, and the heat gets back underway. Start looks good, and here they come down to the first corner. Will they get through cleanly? Oh, as Bangin and Buffin on the second row. Oh, and look at that. One driver further back riding the wheels. That was number 29 who did a bit of rodeo riding there. That was Salahuddin Bayoumi who rode over the wheels of the stricken cart. One nose cone's come off as well, so one of our drivers I think will be out of the race on a technical issue there. I think that was on the second row of the grid, as Ralph Martin looks like has got away very well indeed in second position. I think that may well be James Roots just in front. We'll have a look. It was all very close on that first corner. One or two drivers hitting some trouble there from about the second row of the grid. Here they come over the line for the first time. We'll see how they all settle down as they cross the line at the end of this first lap. So it's James Roots that leads the way. Ralph Martin in second place on his tail as they charge through, making their way through. And I think the driver that suffered the damage there would be number 84, Jess Kirby, who started from the front row of the grid. So I can only assume it was all so close that may well have been the driver that span out on the first corner and had the nose cone collected. So Jess Kirby, unfortunately, will be disqualified from the race on a technical infringement due to that bodywork damage, which is a real shame for her, but hopefully we'll be able to see her in action later on in the programme, as the 132 James Roots leading the way. Coming in some real pressure from the 131 of Ralph Martin. Over the line they go. Jack Dundee still in there, I think, looking good in third position. Well, it's Freya Lally, my apologies. So here they come, making their way through as they all settle themselves down. So it's the 38 of Luke Millward now into third place. Freya Lally fourth. Zach Andrew running out the top five from Flynn Grantham. Finley Bills, William Moore, Ethan Lloyd and Mason Munster rounding out the top five. I think Jack Dundee, unfortunately, was one of the drivers who hit trouble on the first lap of the race, down in 22nd place. And as we say, Salahuddin Bayoumi hitting some trouble as well. He was the driver that rode up over the wheels, I think, of Jess Kirby, right at the back of the field. That cart undamaged. Kirby, unfortunately, is out of the race. Here they come over the line, though. The race goes on. And it's turning into a duel here between James Roots and Ralph Martin. A bit further back, there's number 38 at Luke Millwood in third place. And the battle really hotting up for fourth now as Zach Andrew holds on to that fourth place. But Freya Lally right on the tail there, number 15. Flynn Grantham, 26, right in there as well. Finley Beals, William Moore, Ethan Lloyd all charging through. Jensen Sale also really making some great inroads here, moving up to 10th place. So Jensen Sale, number 40, one of the pre-event favourites, one would say, in the Mini-Inters. There he is, number 40, well and truly in the midfield now, getting through into the top 10. And this is the heat where he starts further back on the grid. So there they go, charging through Kimbolton Corner. You can see off camera there's some trouble there. Just two drivers getting together. Carts locked together. Two drivers going for the same bit of track. Drivers are okay. We'll try and just confirm who they are in a moment. So an incident off the track, just going down in towards Kimbolton Corner. The race goes on. James Roots charging away at the front of the field. Still coming under all the pressure. There's the 118. A little bit further back there, that's Finley Beals who's charging through. Currently in third place. So Zach Andrew, it was one of the drivers caught up in the melee along with the number 26 of Flynn Grantham. So two of the front runners getting together. That will certainly benefit Jensen Sale, who's moving through the field quite nicely. James Roots and Ralph Martin continue to lead the way. Luke Millwood still in third, and still this very close battle for fourth position here as we see the 118 of Finley Beals still in fourth place. Jensen Sale continuing his charge through the field. There he is, number 40, currently in fifth place. Freya Lally, William Moore and Ethan Lloyd all still charging just behind there. Alf Phillipson and Mason Munster amongst that lead group, with Akil Nani Gioni just a little bit further behind in 11th as the leaders make their way down the TKM straight towards Kimbolton and the final corner. You just saw the virtual marshal there. And I can tell you that Flynn Grantham further down the field is under investigation, so I can only assume that is for the incident going down Kestrel Corner, down to this corner here, Kimbolton, where two drivers got together. So Flynn Grantham and Zach Andrew both hitting trouble earlier on, but the race goes on, and still getting very close indeed between James Roots and Ralph Martin. Less than a tenth of a second covering those two at the front of the field. And here they come up towards the Dan Weldon corner. The driver behind them, I think, is the number 38 of Luke Millwood, who has slowly but surely started to close up on the leaders here. Millwood with the fastest lap of the race, 43.50. And there he is, number 38, right in there as they make their way over the line again. They have got Flynn Grantham in front of them, but Grantham running a good pace here, so may not get caught up by the leaders as they make their way through. Go through the willows here for the what I think will be about 2 more laps to go after this, making their way towards Derek's corner. James Roots continues to lead the way from Ralph Martin. Luke Millwood still there in third. Jensen Sale and Finley Beals rounding out the top 5. And here's your lead group making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. James Roots continues to lead the way. There you see in front is Flynn Grantham, and they are starting to close up on the number 26, so maybe the blue flags will go out in a couple of laps' time. Let's have a look at the clock as they make their way through. Just over 1 minute to go, so there'll be 2 more laps to go after this as the leaders make their way through. Battles towards the edge of the top 10 there with Freya Lally, William Moore all battling away as down the inside goes Luke Millwood. Tries to go for the second place. Doesn't quite make the move stick though. Ralph Martin holds on to that second place. I can tell you that Flynn Grantham, the driver in front of them, who's about to be lapped down, has got a black and orange technical black flag, so there must be some bodywork damage to that kart. So he will be out of the way of these leading group of drivers. Won't cause them a trouble as they battle for the lead. And here they come down towards the final corner. James Roots just starting to pull away a bit now. 29 seconds left on the clock. So here we go, 2 laps to go. Leaders over the line. And Flynn Grantham moves aside in front of them. Or does he? I think he's still on the track actually, so they may have to contend. Oh, and trouble there. Second place, Ralph Martin spinning out on Stowe Corner, so that leaves James Roots unchallenged at the front there. We just saw Grantham in front. I think he will just about stay ahead. Although Grantham should be leaving the course with the technical black flag, so that should leave the track clear for James Roots, who has a quick glance over the shoulder there to see the number 38 of Luke Millwood. The challenge there for second place Warning flag out for contact for 93 Alex Dazinskis, a bit further down in the midfield in 16th place. As over the line they go, 1 lap to go here. I haven't seen any repercussions from that collision for second place. Looks like it was just purely a racing incident. So Luke Millward up to second place. And all change for third. That does mean, of course, that Jensen Sale moves up to third. Ralph Martin, shame for him, he recovers in 14th position. So Sale up to third place now. Finley Beals into fourth. William Moore rounds out the top 5 from Alfie Phillipson, Freya Lally and Akil Nanigioni in 8th place. Ethan Lloyd and Mason Munster rounding out the top 10. But James Roots making his way down towards the final corner. Luke Millward still charging up towards the final lap of the race, but it looks like James Roots has done enough here. Makes his way round the Kimbolton corner for the final time. Checkered flag goes out. And James Roots takes the checkered flag. Luke Millward in second place. Jensen Sale making up 19 positions up to third place. Finley Beals in fourth position, and Alfie Phillipson, another driver who was on the charge after the bad grid position, moving up to fifth position. William Moore in sixth, Akil Nanigioni in seventh position, Freya Lally in eighth, Ethan Lloyd and Mason Munster rounding out the top 10. Rio Paniutu in 11th, Seiki Komatsu, son of the Haas team principal, he's in 12th position. Elliot Bourke, Ralph Martin unfortunately relegated to 14th position after that spin on the penultimate lap of the race, with William Davison, Jake Hansford, Santiago Simeone, Alex Dazinskis, Jamal Pamura and Salahuddin Bayoumi, the driver who had a wild first corner, recovering to finish in 20th position. Final finishers being Philip Poloskov, Jack Dundee, Zach Andrew and Flynn Grantham and Jess Kirby, both drivers who will be non-finishers in heat number 1. So our fourth race of the day is getting underway shortly. We have Micromax and Water Swifts about to get underway. We'll try our best to move between the two sets of results as the heat goes on. We'll have a look at the grids very shortly. So heat number 4, Micromax, about to get underway. This will be followed by the KZ UKs right after this heat. Rotax 177s is heat number 6. Junior Rotax heat number 2 is our 7th heat of the day. Senior X30 and Senior X30 to round out the first block of racing. But here we go with the Micromax. And the grid made up of Oakley Howlett, Tommy Lovejoy, Jensen Darlow and Alfie Hennell on the second row of the grid. AJ Halil and Ralph Hewer on row number 3. Teddy Shepherd and Elliot Hitch on row number 4. Hugo Senna is on row number 5 from Ronnie Allen. Lenny Eden and Caden Hanley on row number 6. Jonah Allen and Felix Tandy on row number 7. Malachi O'Neill and Freddie Fullerton on row number 8, with Adam Elahi rounding out the field, who I think might be the sole restricted driver making his way out as we get underway for the Micromax. Over the line they go. Oakley Howlett charging down into the first corner as they battle for the apex. Oh, and Jensen Darlow pushed wide on the first corner, goes right to the back of the field. Trouble there as they get a bit squirrely through the willows. Drivers fighting for position there as they make their way through. But it looks like Oakley Howlett has hold on to the lead. Tommy Lovejoy and Alfie Hennell right in there as well. 1 or 2 drivers to look out for in this one. One of the favourites, one would say, is Felix Tandy, who really has been the driver to beat this year in this class at times. And he starts pretty far back on the grid, so he's got some work to do in this first heat. And Hugo Senna, number 88. With a name like that, you'd expect him to be good, wouldn't you? And he was looking very good in the previous round a few weeks ago as the leaders make their way through for the first time. And speaking of Hugo Senna, there he goes, just through in 5th place. Just look at the some of the decals and some of the helmet design. Obviously, Ayrton Senna. We've got the kart almost like the Camel Lotus of the mid-80s, the John Player overalls. I think he's got the Honda badges there from McLaren on there. There's also a real mixture of Senna's career for the number 88. There he goes. So Senna just starting to close up on the lead group here. Oakley Howlett continuing to lead the way here, number 37 after that great start. But oh, down the inside, nice little move there from Ronnie Allen. And I think he's made the move stick. Lovely double move there from Ronnie Allen down the inside to snatch the lead in this first heat. Down the inside there goes Caden Hanley. Having a look down the inside as they make their way through the willows once again, and number 57 there, Elliot Hitch, has started to pull away, but 69, Caden Hanley on the charge here. Hanley in second place. They make their way down to Derek's corner. Oh, and trouble behind him there. So I think it was Oakley Howlett and Hugo Senna getting very close indeed. Both drivers doing well to stay on the track there because they got very close indeed. Jonah Allen still in seventh place. Nick Tandy also on the charge. Both those drivers making their way through into the top 10. You may just see them at the back of the screen. There we saw the 127 of Felix Tandy closely following the number 54 of Jonah Allen. Back with the leaders though, and down the inside goes Elliot Hitch to make the move. That classic out-braking manoeuvre going to the corner. That's that's Caden Hanley actually. Hanley with a brilliant move as Senna has a peek down the inside, but Caden Hanley, my apologies, making up 11 positions and takes the lead as they make their way through the willows. Lovely little double pass there as he goes down the inside. Ronnie Allen then drops to second place. Hugo Senna still there in third. And there, as I was saying, you can see that iconic sort of kart livery, overall and helmet combination of Hugo Senna in third, representing 3 different stages of Ayrton Senna's career, one would say, with that turnout of driver and kart. Here he comes down the inside. Oh, having a peek there, starting to bump the number 57 there, Ronnie Allen. Nothing too intentional, wasn't too aggressive, one would say, but Allen fighting back in and says, you're going to have to work harder than that to try and get past me. So a little bit of a tap there from Hugo Senna in third place. You do see that sometimes, a little bit of rubbing going into the corners, nothing too aggressive there. If they do hit the kart too hard, there is a bracket that holds that nose cone together and it will drop, so it's an easy way to penalise drivers if they are too aggressive with the bumping, as that broken bracket does indicate that the kart has been damaged through front end contact. Oakley Howlett still there in fourth. Nick Tandy still on the Felix Tandy, my apologies, of course, to young Felix. Felix Tandy on the charge there, sixth place, of course, the son the famous Nick Tandy, and has been making his own name this year in this Micromax Waterswift class as they make their way through once again. Tandy really starting to charge now. You see him down the inside of number 37 of Oakley Howlett. Down the inside he goes, and I think has made the move stick. Yes, he has. Senna moves into second place from Allen. But this is all great news here for Caden Hanley, number 69, your race leader, who is starting to pull away here. There he is, making his way through Derek's corner, and as that fight for second place intensifies, it has just allowed Hanley to pull. Well, he was leading by 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. It's closer to a second now. So for the time being, at least, he has got a little bit of breathing space here. But there is still 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in this race. And Hugo Senna, now clear in second place, is trying to get with the leader. But also looking to get through there is Felix Tandy, who has charged through to third. Over line they go once again. And Caden Hanley continues to lead the way. Senna in second place. Tandy in third. They make their way through the willows once again. And Caden Hanley now starting to come under some pressure now from Hugo Senna in second place. Senna trying to find a way down the inside. Can't find an opening as they make their way to Derek's corner. Senna not quite close enough to go for the pass here. Making their way now through towards the Dan Weldon corner. A double apex right-hander. They go charging through. Tandy now right on the rear wheels of Senna for second place. Time ticking down now, just over 1 minute to go, so they'll probably get 2 more laps in this race. And Tandy not quite close enough to go for a move on Senna, who in turn starts to close up on Caden Hanley, who pulled that gap. But now Senna and Tandy, with a bit of a clear track, are able to go for a bit of a charge onto the leader here. I think that was Tommy Lovejoy a bit further back, having a close battle on the edge of the top 10. 177, fending off the number 76. Of Elliot Hitch. That was a little bit further down as Tandy has a look down the inside of Senna, and getting a bit aggressive there as he makes his way out of the corner. Doesn't quite find a way through. That's good news for Caden Hanley as the second place drivers start to fight here. That allows him to pull away momentarily. You can see in the background there 48 seconds left on the clock, and the drivers lapping about 46 as Tandy goes down the inside. So I think this is going to be 2 laps to go here. Caden Hanley crosses the line with 35 seconds left on the clock. So 2 laps to go here in this first Micromax heat of the day. Charging through the willows for the penultimate time, and Hanley leading now. Tandy into second place from Senna. Those two still fighting away. This, like I say, could be good news for Caden Hanley, just allowing him to pull away once again. The gap goes back up to half a second as Felix Tandy sets the fastest lap of the race last time round, the 1:27. 46.93. Hanley has a little glance over the shoulder and he can see that Tandy is charging in second place. So Felix Tandy, who's made up 12 positions, closing up on Caden Hanley, another driver who's been on the move. He's made up 11 positions at the start of this heat. And one lap to go here. What can Tandy do? Can he go for the lead? I'm sure that Caden Hanley will not give that lead up lightly as they make their way through the willows. Good line there for the race leader. Blocks that exit quite comfortably, prevents Tandy from getting through. This could be an overtaking opportunity coming into Derek's corner. Hanley going as late as he can into Derek's corner, late as he dares, guards that apex, and a nice move there from the race leader. Oh, they go wheel to wheel. Tandy trying for the cutback there, but Caden Hanley had that cart planted. Hugo Senna getting drawn into this one as well, as is the number 57 of Ronnie Allen. Any one of these four drivers could yet win the race as Tandy dives down the inside in towards the Kestrel corner, makes the move stick, and just about keeps it on the track. Oh, bumping and banging behind him though. It's a drag race once again to the line. Tandy's got the line covered though, and Felix Tandy takes the checkered flag. Nothing at all in that one. Caden Hanley in second place by 0.08 of a second, and Hugo Senna in third, a mere 0.2 of a second behind. Ronnie Allen narrowly behind in fourth, and Oakley Howlett in the end getting drawn into the battle, rounding out the top five, and just over half a second covering the top five drivers. Very close heat once again as the Micromax heat draws to a close. Rest of the top 10, Tommy Lovejoy, Jensen Darlow, Elliot Hitch, Jonah Allen, and Ralph Ewer rounding out the top 10 from Alfie Hennell. Freddie Fullerton in 12th place from Lanny Eden, Teddy Shedford, AJ Halil, and Malachi O'Neill rounding out the field. Freddie Fullerton there, notable new driver. The name might ring a bell. Terry Fullerton, of course, being a World Championship karting driver in the 70s and 80s, reputed as the one driver that Ayrton Senna had the most fun racing against in his karting days. As far as I can tell, Freddie Fullerton, it is purely a namesake. I don't believe that the number 7 in that race, Freddie Fullerton, is related to the famous Terry Fullerton. He's from Cannock in the West Midlands, Freddie Fullerton. I noted that he also started his racing career at the Midland Karting Circuit in Fradley up by Lichfield, a great little corporate rental karting track that's a lot of fun, I have to say. And so great to see they're sending a representative from those early days up to national karting level. So we'll keep an eye out for Freddie Fullerton as the day goes on as well in the Micromax. But we move on to the first heat of the day for the KZs, our 125 shifter karts, and the fastest karts of the day. Decent entry of drivers here, actually. We'll have a look at the grid very shortly. Don't forget, of course, these drivers have a standing start. And due to the speed of the karts, they do have 2 sighting laps here to get the karts, tyres and the brakes up to temperature. We'll have a look at the starting grid. So it's going to be Jonathan Railton that will lead them away in heat number 1 from Hannah Lang in second place. Nico Piccoli and Jensen Pugh on row number 2. Isaac Smith and George Robinson on row number 3. James Harvey and Leo Robinson, followed by William Ash and Bo Phillips, Oliver Harris, Oscar White, and Darren Danavelis rounding out the field. So, of course, with date clashes with other events, it's a rather different field in the KZ UK. Some of the championship favourites are not competing today. The likes of Lucas Blanford, I don't think will be here, of course. So Jensen Pugh currently sitting in third in the championship, I believe. We'll just check that. So Jensen Pugh in third. Lucas Blanford, the championship leader, is not competing today. Leo Robinson, of course, has a great opportunity to take the lead of the championship. The drivers do have the opportunity to drop scores as the season goes on. So Blanford, I think, in countback would remain as the points leader. The likes of Derek Morgan not here today either, who did very well early in the season. So we could see some new names on the top of the field. So they're going to wave round again. We've got trouble for number 53, I think, on the second row of the grid there. So Nico Piccoli losing the engine. I think he trying to get the kart bump started. So the start abandoned. whether he'll be able to get some assistance from the marshal. So Piccoli still down on the start line, trying to get his cart back underway. I don't think he'll be able to continue in the race, unfortunately. So that's a shame for the number 53. I think he's out of the race. He lost the engine on the start. He was unable to get it started. And I can tell you that number 53, Nino Piccoli, who was due to start in third place, has abandoned the kart and is unfortunately having to watch the race from the infield. So a real shame for the number 53. So start number 1 for the KZUKs has had to be abandoned. We're going to go around again and try again. So as you say, abandoned kart there. And Piccoli, it appears, is out of the race as the rest of them make their way up to the start line. Jonathan Railton on your left-hand side of the screen, starting from pole position. Hannah Lang with the unfamiliar 710 on that car. She normally runs number 91. She's alongside second position. So Jensen Pugh will be alone on the second row as we wait for the lights to go out. So red lights are on. And it's go as the KZUKs get underway. Charging out to the first corner. One kart going into the concrete infield there. And Hannah Lang gets a good start. And I think she's taken the lead. They make their way through the willows for the first time. So it's Hannah Lang that leads. Yes, indeed. Jensen Pugh, I think, has moved up to second. The full length of the Amitsu straight for that lead group of drivers. And Hannah Lang, your early race leader, number 710. She makes her way through, closely followed by the number 60 of Jensen Pugh. Number 23 also well placed there, getting a good start a bit further back. That's the machine of George Robinson. So Hannah Lang, your early race leader. She's coming under some early pressure here from the number 60 of Jensen Pugh as they make their way through, charging over the line for the first time. Jonathan Railton, now third. So George Robinson, closely followed by Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith, William Ash up to 7th place, James Harvey, Leo Robinson, and Oscar White rounding up the field from Oliver Harris, Darren Denovelis, Nino Piccoli. As you mentioned a few moments ago, a non-starter, the kart dropping out of contention on the start line. As our leading group of drivers make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner, once again Hannah Lang continues to lead the way, number 710. She's closely followed by Jensen Pugh, the 77 Jonathan Railton not too far behind. Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith also well placed. They charge down in towards Stowe Corner. Very fast-paced action from these KZUK karts. And a great start to the race so far for the number 710 of Hannah Lang. There she is, a driver who has not had the best of luck this year in the KZUKs here at Kimbolton. She's had a few incidents and had hit some trouble. I think the second round had quite a heavy shunt, so she has dropped points but still sits in 6th place in the championship. So a good heat result here would certainly be a great way to start the day, but she is coming under some pressure here from Jensen Pugh, who's just starting to ask some questions here. Having a look down the inside, goes for the pass on the inside of Stowe Corner. Found that opening, but Hannah Lang, she shuts the door. Jensen Pugh having to fight through again. This might draw Jonathan Railton and George Robinson into the battle here, with Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith and William Ash all right in there now as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Lang continues to lead the way, but Jensen Pugh, she just left the tiniest of openings going through to Stowe Corner, but was unable to make the move stick. So Lang knows that he's there. She's going to have to work hard to defend that lead, but Pugh now breaking away, but in second place. Here they come down to the first corner. Not quite close enough to go for the pass. Hannah Lang can afford to take that full racing line going through Stowe Corner. Pugh just starting to break away a bit now in second place as she tries to close up on Lang. Robinson and William Ash on the charge here as Pugh starts to close up on Lang as they make their way through towards the double apex Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. And the slow boards are out. Wave yellows, slow boards, just trying to see what the incident is out on the track, but the race has been neutralised here. Having a look out onto the track to see what the cause is. So this procedure replaces the old Battenberg flags, and it's akin to a safety car period you might expect, where the lead driver here, Hannah Lang, effectively serving as the pace car, so to speak. So Hannah Lang is responsible here, the race leader. She is responsible for controlling the pace of the race. So there is an incident on the Kimbolton corner. I think it's Bo Phillips that's hit trouble going into the tyre barriers on the final corner. There's the stricken car to the number 22. So Bo Phillips out of contention here. The driver appears is okay on the infield. Are we going to go green on this one? Hannah Lang brings the pace right down. The race leader, green flag now being ready. I think the course is clear. But we are going to go another lap under waved yellows under the slow boards. And you'll see here that Lang, the race leader, is really going to bring the pace of the race down. We are still racing here. Look at the clock on the top left-hand side of your screen. We are still under race conditions here. But Lang will know. She knows the track is pretty much clear, that the marshals have pretty much finished their work. And by the time she comes round again, that the green flag will be coming out. So as the race leader, what she's doing here is really bringing the pace of the race down. She's running the clock down. So when the flag goes to green, it means she's got those fewer laps just to defend that lead. So it's working in her advantage here. If she can bring the pace down as much as she can. Let's see what she does on the TKM straight. She's slowing down a bit now. We've seen drivers go a little bit slower in the past, admittedly. She'll try and time her moment here to break away. Green flag now being ready. We are going to go back under full racing conditions here. And there you see Lang really slowing down on the Kimbolton corner. She will drop the hammer as the green flag goes out, trying to get a jump on the field here. And she's done that very well, actually, taking the lead as the battle goes on for second place. Backing the carts into each other there from Lang. But Jensen Pugh survives that little onslaught into the first corner. There was a bit of a fight there for second place. And he desperately needs to try and get that toe and get onto the back wheels of Lang as they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. So Hannah Lang leads the way. Oh, a little bit squirrely going through the Kestrel corner there. That might bring Pugh back into it here. Lang continues to hold on to the lead. They make their way down the straight. Lang just checking over his shoulder there as they go over the line down towards the first corner. And Lang knows to cover the apex going in towards Stowe because she knows that Jensen Pugh is right on her tail. They charge down towards the full length of the Amitsu straight here, heading towards the Dan Weldon double apex right-hander. Lang continues to lead the way, and these two now breaking away from the rest of the field now. Jonathan Railton dropping behind a bit now in third place from George Robinson, who looks like has moved back into fourth. So this is turning into a two-way fight for the lead here. We've got just under 1 minute left on the clock. These drivers will go through one more time, so 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And I think here that Hannah Lang and Jensen Pugh could do well just to work together on these next 2 laps. They need to try and stay ahead of that chasing pack. And there you can see Lang just saying, let's work together here on this lap. I think when the last lap comes out, it's going to be all holds barred. But they wouldn't do very well to start racing aggressively here at this stage because there will still be 2 laps to go here. And the chasing pack, the likes of Jonathan Railton, George Robinson and Oscar White are not too far behind, about 1.2 seconds. There you see the gap. But luckily here, Hannah Lang and Jensen Pugh have pulled away a bit now. So they have got that cushion with 2 laps to go here. So I certainly don't think if Jensen Pugh drives smart here, don't think he'll go for any kind of an overtake here. He'll let Hannah Lang drag him round on this penultimate lap of the race just to keep that cushion between them and the chasing pack. Then they can fight for the lead when the last lap board goes out. They can see that cushion as George Robinson moves into third place. Robinson still with an outside chance here if these two start scrapping and taking each other's lines away from each other. But Hannah Lang gets the power down. Jensen Pugh charging in second. Last lap board goes out. Lang choosing to take that sweeping line through to Stowe corner, not too defensive there, with the confidence to take her own line there. Staying that advantage at the front, down the Amitsu straight for the final time. Pugh still charging, making their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. Lang still leading the way. She's a little bit defensive there going into the Dan Weldon corner. And now I think with 2 more corners to go, it's going to be all about defence here as Pugh keeps that pressure on. Lang down with 2 corners to go, the lead driver. Here she comes into the final corner. Pugh having a look on the inside into Kimbolton corner, but nothing going there. And Hannah Lang takes, or I believe it's her first race win of the season here at Kimbolton. Checkered flag for the number 710 of Hannah Lang, your race winner. Jensen Pugh pushing hard. He has to settle for second place. George Robinson with the fastest lap of the race on that final lap goes through in third. Jonathan Railton, Oscar White in 5th place. Oliver Harris in 6th. William Ash in 7th. James Harvey and Leah Robinson 8th and 9th. Isaac Smith in 10th position. And Darren Denovelis rounding out the field in 11th. Bo Phillips, of course, crashing out of the race, bringing out those full course yellows in 12th position. Driver is okay, recovering his kart. And the unfortunate Nino Piccoli, number 53, was a non-starter after losing the engine on the start line. So hopefully we'll see Nino a bit later on during the day as heat number 5 draws to a close. Heat number 6, it will be getting underway shortly. It's the Rotax 177 first heat of the day. The Rotax 177 will be followed by 3 more races in this first block of heats. Heat number 7 is the second junior Rotax heat of the day, and they'll be followed by senior X30 and senior Rotax. In association with TrueCut, the Rotax 177 is getting underway then for their first heat. Drivers out on the track now for their formation lap. 177, it's referring to the combined minimum weight of kart and driver. And this very much more of your weekend warrior kind of class. These are for the drivers, mostly adult drivers who are just looking to get out there and enjoy some racing. Some very competitive drivers in this one as well, and quite a few to look out for. This is how they line up. We've got Bill Bowyer from Louis Judd on the first row, Alex Jones and Tom Pryor on row 2, Richard Ball and Liam Ferguson on row number 3, Colin Walker and Jack Taylor on row 4. Oliver Moss and Wayne Smithers on row number 5 from Doug Jenner and David German. Chris Thomas, Tiger Dixon on row 7. Scott Klee and Dennis Drziak on row number 8. John Davis and Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 9. Scott Smith and Sam Yaxley. Ben Hitch, Mark Hennings and Johnny Kent rounding out the 23 driver field. So here we go with Rotax 177. One of the championship favourites there, Liam Ferguson, starting pretty high up the field here, one would say. So we look to try and make that advantage count when the heat gets underway. They're running very slowly up to the grid as the flag drops and away they go. So it's entirely down to that lead group to control the pace coming into the first corner, going for a very slow start, trying to break away from the field, and they make their way through. Just to recap in terms of the championship, Liam Ferguson leads from Ben Hitch. You may remember that Ferguson hit some trouble at the previous round of the championship, so he dropped some points, as did Scott Klee. Actually had a difficult round as well. So Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch and Scott Klee amongst the championship front runners. Ben Hitch, of course, starting a bit further down the grid in heat number 1 as they make their way through for the first time. And it's all very close. Oh, and you'll see one driver it's in big trouble there. Liam Ferguson, you may just have seen on the edge of the screen there, Liam Ferguson went straight off the track in that battle for the lead with Tom Pryor and Louis Judd, and Ferguson came off worse. He had to take evasive action, went onto the infield of the track, and he has dropped way down the field. Trouble for Scott Klee and John Davis out of the race. So Scott Klee, one of the championship front runners, is out of the race as well. But at the front, Bill Bowyer fighting away here from Tom Pryor. Louis Judd just in there as well. Jack Taylor, I think, has moved into third place though. Ben Hitch on the charge up to 12th. Oh, and it's getting tasty coming down into Gimbolton Corner as Tom Pryor and Bill Bowyer go wheel to wheel. And Pryor takes the lead. Bowyer trying to fight back. Oh, down the inside there. Nice little move there from Jack Taylor. Tried to make the advantage count going in towards Stoke Corner, but stays in third place. Fourth place now for Tiger Dixon. Louis Judd in there as well. Oh, and it's going wheel to wheel as they make their way down towards Derek's Corner. But for the time being, at least, Tom Pryor has taken the lead. So Pryor leads. Liam Ferguson, after being forced off the circuit there, taking evasive action onto the infield, has recovered up to 11th position, fighting with Ben Hitch. So two of the championship front runners are on the edge of the top 10 right now. They've got some work to do to try and get back with the leaders, and Tom Pryor trying to make the advantage count here to pull away with less than 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Rotax 177 first heat of the day. Oh, Tom Pryor. Something went wrong there for him. I think off the track he went. So, oh, there's wave yellows on the first corner. I think that might have been Pryor that hit trouble. So here they come round towards the Dan Weldon corner. That means, of course, that Bowyer back into the lead. Just keeping an eye off the camera on that first corner. So I think the race leader, Tom Pryor hitting some trouble there, and it's turning into a race of attrition. You can see some more karts on the infield, and one driver with a bit of trouble coming out again, Bolton corner. Here they come over the line, waved yellows into the first corner, because we've lost Tom Pryor, the race leader on the previous lap. Track now clear, and Bill Bowyer still your race leader, making his way through with Jack Taylor and Tiger Dixon now up to third place as they make their way down towards Derek's corner once again. There is Tiger Dixon, number 2, and he's made up 11 positions in this race, up to third place now and challenging for the lead. Having a look down the inside as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Chris Thomas, Wayne Smithers and Oliver Moss a bit further behind. They can see the duo of Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch on the edge of the top 10, trying to get involved in this lead group. But drama there as Tom Pryor crashes out of the race. Driver appears to be okay, but he will not finish his first heat. Still some waved yellows coming into the first corner. There's some damage to the barriers. So I think when Tom Pryor went off, he went into the barriers. And the marshals still looking to try and get that rectified. Sam Yaxley in the midfield picking up an investigation. So whether there's been some contact or some sort of an issue that the stewards want to look at there. So that'll be looked at after the race. So Jack Taylor now into the lead. Bill Bowyer trying to fend off Tiger Dixon, who nips down the inside and takes a neat move to second place. And he just saw Dixon there just pointing in his head there. Just, let's work together here. He doesn't want Bowyer to fight back here. He wants Bowyer to chase. Let him try and close up on the race leader, because Jack Taylor, who throws that kart through the willows, that sequence of corners just after Stowe, leads the way here. There he is, number 8 of Jack Taylor. Taylor making his way through Derek's corner, heading towards the double apex Dan Weldon corner. Down the back straight he goes. Tiger Dixon still there in second place. And Dixon just starting to pull away now from the fight for third between Bill Bowyer and Chris Thomas as the leaders make their way through. Just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And Jack Taylor, number 8, is still your race leader as he makes his way down towards Stowe Corner once again. Tiger Dixon still there in second place. The top 2 just starting to pull away a bit now. We've got Chris Thomas still in third. Bill Bowyer and Liam Ferguson, despite that incident at the start of the heat, is now into 5th position. Really starting to make his way through the field here. Wayne Smithers, kart number 183, up to 6th place now from Louis Judd, who's lost a few positions since that strong start at the beginning of the heat. Oliver Moss in 8th, Ben Hitch, Scott Smith rounding out the top 10 as things stand at the moment. The leaders now making their way through the Kimbolton corner. Jack Taylor continues to lead the way, but Tiger Dixon still there in second place. Chris Thomas a little bit further behind in third. Bill Bowyer and Liam Ferguson rounding out the top 5 as the leading group make their way through the willows and heading back towards Derek's corner once again. So Taylor still leading and Dixon not quite close enough to go for the pass here. The gap remaining around 0.4 of a second. And you can see Dixon just shadowing the race leader, trying to find an opening here. Number 56, Chris Thomas, watching in third place. Around 1 second covering the top 3. Bill Bowyer about 0.9 of a second behind in 4th place before Liam Ferguson charging in 5th. Up to there he is in 5th position, the white helmet. Pulling away a bit now from Wayne Smithers. But I have just noticed, just going up on the virtual marshal on the finish line, that Liam Ferguson, the 5th place driver, is under a warning flag there. The black and white warning flag for the 165 of Liam Ferguson. So he'll have to be careful for the rest of the heat. So Liam Ferguson then picking up a warning flag. And that, I think, will almost certainly be for driver conduct. Perhaps a bit of bumping going on there for the 165. But the race going on as Jack Taylor continues to lead the way. Out to Kimbolton corner they go. And this is going to be the last lap of the race here. So it's all down to Tiger Dixon, who's taken the lead, to hold on and snatch that lead, snatch that first heat win. Oh, he goes a bit wide, giving out to Stowe. And that could allow Jack Taylor in there. But no, Tiger Dixon holds on to the lead here as they make their way down towards Derek's corner for the final time. Dixon trying to defend the apex as best he can. Doesn't want to leave himself open for a pass coming out to the corner though, and it's wheel to wheel as they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. Dixon holds on to the lead. Chris Thomas in third, could yet be involved in this one as they make their way down towards the final corner. Dixon with one more corner to go. Here they come, charging through Kimbolton corner up towards the finish line. Checkered flag goes out. Drag race to the line, and Tiger Dixon takes the win by 0.3 of a second from Jack Taylor. Chris Thomas 0.4 of a second behind in third. Liam Ferguson making the move on the final lap into fourth from Bill Bowyer, the early race leader, who rounds it out in fifth place. Oliver Moss, Wayne Smithers, Ben Hitch continuing his charge up to 8th position. Louis Judd, one of the front runners at the start of the race, finishing in 9th position. And Scott Smith, number 38, rounding out the top 10 as the Rotax 177 first heat of the day draws to a close. Tiger Dixon, though, with a very close victory and 0.4 of a second covering the top three drivers. We're going to move on then to our second heat of the day in just a few moments for Junior Rotax, heat number 2.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. That's cool. How much of it is one able to get? Cool. Am I following that?
So just the briefest of pauses there whilst a couple of the 177s are retrieved back to the paddock, and we get right underway with our second Junior Rotax heat of the day. And they will line up with Tom Reed on pole position from Toby Farthing on the first row of the grid, John Richardson and Alex Shepherd on row number 2, Lucas Nibbs and Edward Munns on row 3, Max Wheatley and Esme Rosie on row number 4, Byron Webb, Jack Bowie, followed by Theo Bradshaw, Oliver Dawson, Ryan Rapini out for the second time today in number 56 from Fletcher Jameson, Benjamin Lawn, Harry Search, Joey Cattett and Noah Clark just a little bit further behind. Adam Juracek, look out for the 122, one of the championship runners, and he starts fairly well down the field. This is his heat where he starts further back in the field, so he will have quite a, there he is actually in the 122 right at the back of the grid. He'll have some work to do in this first heat for him, and very important for him to try and make some inroads as the heat gets underway. So the drivers disappear down in towards the Kimbolton corner, and we're about to get things underway with our second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Oh, but the start's been called off. Full start. Didn't seem to me like the carts were really that much in position, so we are going to go around again, and the officials did indeed then call a full start to that one. And the number 242 of Tom Reed continues to lead the drivers round as they make their way through the willows. One more opportunity to get some more temperature into the brakes and the tyres. You'll see the drivers jinking about there just to keep some more temperature in the tyres as well. And so the lead group there, Tom Reed and 53 of Toby Farthing, will bring the pace right down here as they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. This is the outlying part of the circuit, the double apex right-hander, named of course in memory of one of the past competitors here, Dan Weldon. Very sadly passed away in an IndyCar accident, but was a two-time Indy 500 champion as well, one of a very notable number of alumni who have raced here at Kimbolton over the years. The track has been here since 1959, and like I say, who's who really of British motor racing champions have raced here over the years during their karting careers. And as we get underway with the second Junior Rotax heat, it will indeed be Tom Reed and Toby Farthing who lead the pack away as they make their way very slowly through the Kimbolton corner. Getting back underway this time. Will the start be clean? Yes, indeed it is. Bit of trouble further back there. You see one driver hitting trouble almost on the start line there. That was the 149 Harry Waldron who got span out at the start. Trouble on the first corner as one driver goes into the tyre barrier. So a chaotic start here for Junior Rotax seat number 2. And as they emerge through the first few corners, it's Tom Reed that holds on to the lead. Looks like Toby Farthing still there in second place. So a chaotic start to this Junior Rotax seat further down, but certainly no problems there for Tom Reed or Toby Farthing. And it looks like John Richardson also well placed. Is that him going down the inside for second? Yes, indeed it is. So John Richardson with the move down the inside and snatches second place. Toby Farthing drops to 4th. Ryan Rapini making up 8 positions up to 5th place. Jacob Aston in 6th place from Hayden Adams in 7th. Jack Bowie, Edward Munns, Benjamin Lawn all charging through. Zane Perry making up 12 positions at the start up to 12th position. Adam Churicek not with the best of starts, but still in the midfield, 24th place. But the trouble on the first lap there being for Noah Clare down to 28th. Esme Rosie drops down to 29th, and Lucas Nibbs also pretty much out of contention. I can tell you that the number 25 under investigation in this one as well. That's St. Perry currently in 12th place. So well, that was issues there with the start procedure, but Tom Reed continues to lead the way. John Richardson second place. Alex Shepherd, Toby Farthing going through. And I think it was Edward Munns may have also spun out there at the end of that second lap. The number 249 Esme Rosie still charging towards the back of the field with Edward Munns back on track now. But Tom Reed continues to lead the way. John Richardson still charging in second. The two leaders just starting to break away from the chasing pack here, with Alex Shepherd still there in 3rd place. But John Richardson, who we've seen in the commentary box a few times here at Kimbolton in the past as well, certainly practicing what he preaches here, though, as he runs well in second place. Richardson, who's had some mixed luck in 2025, but it seems to be coming together for him. He's running well in the Junior Rotax Championship in 2026. A bit further down, I can tell you that the 165 Oliver Barton, currently running in 14th place, has picked up a contact warning, so he'll have to be careful for the remainder of the race. Number 19 there, we see Jacob Aston just starting to put the pressure on Ryan Rapini and Alex Shepherd in front of him. There's the 152 just a bit further behind there, Hayden Adams, another driver on the charge here. Adams making up 16 positions to move into 7th place. As leaders make their way over the line, Tom Reed leading, then John Richardson in 2nd place. Alex Shepherd in 3rd. Ryan Rapini, fastest lap of the race, in 4th position right now. As Rapini makes his way through, and Rapini's had a very good start actually, making up 9 positions to move into 4th place. So Rapini, with the lower grid position this time, has started to make his way through. There's the number 53, the front row starter, Toby Farthing, who's running well in 5th place, closely followed by Jacob Aston, who has been really on the charge here, number 19. Jacob Aston making up 15 positions now to move into 6th place. And you have to say, these drivers, when they have their bad grid positions, they can make some good inroads at the start of the heat to get themselves up with the lead group. It really bodes well, because they will have the luxury of a good grid position later on in the heat programme. So Jacob Aston here doing very well to move into that 6th place, with Hayden Adams right behind, sticking on the back wheels of the number 19 to also make up 16 positions there. Zane Perry on the move as well, that driver who is under investigation but has made up 11 positions up to 14th position right now, as the leaders make their way down the TKM straight. And it is still the pole sitter Tom Reed that leads the way, with John Richardson right on his tail in 2nd place. So Tom Reed, your race leader, there he is, number 242 there. Well, actually that's the 152 of Hayden Adams, currently in 7th, still on the charge. Leaders are making their way down to the first corner, and John Richardson, you can see him there just at the top of the screen, is content to sit in 2nd place. He's closed up on Tom Reed, just starting to ask a few questions here, the number 66, but at the moment 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. John Richardson is not in a hurry to get past Tom Reed. I think that Richardson knows that they are both clear from the chasing pack. They can see quite a cushion there between him and the 3rd place Alex Shepherd, who is fighting with Ryan Rapini and Toby Farthing. So John Richardson perhaps just playing the tactical game here, looking for lines, looking to try and work out a way that he can get past the race leader Tom Reed to try and make that move. But what Richardson does not want to do here is get drawn into a battle with Tom Reed and start losing ground and get swallowed up by the chasing pack. So a little bit of détente here between the top two drivers. Stalemate at the front. No one really wants to make a move just yet. And Tom Reed, on his part, of course, will be looking to try and maintain that pace at the front. He has a quick glance over the shoulder. Tom Reed won't want to be too defensive thus far and start sacrificing his lap times, the pace, because the chasing pack aren't too far behind. So here they come down towards the first corner again. You see Richardson just tucking in. Now he has a go. Finds the opportunity, and John Richardson very cleanly goes through into the lead of the race. That's exactly what the number 66 wanted. If he was going to make a pass, it was going to have to be quick and sharp. He didn't want to get drawn into any battles there. So what's Tom Reed going to do here? Can he fight back? Second place now for number 242. 1 minute to go. So let's have a look at the clock when they make their way down. I think they might just squeeze in an additional lap here, depending on how quickly they get around the final two corners. But you can see there that Alex Shepherd, Toby Farthing and Jacob Aston are all starting to close slowly on the leaders. Here they come out to the final corner. So 42 seconds left on the clock. So let's see how quickly they get round here. Whether we'll go around for two more laps at the end of this one, we shall wait and see. The two leaders still leading by about 2 seconds from Alex Shepherd, who now is clear in third. And Shepherd making a charge from the chasing pack here. We've got Jacob Aston, Toby Farthing and Ryan Rapini rounding out the top six, with Hayden Adams and Fletcher Jameson not too far behind. But the third place driver, Alex Shepherd, is on a run here and trying to close up with these two leaders. They can see number 85 just at the side of your screen. But at the moment it looks like Tom Reed and John Richardson are alone at the front. Close eye on the clock here. The finisher just keeping an eye on the clock. And they squeeze through just before the last lap board goes out. So it is the last lap, pretty much on zero there. Excellent timing for John Richardson. So the last lap board goes out. It was a close call there, but it is 1 lap to go. And John Richardson leads now with half a lap to go. Tom Reed having a peek down the inside. Here they come down towards the final corner. 1 more lap to go. One more opportunity for Tom Reed to try and snatch the lead as they make their way down in towards Kimbolton Corner for the final time. John Richardson goes defensive there, but was it too defensive? Oh, it's going to be tight to the line. He recovers out to the final corner, and John Richardson takes the checkered flag. A late charge there from Tom Reed to the line. 0.07 of a second separating those two at the finish. And John Richardson, fastest lap of the race on that final lap, 41.28. Despite a spirited charge from Tom Reed, takes the checkered flag. So John Richardson with the win, Tom Reed in second, and the chasing pack in third. Alex Shepherd then in third alone pretty much, and then the real peloton of drivers there: Jacob Aston, Ryan Rapini, Fletcher Jameson, Toby Farthing and Hayden Adams, all running very closely indeed, with Benjamin Lawn and Jack Bowie just a little bit further behind, rounding out the top 10. Of some of the unnotables there, we saw Adam Turacek moving up to 20th position there, so he'll drop a few points in that heat race, making up 9 positions, but in that very tight and competitive race, only able to manage to get up to 20th. But another very close race indeed. As we move on to our next heat, this is what you're looking at here is actually the lineup for the penultimate race of the first heat, the senior X30s. It'll be Josh Jones that leads away from Bradley Heath, Katie Ashman and Alex Wiley on row number 2, Kieran Barber, Peter Jurevich on row 3, Bailey Brooker, Barney Mortimer on row number 4, Toby Percival, Charlie Webb from Max White, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Max Anderson, William Omar, James Workman and James Reynolds, with the rest of the field made up of Reese Barber, Elio De Lissandro, Ethan Higgins, Finley Adams and Jack Crisp. But that is the lineup for our penultimate heat of the first block of racing here at Kimbolton. We move on to the senior X30s, race number 8 from 35 in this packed race calendar here today at Kimbolton. So Josh Jones will lead them away, a driver who is looking quite handily placed in terms of this category in 2026. Josh Jones, your championship leader by quite some distance from Tristan Powell. Piotr Jurevich currently third from Jack Owen Drawbridge. Remember that the drivers will do some drop scores as the season goes on, but away we go. The start is good, and Senior X30s pile into the first corner, very close indeed. Wheel to wheel as they make their way through the willows for the first time. A little bit of banging and buffing further back there. See drivers fighting for position there. A little bit of bodywork being bent there as well. Whether anybody's picked up any damage, I don't know. We shall find out at the end of the first lap. But it all got very close in the willows. Everyone staying on the track, and as they charge through, it is Katie Ashman who fights her way up to the front. Here she comes, coming out of Kimbolton corner for the first time, so Ashman leads. Josh Jones second place, Charlie Webb from Bradley Heath, Alex Wiley, Peter Jurovic, Bailey Brooker all charging through. And I can tell you at the end of that chaotic first lap there, with the trouble in the willows, a bit of banging and buffing there, we saw Bailey Brooker picking up a warning flag for contact, as did the number 11 a little bit further back of Toby Percival. So those drivers picking up the warning flag there for contact. They'll have to be careful as the race goes on. But the lead is now piling down towards Kimbolton for the second lap, and Katie Ashman continues to lead the way. Josh Jones and Charlie Webb making a three-way tussle for the lead, and it looks like Webb has nipped down the inside of Kimbolton and has taken second place. So Katie Ashman leads. Oh, and fighting back down the inside, that looked like Josh Jones. Nice little move there, going through Stowe corner to retake that second place. Bradley Heath, 171, a little bit further behind there, is looking to get involved in this tussle for the lead. And the good news here for Katie Ashman is that with Charlie Webb and Josh Jones scrapping, it does give her a little bit of a cushion at the front here to try and pull away. She glances over the shoulder, and she can see that she's got the line coming in towards the Kimbolton corner. She can afford to take the racing line, because they're not close enough to go for the lead. Oh, and another fight there for second place, wheel to wheel. Second place now goes back towards Charlie Webb. Josh Jones has pushed wide there, and Bradley Heath almost took advantage in fourth place. Alex Wiley in fifth place, the number 159, looking to try and get involved in this battle for the lead. Jurovic, Omar, Brooker, Reynolds and Max Wright rounding out the top 10. Katie Ashman, though, continues to lead the way. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And for the first time in this race, Charlie Webb just starting to break away now from the chasing pack and trying to put Ashman under pressure. Ashman guards the apex coming to Kimbolton. That will open up the line, though, for Charlie Webb as they make their way down towards the first corner. Josh Jones rejoining the battle as Ashman goes full defensive. And that will back everyone into each other as they make their way through Stowe corner. 3 abreast going through the first corner. And taking the momentum down the inside was Josh Jones to go into the lead. Charlie Webb into second place, and the unfortunate Katie Ashman lost out there. You can see how close it is amongst the top 5. Katie Ashman pushed down to 5th position as they make their way through the willows. It just goes to show, if you get that bad momentum going through the first corner, she's back into 4th place now actually, but it just goes to show that momentum, if it gets lost, everyone just swallows you up. Oh, and it's getting tasty. Nice little block pass there from Charlie Webb going through Kimbolton. Just ran a little bit wide to push Josh Jones out and prevent the repass, and that has allowed Bradley Heath to get the momentum coming out of the Kimbolton corner and take second position as they make their way through Stowe. So Charlie Webb, number 24, leads the way as they make their way through Kimbolton. Josh Jones, Bradley Heath second and third. And for the first time this race, Charlie Webb has a little bit of a cushion as he makes his way down the TKM straight. There's the chasing pack. Peter Jurovic just starting to try and get involved in that leading group of drivers. Here they come out of Kimbolton corner. And you just saw Katie Ashman there defending that third place as that pushes 4th and 5th wheel to wheel, making their way through the willows. Down the back straight they go once again, and still Charlie Webb that leads the way down towards Kimbolton corner once again. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. The good news for Webb is the pack behind just starting to fight a bit now. That allows him to pull away momentarily. Josh Jones has been pushed back in that battle for third place as Katie Ashman recovers into that third position as they make their way through. So there's Ashman third, Fourth, Alex Wiley, the 159. And Josh Jones now down to 5th place, with Peter Jurovic not too far behind in 6th. There's Ashman guarding that 3rd place as Wiley tries to find a way through, and this defensive driving from Ashman will allow the top 2 to pull away now. So Bradley Heath with a cushion in 2nd place. They can see the 2 leaders a little bit further down the field. Bailey Brooker and William Omar chasing down the TKM straight. They try to get with the leaders as Ashman holds on to that 3rd place. 1.5 minutes on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining. So still plenty of time to go in this race, and Charlie Webb continues to lead the way. The gap 9, just under 1 second. Oh, neat move down the inside, going through Stowe there for the 159 of Alex Wiley to move into 3rd place. Ashman tries to fight back going in towards Derek's corner, but can't find the way through. And Josh Jones tries to take advantage there, but Ashman holds on to that 4th place. Josh Jones struggling to make inroads here as Peter Jurovic starts to put the pressure on. Closely followed by Bailey Brooker and William Omar. Charlie Webb comfortably in the lead by just over 1 second as the clock goes down to 50 seconds left in this race. So we have 2 more laps to go, I think, before the last lap board goes out. So really is the time now for Charlie Webb, the race leader, to drop the hammer, put some clean lines down. And the top 3 just start to spread out. There they go. So we see Webb going through, Heath in 2nd, Wiley 3rd, and the battle well and truly on for 4th place now as Katie Ashman guards that 4th position from Josh Jones, who is struggling to get with the leaders here. He's been pushed back a bit now, and the 84 with a bit of work to do here with Peter Jurovic and Bailey Brooker not too far behind. But here's your race leader, Charlie Webb, out of the final corner. 9 seconds on the clock as leader goes through, so 2 laps to go. 1.3 seconds covering the top 2 drivers, but the one to look out for at the moment is the 3rd place driver of Alex Wiley, who now has got a clear bit of track in front of him and has just set the fastest lap of the race. 40.07 seconds, getting very close to breaking the 40-second barrier here, as number 24, Charlie Webb, leads them down the TKM straight for what will be the penultimate time. The clock goes down to 0. Last lap board is now being readied for the race leader. Charlie Webb makes his way through. 1 more lap to go. The gap 1.4 seconds. He's got the race under control so far. Just needs to put a neat lap in to ram this heat off. But Bradley Heath being closed on by the charging Alex Wiley, who drops under 40 seconds. 39.99, fastest lap of the race for the 159 in 3rd place. Alex Wiley charging for 2nd place, right on the rear wheels of Bradley Heath right now. But Charlie Webb has got this race under control as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Has a glance over the shoulder. He knows he's got the cushion. He can afford to take the racing line through Kimbolton for the final time. Doesn't need to defend the corner. Out he goes, and Charlie Webb takes the first heat win of the day. Bit closer behind him though as Bradley Heath fends off the late challenge from Alex Wiley, who again goes under 40 seconds, but he has to settle for 3rd place. And Katie Ashman's hard work pays off. That defensive battle there with Josh Jones paying off as Ashman holds on to 4th place, Jones in 5th, Jurovic, Brooker in 7th place, and William Omar, Finley, Allen on the charge there, making up 11 positions up to 9th place. And Max Wright rounding out the top 10 in Senior X30 Heat number 1. So we move through to race number 9 of our 35 race program. Coming up next, we have the first heat of the day for Senior Rotax, who are down on the grid right now. They'll be making their way out onto the grid very shortly indeed. This is the final race of the first block of heats. We'll move on very shortly to heat number 10, which is the Hondas. So Honda's back out next, followed by Mini Inters, Junior Rotax a bit later on from the Micromax, KZ UK's Rotax 177s later on, heading towards the early afternoon. So block number 1 getting underway very shortly. Let's have a look at how the Senior Rotax line up. This is actually the lineup here. Declan Luff from Ross Tyler, James Tester, Oliver Liversedge on row 2, Harvey Williams and Joshua Turnbull on row 3, Alfie Thompson, Jake Cox on row 4, Ryan Gandor and Jared Fox-Whiteley, followed by Callum Sins, Bailey Waters, Emma Stoner and George Cole in what is a very big group of drivers in Senior Rotax, making their way out onto the circuit for the formation lap. So the Final heat of the first block getting underway and headed by Declan Luff, number 49, and 22, Ross Tyler. Drivers now making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. But action now throughout the afternoon. We have 2 more blocks of heats remaining. We've got 3 more junior Rotax heats remaining as well before the finals later on this afternoon, as the drivers now make their way down the TKM straight. You can see the drivers further back just getting rid of temperature into the tyres and the brakes as the leaders bring the pace right down. Declan Luff on pole position, closest to us here with the camera, number 48, 22, Ross Tyler alongside him, and then just behind there, James Tester, number 29, and Oliver Liversedge. So the front row bringing the pace right down to little more than a walking pace, and they make their way down to Kimbolton corner, and as the flag goes to green, they'll drop the hammer, try to break from the field as they charge over the line, and Senior Rotax gets underway, charging into the first corner. One driver gets spun out in the midfield, but everyone else avoids that stricken driver. And it looks like Declan Luff has timed that start to perfection as they make their way through. Oh, trouble further back there in the willows with 1 or 2 drivers getting together and going onto the grass. I think it might have been I'll confirm this on the lap charts, but I think it was the number 33 of Emma Stoner who span out just on the edge of the top 10. But Stoner okay and rejoined to the back of the field. 1 or 2 other drivers also falling back after that trouble on the willows at the end of the first lap as James Tester goes down the inside, fighting for the lead as they make their way through over the line. And James Tester takes the lead as they charge into the first corner. Declan Luff and Ross Tyler, second and third place. Oliver Liversedge and Josh Turnbull running out the top 5. The leading drivers make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, and James Tester, your new race leader. Declan Luff and Ross Tyler keeping that pressure on them in second and third, and it looks like Oliver Liversedge and Joshua Turnbull getting involved in this fight as well as they make their way over the line, but Tester just starts to pull away momentarily. A bit further back, the number 54 currently under investigation. That's in the midfield, Michael Morgan. Whether that was involved with that incident in the willows on the first lap where 1 or 2 drivers got together. Emma Stoner recovering after that spin on the first start straight. She's in 30th place back at the tail end of the field. Woody Hart, another driver in trouble at that first lap, currently in 31st place. Looks like he's retiring from the race. And Leon Hasty also was a non-starter actually. So Woody Hart out of the race, driver okay, but he's pulled into the pits. Race goes on though with 29, James Tester, just starting to pull away at the front now. Ross Tyler still in second place. Declan Luff in third now. So 22, Ross Tyler. Nice little move there on the previous lap to move into second place. And can he close up with the leader? Ross Tyler making his way through Derek's corner up towards Dan Weldon corner. 49, Declan Luff, the pole sitter, still charging in third. Closely followed, however, by the 127 of Joshua Turnbull, who is just starting to pick his way through the leading group of drivers here, trying to get to the top 3. So James Tester, let's have a look at the gap when he crosses the line this time. Over the finish line they go, and Tester leading by half a second. It's enough so far to keep a cushion in front as the rest of the top 10 jostle for position there. Oliver Liversedge and Ryan Gandor fighting for position. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Alfie Thompson just a little bit further behind. Harvey Williams, Joshua Smith and Callum Spins rounding out the edge of the top 10. Leaders now making their way back through Derek's corner. And James Tester makes his way down towards Kimbolton corner once again. There's Ross Tyler still in second, coming under some pressure though from the 127 of Joshua Turnbull. Over the line they go once again. And a bit further back, Mikey Walker in investigation as there's a whole gaggle of drivers making their way now through Stoke Corner, getting very close indeed on the edge of the top 10. But a bit further back there, Mikey Walker, another driver running very close to Michael Morgan, who was in investigation as well. So some midfield tussles going on there, and the stewards keeping a very close eye on this one. Down towards the final corner they go once again. James Tester still your race leader. And out of the final corner they go up towards the finish line once again. James Tester still leading the way from Ross Tyler in that second place. Through Stowe corner they go once again, and the race still at a standpoint here with James Tester leading the way by 0.6 of a second. Ross Tyler not really able to close up here. And Joshua Turnbull in third. Less than a second covering the top three, but nobody really close enough to go for a pass for the lead at this stage. So it's all still finely poised. And that chasing group of Declan Luff, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ryan Gandor all looking to try and get involved with the leaders, with the advancing Joshua Smith, who made up quite a few positions now, moving into 7th place, is now starting to charge as well. So here they go, making their way through Stowe once again. It's still As You Were, though it's getting closer for 2nd place. Rest of the top 10 a bit further back there. Ryan Gandor, Joshua Smith, Callum Sins and Jake Cox all starting to fight a bit further back. And in particular there, Ryan Gandor putting the pressure on Declan Luff as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner once again. James Tester continuing to lead the way. 1.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. Oliver Smith on the edge of the top 10, picking up a contact warning as they make their way down through 2 more laps to go after this for the senior Rotax seat number 1. And leading the way so far then, James Tester getting the lead nice and early in this senior Rotax seat, and has been unchallenged so far, maintaining that crucial half-second gap. It goes up to 0.8 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Oh, and a bit screwy there from the 3rd place Ross Tyler, getting the wheel on that pothole coming out of the Dan Weldon corner and down the TKM straight. You can ill afford to get a wheel on the grass there. It will cost valuable time, but it looks like he's recovered okay as James Tester continues to lead the way. Turnbull still in 2nd, and the fight on for 3rd here as Ross Tyler guards 3rd position. Number 29, Fox-Whiteley down the inside as they make their way through the willows, but Tyler holds on to 3rd. Fox-Whiteley just behind him in 4th place, and Ryan Gandor Gandor goes down the inside, trying to make the move, and neatly nips down the inside of Ross Tyler. So Ryan Gandor makes a position. Trouble there for number 49, Declan Luff, getting a wheel onto that pothole on the grass, and that really affects his pace going down the TKM straight. 12 seconds on the clock here as the leaders cross the line, so it will be 2 more laps to go here. Joshua Turnbull still there in 2nd place. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, with all that hard work, being rewarded there as he now goes into 3rd position. But James Tester, let's have a look now. This is going to be the last lap of the race, and he is coming under some very late pressure here from Joshua Turnbull, who has hung in there. He's brought the gap down to half a second. A bit further back, I can tell you that Oliver Smith has set the fastest lap of the race in 9th position. And the last lap board goes out for senior Rotax. Joshua Turnbull brings the gap down to 0.3 of a second. And after a fairly steady race so far, James Tester is coming under some late pressure for the lead here, as Joshua Turnbull tries to find a way through. You can see now that Tester going defensive as they make their way through Derek's corner. Clear track in front of him, making his way up towards Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And Joshua Turnbull having a look down the inside, trying to get the drive coming down towards the TKM straight for the final time. Jared Fox-Whiteley still in there in 3rd place, but can Turnbull do anything on the final corner? Tester bunches up coming into the last corner, takes the defensive line, out to the last corner he goes, and James Tester takes the checkered flag for senior Rotax seat number 1. Joshua Turnbull in 2nd place, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd. Ryan Gandor makes the move into 4th place from Ross Tyler. Declan Luff, Joshua Smith, Callum Sims, Mikey Walker making up 19 positions to 9th place. Is under investigation though, and Oliver Smith rounding out the top 10. So that rounds out our first heats block of races here today. We move on to block number 2 and the second heat of the day for the Hondas, getting underway in just a few moments. So the track is now clear and we're underway for race number 10 of 35 today, the second heat of the day for the Hondas, kicking off our second block of heats. They'll line up with Cian Delaney on the front row of the grid from Cian Doherty, Zach Squire and George Pickett on row 2, Nico Veselowski and James Windsor on row number 3, Nicholas York and Mason Day, followed by Kabir Singh, James Murphy, Harrison Maxwell a bit further back as well. So there we see Cian Delaney, who ran so well in heat number 1, starting from that pole position. Doherty in second from Squire and Pickett. A little bit further back there we see Harrison Maxwell, Oliver Vickers, Harlow Offord, Oliver Jones, Jacob Thurlow and Dominic Kelly on row number 8, and the 21 of Alfie Stokes rounding out the 17 driver field as they make their way round the final corner, headed by the number 91, Cian Delaney, who has the luxury this time of a pole position start, and he will be determined to make that advantage count as they make their way up to the line. And as the Hondas race to the line, the second heat gets underway. Delaney guards the apex and into the first corner as they charge through. Oh, and trouble. 5 drivers going out there. 72 was the one that span out there. George Pickett from 4th place, taking about 3 more drivers with him. Everyone okay, and the race goes on. The track is clear. 25 also caught him in that one as well. Kabir Singh and may possibly have been Mason Day also caught him in that one. We'll have a look in a moment. Or could even have been Oliver Vickers as well in trouble. But they all recovered quite quickly, so they could yet get involved in this race. As the race goes on, Cian Delaney, though, looking to try and make that advantage stick, but it looks like Doherty may well have taken the lead, so Cian Doherty now goes through into the lead at the end of the first lap as they charge over the line. So your number 94, your race leader, and it looks like a good start there for Nicholas York, making up 4 positions into 3rd place. Zach Squire in 4th, James Murphy running out the top 5 from Harrison Maxwell, Nico Veselowski in 7th place from Dominic Kelly, Alfie Stokes and Harlow Offord running out the top 10. Oliver Jones, Jacob Thurlow, and like we say, the casualties of that first lap spin out being Kabir Singh, George Pickett, Oliver Vickers, Mason Day and James Windsor, all hitting trouble at the end of the first lap, but they're at the back of the field now, looking to try and get involved with the rest of the pack. Oh, and a small mistake there from Doherty, ran wide coming through Kestrel Corner. And that could allow Delaney back into the reckoning. Here they go, side by side, down the Hines Straight, heading towards Stowe Corner. And oh, he goes down the inside there, Doherty, but a bit too deep and leaves the pass open there for Cian Doherty go back into the lead. So these two really fighting, and this could potentially draw Nicholas York and James Murphy back into the reckoning here. Making their way through Derrick's Corner. Cian Delaney now back into the lead. It's getting very close indeed between these two, and look at this, charging in 3rd place. Nicholas York and James Murphy determined to get involved in this fight for the lead. So the Honda heat number 2 running very closely indeed. Cian Delaney put in a brilliant pass in that first heat to make his way through the field. Now leads, but Cian Doherty keeping that pressure on. The battle on for 3rd place now, side by side for 3rd there between Nicholas York and James Murphy coming into the first corner as they charge through. And Delaney holds on to the lead as they make their way through the willows. There's a contact warning a bit further back for Kabir Singh, who's moved back into 12th position. The fight going on a bit further down as those drivers jostle for position. There's a bit of banging and buffing a bit further back here, but a bit more orderly amongst the leaders here as they take their time, making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Nobody being too rash here amongst this lead group of 4 drivers. Harrison Maxwell in 5th, just a little bit further behind from Zach Squire. And let's see what this top 4 do here. They could do well to try and hold position and try and pull away from the chasing pack here. Let's see, as having a peek down the inside is Doherty. He's got the momentum coming into the first corner, and look at that, tagging on behind him there. I think that may well have been James Murphy. And yes, indeed it is. So number 88 of James Murphy there, hanging onto the rear wheels of the race leader to also get past Delaney. Oh, and look at that, Delaney fighting back, trying to return the favour as they make their way through Derrick's Corner. And James Murphy now finds himself in the lead and is just pointing at his head there. Let's work together, he's saying to these guys. We don't want to be drawing anybody else into this battle. You can really see there that Harrison Maxwell, number 60, and the 64 of Zach Squire are charging hard. They're working together here, trying to get involved in this lead group of drivers as they make their way over the line with 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And still in the lead is James Murphy as they make their way down to the first corner. Oh, and having a look down the inside is Cian Doherty, and makes the move stick as they make their way down into Stowe Corner. So another change of leader, and it is now the number 94 of Cian Doherty who takes the lead. And there you just saw James Murphy pointing down the track here. He says just charge away, just keep looking ahead. Really trying to work together here. So Murphy doesn't want to get drawn into the battle with Delaney behind him. So just for the moment he's content to sit there in second place, and you can see that with all that fighting for the lead, Harrison Maxwell and Zach Squire, the drivers in 5th and 6th position, have been drawn into this lead battle here. So let's see, Doherty goes wide on the entrance to Kimbolton Corner, trying to get a drive out of the corner, but look at this, the blue cart of Cian Delaney gets a nice drive out of the final corner, going for the lead, not quite close enough to go for the pass. And we have 6 drivers fighting for the lead now, well clear of the chasing pack. We've got Alfie Stokes in 7th, Dominic Kelly, Nicola Kozlowski and Oliver Vickers rounding out the top 10, but a 6-way fight for the lead here, and James Murphy continues to hold the lead as we approach the closing few laps here. Doherty trying to find a way through, Delaney on his tail in 3rd place. You can see Nicholas York, Harrison Maxwell and Zach Squire, number 64, at the back of this little group of drivers. And you could say here that any one of these 6 drivers could feasibly win the race, as down the inside goes Cian Doherty to go for the move. Oh, and look at Delaney though. What a move. Coming out to Kimbolton Corner, gets a nice drive out of the corner. And it's a real fight coming down into the first corner. What's going to happen here? As Delaney takes the move down the inside. Oh, and look at that. Harrison Maxwell, number 60, trying to make a fight as well. Wheel to wheel going to the Willows. They bang wheels, and that allows Delaney to pull away slightly. So Harrison Maxwell charging through to 2nd place, but getting repassed coming out to the Willows. They went wheel to wheel there, and there we see for the first time in a couple of laps there is a bit of a cushion at the front, as that all allows Cian Delaney to pull away slightly. Let's see what happens in the battle for 2nd place though, as Delaney tries to pull away. It looks like after that real melee of race action there going through the Willows, it looks like the driver who emerges in 2nd place is now then indeed Harrison Maxwell, clear in 2nd place for the time being. As down the inside, oh, lovely move there from Nicholas York to nip down the inside going through Stowe Corner. But there we see 10 seconds on the clock. Next time round will be the last lap, and that little incident on Stowe Corner, the drivers fighting for position on that previous lap, could be enough just to give the number 91 of Cian Delaney enough of an advantage to hold on to the lead as we move on to the final lap of the race, unless these drivers can work together to try and close up on the race leader with 1 lap to go. But it's now Nicholas York clear in 2nd place for the time being. They make their way down to Kimbolton Corner. Oh, and down the inside. Oh, he gets pushed wide though. Oh, I think there was 2 drivers going for position there. James Murphy and the number 94 of Cian Doherty both going for the position there, with Harrison Maxwell and Zach Squire a bit further behind with 1 lap to go. And the unfortunate Maxwell pushed wide and finds himself back in 5th place now. So real chopping and changing of the drivers here. And now Nicholas York breaks away in 2nd place with a late charge to try and close the gap on Cian Delaney. But I think time might be against him here. Cian Delaney with 0.6 of a second gap on the previous lap may well have enough of a cushion here to hold on to the lead as they make their way down towards the final corner. And Cian Delaney having a brilliant start today here. Down towards the final corner he goes. Number 91 Cian Delaney makes his way around Kimbolton Corner for the final time, heading up towards the finish line. And Cian Delaney takes the checkered flag. Nicholas York in 2nd place. James Murphy, Cian Doherty and Harrison Maxwell rounding out the top 5. So a brilliant way to start out the second block of heats here with a very closely fought Honda 200 race, and Cian Delaney winning by half a second from York, James Murphy in third place. We move on to our second heat of the day for the Mini Inters, who are currently in the waiting zone. They'll be out underway for their sighting lap in just a few moments' time. It'll be Rio Paniutu that leads them away from Mason Muncer in second position. Jake Hansford and Jensen Sale on row number 2. Alex Statinskas and Elliot Bork on row number 3. Salhudin Bayomi, Alfie Phillipson on row 4. James Roots and Akil Nanajioni on row number 5. James Roots, so Santiago Simeone, Zach Andrew, Seiki Komatsu from Ethan Lloyd, William Davison, William Moore, Luke Millward, Ralph Martin, Freya Lally, Flynn Grantham, Finley Beals, Jack Dundee, Jess Kirby, Jamal Pamuram and Philip Poloskov rounding out the field as they make their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. The pace quite quick at the moment, but you'll see the leaders really start to bring the pace down. It's down to Rio Paniutu and Mason Muncer to control the pace, and let's hope for a good clean start to this second heat of the day for the Mini Inters as they make their way down to the line. The third Junior Rotax heat of the day is coming up shortly. But Mini Inters about to get underway as they make their way over the line, charting their way down, but the start has been called off. Full start there was perhaps one or two drivers a little bit further back maybe that fell out of position there. So it certainly looked okay amongst that leading group of drivers, but nonetheless a full start has been called, so we go around once again. Oh, and you can see a bit further back there, one or two drivers hitting a bit of trouble there at the back. I think it was Jack Dundee. Might have been one of the drivers that span off there. Jess Kirby also down there as well. So those drivers will have the opportunity to catch back up with the field and be able to close up and get themselves back into formation as the race gets restarted. But Rio Paniutu and Mason Muncer will lead this group away as they make their way down towards the final corner. And let's try again for the Mini Inters. Second time of asking here. They make their way down again. The pace gets brought right down. The officials just looking to make sure the drivers are assembled in position. 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat. Here we go out to the final corner, and Mini Inters heat number 2 gets underway as they charge down into the first corner. The start is good this time. Oh, and it's very close into the first corner. Who's it going to be that gets through cleanly? And trouble further back. One or two drivers banging wheels there, but they all stay on track. And it looks like Mason Muncer has got the jump on the field as they make their way out to the Willows for the first time. Down the inside, though, goes the number 40 of Jensen Sale. Now, you'll remember that Sale was starting further back in the grid in heat number 1, starting much more towards the front of the field in heat number 2, and very quickly gets himself up towards the front of the field. So, Jensen Sale down towards Kimbolton Corner at the end of the first lap, all running very closely indeed as the lead group all make their way through. Jensen Sale, who has been the runaway leader so far this year in terms of the championship, and gets himself to the front of the field early here in heat number 2. Elliot Bork in second place, Muncer in third, Paniutu, Phillipson running out the top 5 as they go charging through the Willows for the first time. The rest of the pack go through. One driver gets it wrong there, you can see at the back of the field, but doesn't appear to be anything serious. Jachinskas, Hansford, Simeone, Gioni and Ethan Lloyd running out the top 10 as the leading group make their way through, and Jensen Sale already trying to make a break on the field here as they make their way down the straight once again. 141 Elliot Bork also getting through the field quite well in these early stages, making up 4 positions to get up to second position. And the battle on for third as they make their way over the line. Mason Muncer in third place, Rio Paniutu having a look there to try and get into third place from Alfie Phillipson. I think the driver that span out there on the previous lap was Freya Lally, who is right at the back of the field, but Lally okay and still continues in with the action. But Jensen Sale leads the race by half a second so far. Elliot Bork determined not to let him get too far down the field, trying to break away from the chasing pack here, number 141. And this could be a very important couple of laps here for the 141 of Elliot Bork to try and close up with the race leader. He desperately needs to try and keep away from that chasing pack, because third down to about 12th, all running very closely indeed. But at the moment it looks like Mason Muncer just started to get a drive out of the final corner, and nice drive there for Munster out of the last corner. Sets him up nicely for Stowe Corner, and look at that just behind him there. Rio Paniutu tagging on to the back wheels there. Sneaks through as well, also makes the position stick. And there we go. So it looks like Elliot Bork now clear in second place. This is all benefiting Jensen Sale, of course, who increases the gap to just under 1 second as the new second place driver, then Elliot Bork. Alfie Phillipson now up to second place, though. So look at that on the first part of the lap. Phillipson now to second place. And a bit further down, fastest lap of the race going to Luke Millwood. You remember ran very strongly in heat number 1, and Millwood having to start quite far back in this second heat. So Millwood crossing the line at the moment in 13th position. But the driver to look out for on that previous lap is the number 12 of Alfie Phillipson. Now you remember that Phillipson managing to fight his way through to second place on the previous lap, setting the fastest lap of the race, 44.02, and trying to close up on Jensen Sale here. So Sale trying to break away and control the race from the front, but look at this number 12 here. Alfie Phillipson is on a charge. Rio Paniutu trying to tag on to the back here and get a pull from the number 12, and they could yet challenge the leader in these closing stages. Jensen Sale leading the race by 0.7 of a second, but they can see Phillipson with a nice smooth line coming out of the Kimbolton corner, and again closes the gap. Half a second separating the two drivers. Ralph Martin, fastest lap of the race, another driver on the charge a bit further down, 43.86. So Ralph Martin currently in 11th position, fastest driver on the track so far, as a move there down the inside from Akil Nanagioni, going down the inside of Elliot Bork to move into 4th position. Alex Latinskis and Mason Munster just a little bit further behind. There's the number 93 Optiskis with Munster, Lloyd and Hansford all charging. Alfie Phillipson still trying to close up on Jensen Sale as the rest of the top 10 dispute those positions. Over the line go the leaders into the first corner. Jensen Sale continues to lead the way. Here's the battle on the edge of the top 10. So Jinskis, Martin, Jake Hansford, William Moore, Luke Millwood still on the charge up to 11th place. He's in this battle in the edge of the top 10 as well, fighting with the looks like the 164 of Jake Hansford on the edge of the top 10. So it's all getting very close in this mini inters heat number 2. Jensen Sale continues to lead the way, but Alfie Phillipson, who has just set another fastest lap of the race, 43.84, has brought the gap down to less than 0.3 of a second. There they go down towards Kimbolton corner. Let's see if we can find the leaders as the rest of the top 10 go charging through. And Phillipson just starting to put the pressure on the race leaders. They go charging out to Kimbolton corner. The rest of the pack go charging through. Leaders down into the first corner. There's the rest of the top 10. So Johnny, Bork, Lloyd all running very closely indeed. Tachinskis, William Moore, Luke Millwood up to 10th place from Jake Hansford. Fastest lap of the race goes to James Roots down in 14th position. So a very fast-paced second heat here with I would say the pace here very equal amongst the pack, because the 14th place driver setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:31. Ralph Martin putting the pressure on now on the 166 of Ethan Lloyd as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. So a very fast-paced mini-inter race here as they charge over the line once again. The leaders go through. It's still Jensen Sale that leads the way. Alfie Phillips in second place. 1 minute on the clock here, so next time round will be 2 laps to go. And it's still close throughout the top 10 here. Jensen Sale still coming under pressure from Alfie Phillipson as the leaders make their way through Derek's corner. Here they are, and there is number 40, Jensen Sale, your race leader. But look at number 12 in second place here. Alfie Phillipson has brought down that gap. Remember, Jensen Sale led by nearly 1 second earlier in this race, which in sprint karting terms is quite a big gap. And Phillipson has been able to draw him in here. We've got Rio Paniutu tagging on in that 3rd place as well, looking to get involved in this one. As the leaders go over the line with 2 laps to go, sends Sale still guarding that line. Oh, down the inside goes Phillipson. And he was very deep into the corner there. So Phillipson very briefly taking the lead, but ran out of road going into Stowe corner. And Jensen Sale was able to repass as he made his way through into the Willows. So what's that going to do? Is that going to ramp the pressure up on Jensen Sale, or is it a timely reminder that he needs to try and work to hold that lead at the front? What's Sale going to do here? Has a glance over the shoulder. You can see that Philipson right on his rear wheels. Rio Panagiutu not too far behind in third. 1 lap to go next time round as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner for the final time. Nice move out of the final corner there for Philipson to set himself up nicely for Stowe Corner. Sends Sale going full defensive. Philipson goes, whoa, look at that, round the outside. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. Alfie Philipson. Wonderful move round the outside on Jensen Sale, who goes back into the lead. And look at this, Rio Panagiutu getting drawn back into this one as well as they make their way through Dan Weldon Corner for the final time. Any one of these three drivers could win this race now. Still down in fourth place, Gioni a bit further behind. Here they come down to the final corner, and Alfie Philipson, one more go as they make their way down into the final corner. Panagiutu in there as well from Sale. Oh, and look at this, three abreast coming out to the final corner, and it looks like Jensen Sale will just about do enough to take the victory. Jensen Sale takes the second heat of the day from Alfie Philipson by 1/10 of a second. Rio Panagiutu in third and 2/10 of a second, covering the top three drivers. Yet another close finish. Gioni in fourth place, Bork rounding out the top five from Ralph Martin, Ethan Lloyd in seventh place, James Roots, Alex Gnitskis and William Moore rounding out the top 10 in Mini Inters heat number 2. And there is the provisional results, and there you can see just how close it was at the finish. Less than 2/10 of a second covering the top three drivers. And a bit further back, just outside of the top 10, look out there for Flynn Grantham, Jake Hansford, Mason Munzer, Zach Andrew, Santiago Simeone and Seiki Komatsu taking us down to the top 15. We're going to move on then to our third heat of the day for Junior Rotax. As always, in 2026, a big entry of Junior Rotax drivers, which requires 5 heats in total for the various groups. They'll race in different heats throughout the day. A bit later on this afternoon is the Junior Rotax B final, which also serves as a repechage to go through to the A final later on in the afternoon as well. So plenty of Junior Rotax action as the sun really starts to come out here at Kimbolton. Nice hazy sunshine. It's fairly warm down there as well. Not too hot though, so perfect conditions for karting, one would say. The kart's running very well, and Junior Rotax about to get underway as they get some temperature into the tyres. It's Stanley Williams who will lead them away from Tigran Gregorian, Theo Hamilton and Christian Kaoff on row number 2, Ben Morgan and Harry Myatt-Waldron on row 3, Kevin Ivanoff and Oliver Barton on row number 4, Arthur Murfitt and Jack Bowie on row number 5, Bo Winslade and Ryo Komatsu on row 6, Byron Webb and John Richardson on row 7, George Fountain, Joshua Robinson on row 8, row number 9, Tom Reed, Lucas Nibbs, Ronnie Smart and Ewan House a bit further back. So some of the top drivers from the first heats starting a little bit further down. Ryan Rapini further back in the pack as well. Look out for him as the heat gets underway. So Rotax heat number 3 gets underway as they charge into the first corner. Everyone guarding that apex. One driver losing it on the straight. Oh, and takes everyone out down the inside. Trouble towards the back of the field. And oh, look at that in the Willows. A big collision there as two drivers get together. That was the 252 George Fountain and 22. Big moment there. Both drivers okay. So dramatic start to this Junior Rotax heat number 3 as they make their way through at the end of the first lap, and the top 4 or 5 drivers just starting to break away a bit after that melee on the first few corners. And the leaders make their way through the Kimbolton corner for the first time. I'll have a look at the virtual marshal just to see if there's been any penalties applied at the end of the first lap. The steward's keeping a close eye on that frantic first lap of racing. Stanley Williams then retains the lead from Gorian in second place. And Stanley Williams with the advantage of being able to pull away a bit there, actually. Gregorian is half a second down. Ben Morgan up to third. Kevin Ivanoff with a good start into fourth place from Theo Hamilton. Arthur Murfitt and Devin Taylor in eighth place. Ninth for Samuel Aston. Both Taylor and Aston having good starts there. John Richardson also on the charge there up to 10th position. But some of the losers in that first lap. George Fountain is in trouble then from Bo Winslade. Christian Kaoff, the other driver, got trouble on the Willows as well with Byron Webb and Joshua Robinson also losing out as they make their way over the line. I haven't seen any warnings or penalties issued to drivers, so the officials keeping a close eye on that first lap. I think it was determined that it was more just a case of just hard racing going through the first few corners. But Stanley Williams leading now by nearly 1 second, which is unprecedented in junior Rotax. It really has been a very closely fought class, you would say, and not usually a case where somebody would pull away in these early stages. But the race by no means over. We still have 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and Ben Morgan getting a jump on the field in second place now, moving into 3 positions up to second, and getting past the 377 of Tigran Gregorian, with Kevin Ivanov still there in 4th place. Ivanov, you'll remember last year, one of the top drivers in the Honda series, now making the move to junior Rotax, and he's waded into some decent, he's had some mixed fortunes this year, but Ivanov has had some decent results this year as well. A bit further down, Tom Reed, who ran well in the first heat, of course, 41.72, fastest lap of the race, as Tom Reed makes up 11 positions, up to 11th place. John Richardson, who also took a heat win earlier on today, is now into 10th. And once again, the fast-starting Samuel Aston, who once again has had to fight his way through the field, is now into 9th position, having made up 14 positions, with Devin Taylor also on the charge, number 241, making up 18 places, up to 7th place. The leading group make their way through. Stanley Williams, though, well clear. The gap goes up to 1.3 seconds at the front as he makes his way down the straight once again up towards Derek's corner. Leaders making their way through Derek's corner now, and there you can see Williams is well clear now from Ben Morgan in second place, who in turn has a little bit of a cushion from Tigran Gregorian in third place. Kevin Ivanov still there in fourth as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner once again. Oh, and down the inside, nice move there from Ivanov. A bit of a block pass there, and makes the move stick into Kimbolton corner. Through Stowe corner they go. And the leaders charge through, so Stanley Williams leading by 1.8 seconds from Ben Morgan in second place. Ivanov then now into third position. There's number 13, Ben Morgan in second, who is desperately trying to keep pace with the leader, Stanley Williams. Morgan running strongly in second, doing enough so far to stay ahead of the 265 of Kevin Ivanov, who's settled in quite nicely in this race and trying to put the second place driver under pressure. Theo Hamilton is still there in fifth place, Oliver Barton in sixth, and two drivers well and truly on the move. There they go, just charging through there. We just saw the number 241 of Devin Taylor, 21 Samuel Aston, now 7th and 8th. Tom Reed up to 10th now, just getting past John Richardson, who sits in 11th place. So two of the heat winners from earlier on running well on the edge of the top 10. Stanley Williams are leading now by 2.2 seconds. So at the moment, biggest margin of the day so far for the number 84, Stanley Williams, as the focus now very much on the battle for second place. Leader now well clear of the chasing pack with just over 2 minutes remaining in this race. Williams charging over the line. There's the battle for second place. So look how close it is, right the way down to around 12th, 13th position, all running very closely indeed. Another couple of drivers on the move a bit further down in that little group of drivers who have just gone through Stowe corner. We see Ryan Rapini, who has had a bad grid position in this race. He's made up 17 positions up to 12th place now, Ryan Rapini. And Max Wheatley, number 12, has made up 14 places to move into 13th position. So those two really on the charge. Down towards the final corner they go. Stanley Williams still comfortably out in front as the number 13 of Ben Morgan. There he goes with the white helmet. Still dealing with the pressure from Kevin Ivanov, who in turn is being pressured by Theo Hamilton, number 30. Hamilton tries to find a way down the inside, but nothing going at the moment. Then the chasing pack of Devin Taylor, who's made up 20 positions now. So Devin Taylor and Samuel Aston still charging 5th and 6th respectively. And we need to look out for those two as the race goes on to its final couple of laps here. I don't want to invoke the commentator's curse, but you would say at the moment Stanley Williams with a 2.5 second gap at the front. There he goes, clear and out of the camera shot there. Williams well clear of the chasing pack, and barring any kind of mechanical issue or a mistake, you would say realistically he would win the heat. Just got to keep a good pace. So the battle on for second place, and the drivers to look out for here very much, I would say, are Devin Taylor and Samuel Aston, who would really be looking to try and get involved in this one. A bit further down, we've got some technical flags there, 262, 265 and 244. And those drivers a little further down the field as the number 13 holds on to that second place. So Alexander Lekchiski in 22nd place will be out of the race with a technical infringement. There must be some kind of problem with the kart. And the number 265 in the midfield there, also out of contention as we go through to the last lap of this junior Rotax heat number 3. Stanley Williams comfortably out at front. He had a quick glance over the shoulder. He just saw him at the front of the field. He knows he's done enough so far, and the real battle now well and truly on for second place. Ben Morgan holds on to that second place from Kevin Ivanoff. There we just very briefly saw Stanley Williams already clear the Dan Weldon corner. The checkered flag now been readied, and the fight on for second place now. Can Ivanoff snatch second place on the final lap? Stanley Williams meanwhile making his way through Kimbolton corner for the final time, and up towards the checkered flags. There's going to be a race win for Stanley Williams in heat number 2. There he goes, your race winner. Williams the winner. Oh, and it's close for second place. Ben Morgan holds on to second, Ivanoff third, Hamilton fourth, Samuel Aston fifth, Devin Taylor, Oliver Barton, Murfitt, Ryan Rapini into ninth place on the final lap, and Max Sweetley breaking into the top 10. So some of the favoured names, you might say, fighting through the field quite well to break into the top 10 in that one. But a brilliant win there for Stanley Williams to win the race by 3.4 seconds. And there we see the margin there, one of the biggest of the day so far for Stanley Williams. Brilliant drive for the number 84 as the moving on now towards the halfway point in this second block of heats. Micromax coming up next, followed by KZ UK's Rotax Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. So next race getting underway shortly is the second heat of the day for the Water Swifts and Micromax karts. Race number 13 in our 35 race schedule is about to get underway. Micromax and Water Swift about to take to the line. And they will line up with Ronnie Allen and Jonah Allen making up the front row of the grid, with Felix Tandy and Caden Hanley on row number 2. Ralph Ewer and Alfie Hennell on row number 3. Row number 4 is made up of AJ Halil and Oakley Howlett, Lana Eden and Elliot Hitch, and the rest of the field made up of Jensen Darlow, Teddy Shepard, Hugo Senna, Tommy Lovejoy, Freddie Fullerton, Malachi O'Neill and Adam Elahay. Here they come up to the line then. So once again, the number 57 of Ronnie Allen will be the driver that leads them away. Look out for Felix Tandy, who has been the driver to beat in Micromax this year. He had to start further back in heat number 1, but starts from 3rd on the grid this time round. Hugo Senna down in 13th with a bit of work to do, and he was a front runner in heat number 1. Let's see how he gets on. So Micromax heat number 2 gets underway. Charging over the line, start is good, and here we come down into the first corner. Ronnie Allen holds the line down the inside. Oh, and Tandy finds an opening on the inside. One driver in trouble there. Try and see who that was. The hit trouble. 1 or 2 drivers hit in trouble at the end of that first corner, but Tandy moves up to second place. Felix Tandy trying to fight for the lead here with Ronnie Allen getting the jump on the field. Allen guards the apex. Tandy up to second place already. And Felix Tandy, who does tend to try and find some good lines around this Kimbolton circuit, already looking for an opening here down the inside of Allen. Oh! Snatching the lead down the inside. Moving in towards the Kestrel corner. Not too often that people make a move on the left-hander itself. Immediately you see Tandy there just pointing there to Ronnie Allen. Let's work together here. Try and pull away from the chasing pack. And there you can see number 57 responding in kind there, you would say, because Ronnie Allen not going for the move, sticking on the rear wheels here of Felix Tandy and just trying to get a pull from the rest of the field as Caden Hanley, another driver who has been very impressive today, is looking to try and close up on the remainder of the field. Through the double apex they go, and like we say, one or two drivers hitting trouble at the end of the first lap there. We saw Lana Aiden and Teddy Shepherd dropping down the field, Malachi O'Neill a bit further back, and Freddie Fullerton right at the back of the field looking to try and pick his way through, but the only Water Swift in there as well. Adam Halai currently in 15th place. The leading group make their way over the line, and Felix Tandy trying to break away a bit now as he sets a 47.52, fastest lap of the race so far, charging down in towards the first corner and leading now by 0.4 of a second. Ronnie Allen still there in second place, but coming under some real pressure from Caden Hanley, who has been on good form today, trying to find his way through. Makes his way through Derek's corner and up towards Dan Weldon. There goes the leader though, Felix Tandy, looking in great form as he makes his way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kim Bolton once again. And a bit further back there, Alfie Hennell and Jonah Allen fighting for the 5th position. Jensen Dowell and Oakley Howlett a little bit further behind. Hugo Senna moves into 10th place from Tommy Lovejoy. And there go the drivers in the edge of the top 10. And Hugo Senna a bit further back there, just trying to make a move with a double pass actually down the inside in towards the Stowe corner, but doesn't quite move. The move doesn't quite come off, and still as you were with the top 3, Felix Tandy charging away, but looking a bit further back here, he's not shaking off Ronnie Allen all that much actually, and Allen still staying involved in this one. He's got the number 69 Caden Hanley right behind him. Here's the rest of the top 10, headed by the number 76 of Elliot Hitch in 4th position. Oh, and down the inside, neat little move there from Jensen Darlow, side by side coming down towards Kim Bolton corner, and number 49 Alfie Hennell looking to try and get involved in this one as well. Oh, as they pile through Kestrel corner, and nice little move there from Alfie Hennell, and he makes it stick as well. So lovely little combination there from Alfie Hennell, who moves up to 4th place now. And still that fight goes on. The top 2 really, Felix Tandy and Ronnie Allen now really starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Caden Hanley still there in 3rd, but the fight for 4th still rages on as the number 26 of Jensen Darlow makes his way through, closely followed by the Alfie Hennell, Oakley Howlett, Elliot Hitch and Hugo Senna just a little bit further behind as the leading group make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. Felix Tandy already well clear, making his way over the finish line. Ronnie Allen and Caden Hanley in a close battle of 2nd position, and still there in that 4th place is the number 26 of Jensen Darlow, who at the moment is alone in 4th place. The battle now really started to rage for 5th position now, as Alfie Hennell remains in 5th place, but it looks like Hugo Senna there, the yellow cart, has challenged for 5th, so Senna goes into 5th place. Howlett drops to 6th. Elliot Hitch, Jonah Allen and Tommy Lovejoy just a little bit further behind, but Jensen Darlow still your clear 4th place man on his own at the moment, and still that chasing pack charging down the straight, headed by Hugo Senna. Look how close they are though, the edge of the top 10, with the number 14 AJ Halil at the edge of that pack, and he is currently in 13th place, so it just goes to show how close that battle is from 5th down to about 12th place. All only covered by a few seconds as Felix Tandy leads them through the Willows once again with 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And Ronnie Allen, Caden Hanley running very close in the battle for 2nd place. Hanley trying to find a way through here as the action heats up for 2nd place. Tandy currently comfortably out in front by 0.6 of a second. Caden Hanley trying to find a way through, but at the moment Ronnie Allen has got that cart planted very well indeed. But oh, look at that down the inside, classic outbraking manoeuvre going into Kim Bolton corner. So Hanley gets through, but Allen will get the switchback coming down there side by side along the Heinz straight into the first corner. Oh, wheel to wheel stuff here, but Hanley's got the advantage, gets in front, so they make their way down into the first corner. Felix Tandy remains 0.7 of a second ahead, but not really pulling away from this chasing pack of drivers. And you wonder here that if the 69 of Caden Hanley can just start to string a couple of good laps together, whether he can get involved in the fight for the lead with Felix Tandy, who has controlled this race from the very early stages, but hasn't really shaken off the chasing two drivers behind him here. And Caden Hanley and Ronnie Allen will still have ambitions of winning this race here as we draw towards the final couple of laps here. Let's have a look at the clock when they cross the line. 40 seconds left on the clock. So next time round, the drivers lapping in the 47-second region, it will be the last lap of the race. And Caden Hanley, 69, the driver in second place, has set the fastest lap of the race, 47.06, and he is really on a charge here, trying to put the pressure back on Felix Tandy. Half a second separating the top two drivers as they make their way through Derek's corner. So the 127 of Felix Tandy has controlled the race pretty much the entire race, you would say. But Caden Hanley with a late charge here. He's pulled away a bit now from Ronnie Allen and is now starting to put the leader under pressure. There's the clock. It's going down to 0. Next time round, it will be the last lap of the race. And Caden Hanley keeping that pressure on. Nice move, nice line there coming out of Kimbolton corner as they make their way down the Hines Straight. And the last lap gets underway. Felix Tandy holds on to the lead. Hanley not quite close enough to go for a manoeuvre there, but he'll be looking to try and get a nice line through the willows. Now closing very neat through the willows actually, and now really closing up on Tandy as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. Tandy goes defensive there, guards the apex, and this could allow Hanley into it now. They're side by side coming out of Derek's corner. Oh, and look at that. Tandy had the line coming out of Derek's corner and holds on to the lead. But Caden Hanley keeping that pressure on. Is he going to go for one last try going down towards Kimbolton corner? Ronnie Allen hanging on in there in third place. Here they come down to the final corner. And what's Hanley going to do? Goes wide, trying to get the switch back here, coming out to the final corner. Oh, look at that. Great move there from Caden Hanley. Is it going to be enough? Side by side over the line. And Felix Tandy takes the checkered flag by 300th of a second. Ronnie Allen in third, and the top three covered by 0.3 of a second. Very close indeed. Caden Hanley with a brilliant move on the final corner. Went wide to get the switch back and get the drive out of the final corner. Almost had that one in the bag there, but Felix Tandy just about hanging on to take the win by, like we say, a mere 300th of a second. So we're going to move on to the KZ UKs in just a few moments for our next race of the day. We're about the halfway point now. Race number 14 getting underway very shortly, and we have the KZ UKs getting out onto the track shortly for their 2 sighting laps. Let's have a look at the results here. Felix Tandy then taking the win by 0.03 of a second there from Caden Hanley. Ronnie Allen in third from Jensen Darlow. Hugo Senna from Elliot Hitch. Ralph Huber, Teddy Shepherd, Tommy Lovejoy, Oakley Howlett, Alfie Hennell and Gerald Allen. But there we see how close it was at the end of that Micromax heat. 0.03 of a second covering the top 3 drivers. So KZ UK heat number 2 is getting underway shortly for the green flag about to go out for the second heat of the day for the KZ UKs. For their second heat of the day, drivers just making their way out onto the circuit now. We'll leave those drivers to have their formation lap for just a few moments, and they will line up with William Ash as the lead driver from George Robinson, Leah Robinson in third from Nino Piccoli, Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton, followed by Oliver Harris, Isaac Smith, Darren Donovelis, Bo Phillips, James Harvey, Oscar White, and the winner of the first race, Hannah Lang, starting at the back of the field in heat number 2. So we'll see how she gets on in the second heat as the drivers make their way around for the second formation lap, and we'll be underway shortly for our second KZ heat of the day.
Hold it for the full shot. You go
So the drivers line up for heat number 2. Number 14, William Ash on the front row of the grid, pole position from George Robinson. Standing start, of course, and Leo Robinson will fancy his chances from third on the grid. So looks like the grid is in position. The lights go same as in circuit racing. Wait for the lights to go out and away we go. Nice jump from the outside there. Well, number 23, race gets underway. William Ash didn't quite get the jump on the field as they charged through the Willows for the first time. And it looks like a great start there for Nino Piccoli, number 53. You'll remember, of course, that Piccoli's kart expired on the start line in heat number 1. He had to retire from the race, lost the engine and was unable to take the start in heat number 1, so certainly making up for lost ground here in heat number 2 as he ran a bit wide there though. He had a good start but made a mistake and goes wide, and that will allow the lead to be taken now by the number 23, George Robinson, who gets the jump on the field. Piccoli's mistake means that Isaac Smith and Jensen Pugh get through to second and third respectively. Jensen Pugh, you'll remember, had a good first heat, charging through and narrowly missed out on taking the victory. Hannah Lang it was that took the first heat win. She's had a good start as well, actually. Hannah Lang has made up 7 positions to move into 6th position. You may just see her there. There's the number 710 of Hannah Lang closing up on the 22 of Bo Phillips. So it's all finely poised here at the start of this heat. Oh, a bit of a small mistake there, a bit further back there. I think that might have been Leo Robinson that ran a bit wide. So he's had a difficult start to the race, the number 36, a bit further down, currently in 7th place. But George Robinson leads the way as they make their way through the Willows once again, charging down the full length of the Amitsu Straight. And George Robinson maintains that gap at the front, just under 9/10 of a second. But Jensen Pugh now into 2nd place. And Pugh last time round setting the fastest lap of the race. Oh, a bit of a nudge there. Oh, Pugh hitting trouble there. Whether he missed a gear, I don't know. He's had trouble. Jensen Pugh pulls to the side of the track. Some kind of mechanical issue. I thought he'd missed a gear initially, but he's lost the engine. So mechanical trouble here and drama here in the KZs as the driver who was a very narrow second in heat number 1, Jensen Pugh, I can tell you off camera, he is climbing out of the kart and trying to bump start it back into life, but he at the moment is out of the race. Jensen Pugh has got the kart going, I can tell you, and restarts right at the back of the field. So here they come. Oh, and Jensen Pugh has retired from the race. I can tell you off camera he's pulled into the pits, so this leaves the KZ heat wide open here. George Robinson leads the way now by 0.8 of a second from Isaac Smith, who holds off a train of drivers 2nd through to 5th place. Smith in 2nd, Railton 3rd, Bo Phillips, Hannah Lang rounding out the top 5. Leo Robinson still there in 6th place. The pole sitter, William Ash, in 7th from James Harvey. Nino Piccoli in 9th, and Oliver Harris rounding out the top 10 from Oscar White and Darren Denovellis. And Jensen Pugh, one of the front runners in heat number 1, is out of the race. So that could really shake up the grid later on today as George Robinson holds on to the lead. Isaac Smith still there in 2nd as they make their way through Stowe. Then the battle of the 3rd now starting to develop its own 3-way tussle for 3rd place, with Jonathan Railton, Bo Phillips and Hannah Lang all fighting for that 3rd place. And breaking clear now of that little battle is Isaac Smith in 2nd place, who is slowly closing up on George Robinson, 35.63 last time round, and is starting to pull the gap back onto George Robinson as they make their way out to Kimbolton Corner. Let's have a look at the lap charts when they come through. Robinson over the line, and Smith again, another fastest lap of the race, 35.52, as they make their way through the Willows. The battle of a 3rd, still trying to keep pace with the leaders here. Still Phillips in 3rd, Railton dropping to 4th now, and Lang rounding out the top 5 as the leaders make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And now you can see actually into 3rd, it looks like Bo Phillips is just starting to pull away as Jonathan Railton and Hannah Lang do battle of 4th. Here they come down towards the final corner, and it looks like Isaac Smith is just about starting to put the pressure on George Robinson for the lead. They go flying down in towards Stowe Corner through the Willows. That right, left, right, sweep of corners that bring the drivers on to the full length of the Amitsu straight. We do sometimes see out braking manoeuvres into the Dan Weldon corner. And it's as you were with the front two. So George Robinson still leading from Isaac Smith as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton. Isaac Smith has caught up with the race leader but can't find a way through. See there, George Robinson guarding the inside line, taking a very tight line, coming out to the Kim Bolton corner to prevent the switchback from Isaac Smith. Through the willows they go, neck and neck once again. Still that battle of a third raging with Bo Phillips, and looks like Hannah Lang has now moved into fourth position from Jonathan Railton as the leaders make their way through, and Robinson still leading. Smith still there in second. There you see in third Phillips, Lang in fourth. Down towards the final corner they go, and George Robinson, again you see him taking quite a defensive line coming out of the Kim Bolton corner to guard that apex to prevent a switchback from Isaac Smith as they make their way down towards Stowe once again. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Hannah Lang, incidentally, 35.44 on the previous lap, as she tries to close up on Bo Phillips in third. Phillips at the moment 1.3 seconds down on the leader, so there's the top two, there's the battle of a third. You can see Lang closing up on Phillips, and at the moment Isaac Smith trying to find a way past George Robinson, who is guarding the lead quite comfortably at the moment. He's putting the cart exactly where it needs to be as he makes his way again. You see him taking that rather defensive line coming out of Kim Bolton corner. He is desperately trying to prevent Isaac Smith from getting a good drive out of the final corner, because he doesn't want Smith to make the outbraking manoeuvre into Stowe. Here they come. Willows now once again, 46 seconds left on the clock, so I think next time round will be 2 laps to go. Here they come down towards Dan Weldon corner once again, and a little bit closer there. Nice drive out to the straight there for Isaac Smith. And at the moment, Smith struggling to find an opening to try and find a way through as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner for the penultimate time. Over the line they go, 22 seconds left on the clock, and the penultimate lap of the race is now underway. And at the moment, George Robinson still holding on to the lead as they make their way through the willows. It's still Bo Phillips in third, Hannah Lang in fourth. And rounding out the top 5, Jonathan Railton, Leah Robinson, William Ash and James Harvey a bit further behind from Nino Piccoli. Oliver Harris in 10th place, Oscar White in 11th, and Darren Denovelis rounding out the field with the number 215 just a little bit further behind. Just been cut adrift a little bit, but still charging away in 12th place. Jensen Pugh, like we said, is out of the race. And there we go again. You see George Robinson guarding that apex, preventing Isaac Smith from getting the drive out of the corner as they make their way down towards Stowe for the final time. Oh, and look at that though. Isaac Smith found an opening down the inside as they make their way through the willows for the final time. Isaac Smith has taken the lead with 1 lap to go, and can George Robinson fight back? Here they come down the straight. It's board number 22, Bo Phillips into this one. Hannah Lang could still be an outsider here to make it 2 wins out of 2, but here they come down to the final corner. Robinson tries the inside, but Smith returns the favour, parks the cart on the apex, and Isaac Smith takes the checkered flag. Brilliant last lap manoeuvre from the number 123 to take the win. George Robinson in second place, Bo Phillips third, Hannah Lang fourth, Jonathan Railton, and then we have Leah Robinson, William Ash, James Harvey, Nino Piccoli, Oscar White and Oliver Harris rounding out the field, with the number 215 of Darren Denovelis just a little bit further behind, rounding out the 12 finishers in heat number 2. So we're going to move on to our final 3 races in the second block of heats. The drivers currently in the waiting area right now being the Rotax 177s. They'll be out very shortly for their second heat of the day, heat number 15 of 35 in total. And the second block of heats being rounded out by the Senior X30 and Senior Rotax to round things off. But the Rotax 177s making their way out onto the circuit very shortly for their second heat of the day. This is how the KZs finished up. And a very close finish indeed. Isaac Smith with that penultimate lap pass taking the checkered flag by 0.2 of a second from George Robinson. Bo Phillips less than half a second behind, and Hannah Lang again just over half a second covering the top 4 drivers at the end of that second KZ UK heat. And we'll be underway very shortly with our next race today, race number 15 of the 35 today. Rotax 177 is getting underway shortly, and they'll be followed by Senior X30 and Senior Rotax.
Yeah,
second heat of the day for Rotax 177s, and here is how they line up, with Scott Smith on the front row from Stavros Athanasopoulos, Chris Thomas and Sam Yaxley on row 2, Ben Hitch and John Davis on row 3, Wayne Smithers and Jack Taylor on row 4, Tom Pryor from Richard Ball, Alex Jones, Colin Walker, Liam Ferguson, Dennis Straziak on row 7, Scott Clee and David German on row number 8, Doug Jenner and the front runner Tiger Dixon a bit further back in the field as they make their way over the line. And heat number 2 for Rotax 177s gets underway as they charge into the first corner. Scott Smith guarding the inside line as they make their way through. I think Chris Thomas trying to find an opening on the inside as they make their way out to the second corner. So Thomas up to second place. Athanasopoulos drops to third as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. Chris Thomas then up to second place. Sam Yaxley, Ben Hitch and John Davis charging away just a little bit further behind as they make their way down the TKM straight for the first time. So there's number 41, Ben Hitch. And good start there for Jack Taylor, trying to get up with the leaders early on. We'll have a look for Tiger Dixon as well, who was one of the front runners in the first heat, starting towards the back in heat number 2, so he's got some work to do in this one as they charge through at the end of the first lap. So Tiger Dixon with a bad start actually got caught. There's a bit of a melee towards the back at the Willows at the first lap, so he drops down to 19th place now. Liam Ferguson makes up 3 places, breaks into the top 10, closely followed by Scott Clee, who's also had a good start, another one of the championship front runners, and Scott Clee up to 11th place at the end of the first lap. But Scott Smith, the pole sitter, retains the lead as Chris Thomas charges in second place. Sam Yaxley, Ben Hitch and Tom Pryor rounding out the top 5, and Stavros Athanasopoulos in 6th position. There he goes, although coming under pressure now from Jack Taylor as they cross the line. The rest of the field go charging through and having a peek down the inside. Nice move there for Chris Thomas to go into the lead as they make their way through the Willows. Classic out-braking manoeuvre going into Stowe Corner, and the important thing to do there is just to make sure you're not too heavy on the pace going into Stowe Corner, so as not to run out of track and let the opponent repass as they make their way through. So the leaders now making their way back down the TKM straight. It looks like Ben Hitch has moved into third place now, number 41, and there you see too aggressively there for Ben Hitch going into Kestrel Corner, lifting a wheel, and that's allowed, I think, Tom Pryor to make the move into third place now. So Chris Thomas holds on to the lead, but he can't shake off Scott Smith in second place. Smith not giving that lead up lightly, and he started on pole, drops to second, but he's determined to try and fight back and retake that lead as they make their way through Derek's corner. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this second block of heats as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit, now heading back towards the finish line, and they can see the top 2 are well clear of the chasing pack right now. So again, this is where the tactics may come into play here. Scott Smith may not want to be too aggressive going for the lead here because he doesn't want to draw the rest of the pack into this battle for the lead. Remember, the position they get in the heat all draws towards the points and the starting grid for the all-important final later on this afternoon. So while Scott Smith is comfortably in second place at the moment, he won't want to jeopardise that necessarily by dropping down the field if he gets too aggressive and draws the rest of the pack in and they start jumbling and fighting for position. So that's always the risk. But the driver to watch here, this man here, number 71, Tom Pryor, is on the charge. 41.24, he is closing up on the 2 leaders. Liam Ferguson has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.20. He's currently in 7th place, closely followed by Alex Jones and Scott Clee, who are both charging through the field. Tiger Dixon has moved up to 13th place as well. But look out for the number 71 here of Tom Pryor. Another fastest lap of the race. Tom Pryor, 41.15, goes fastest. Pulls away from Ben Hitch now. And slowly but surely, Tom Pryor is closing up on the leaders. And this is the real psychological aspect here. When you're the chasing driver and you can see yourself closing up on the drivers in front, it can really boost your confidence and pull you in yet further. So Tom Pryor is a man on a mission at the moment. He's trying to pull through that 7/10 of a second. Now, 7/10 of a second doesn't sound all that much, but in the world of sprint karting, that is a substantial gap to try and close up here. So he's just got to be really on it now the next few laps. He continues to close up and brings the battle to under a second. A bit further back, there's a contact warning for the number 44 of Oliver Moss, who's currently in 15th position. So again, the warning flag, diagonal white and black flag, just a warning to the drivers that they are being monitored for their on-track conduct. Still Chris Thomas that leads the way. Scott Smith shadowing in second place, and all the time Tom Pryor, number 71, is closing up in third place, just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining as they make their way out to the final corner. Chris Thomas goes over the line. Scott Smith still there in second place. Tom Pryor still closing, but not quite as much that time. The gap now 0.8 of a second, so this race still finely poised. Scott Smith close enough to live with the leader here, but not close enough to go for a pass. Any kind of an overtake between the top two drivers will immediately bring Tom Pryor into the reckoning. A bit further back down in 22nd place, John Davis with a very sickly sounding kart. He's pulled off the circuit back to the pits. He's out of contention, but the race goes on with 1.5 minutes to go, and it's still finely poised here. Chris Thomas charging at the front. Scott Smith keeping that pressure on in second place, and Tom Pryor now really closing up now. He's put in another barnstorming lap, 41.15, fastest lap of the race, matching his best lap pace there, and now up with the leaders, but he's not quite close enough to go for the pass yet. And if he's going to win this race, he really does need to make a clean and quick pass on Scott Smith in second place, but I'm sure that Smith will have other ideas about that one. If he gets drawn into a battle, though, it really will allow Chris Thomas to pull away. The top three now well clear of the chasing pack. It's still Ben Hitch in fourth place, Jack Taylor, Liam Ferguson 6, Sam Yaxley 7, Scott Clee, Alex Jones and Wayne Smithers rounding out the top 10 as leaders go over the line with 45 seconds on the clock, so they'll squeeze 2 more laps into this race as they make their way through Stowe Corner once again, heading through the Willows, and still Chris Thomas that leads the way, but head down from Tom Pryor in third place. Now up there with the two leaders, so it's a three-way tussle for the lead, and Chris Thomas just pulls 0.3 of a second at the front here. So Tom Pryor, who was closing up on the leader, oh, look at that, a small mistake from Chris Thomas, ran wide, got a wheel on the grass, and that's going to bring it all a lot closer now. And look at this, Tom Pryor seizes the moment. This is where he needs to make the pass into second place, and he does so. 2 seconds left on the clock, 2 more laps to go here, and Tom Pryor times his moment to perfection. He'll have seen Chris Thomas make that mistake, bunching the field up a bit now, and he had to make the move to second place. So Tom Pryor now clear into second place. Chris Thomas gets a reprieve from that little mistake there coming out to the Dan Weldon corner. Holds on to the lead. Tom Pryor had to make the move there to get himself into that second place, and a much neater line that time from Chris Thomas. No mistakes this time as he makes his way down to Kimbolton corner for the penultimate time. Will Tom Pryor, who's charged through to second place, he's made up 7 positions here. Can he go one better and snatch the checkered flag? Pryor has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check where Scott Smith is as we make our way through Stowe Corner for the final time, and Chris Thomas holds on to the lead as they make their way through the Willows, heading down towards Derrick's corner, and Tom Pryor still there in second place. Pryor, though, still 0.3 of a second down, not quite close enough to go for an outbraking manoeuvre, so he's got to get these lines absolutely perfect coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. But Chris Thomas maintaining some good pace now as they make their way down to Kimbolton for the final time. 1 more corner to go. Tom Pryor not close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre. Gets a nice move out to the final corner, but it's not going to be enough as Chris Thomas takes the checkered flag. Tom Pryor with that charge, he has to settle for second place, and Scott Smith rounding out a good solid race there. Starting from pole, he nonetheless finishes in third place. Jack Taylor in fourth, Liam Ferguson running out the top 5, Ben Hitch dropping in the final lap there to 6th position, Scott Clee in 7th, Alex Jones in 8th place, Wayne Smithers 9th, and Tiger Dixon, the front runner from the first heat, fighting through in the closing laps to break into the top 10. He takes 10th position just ahead of Bill Bowyer. So Rotax 177, heat number 15 draws to a close. 2 more heats to go in the final part of this second block of heats. We'll have a recap of the results there. 0.3 of a second covering the top 2 drivers, with Scott Clee, the top 3 drivers covered by less than a second. 2 more heats to go in the second block of heats. We have the Senior X30 and the Senior Rotax coming up very shortly to round out our final 2 races of the second block. Race number 16 of 35 coming up very shortly at this 5th round of the championship, HKRC Hunts Kart Racing Club here at Kimbolton at the halfway point of the championship season. What has been a wonderful day's racing so far. The sunshine really starting to come out now. The temperatures trackside, there's a fairly cool breeze coming through actually, which is preventing the temperatures from getting that little bit warmer, but what it does mean is that it is prime conditions for the karts. They really do run well in this sort of fairly warm weather. It's warm enough to keep plenty of temperature in the tyres as well. So we're going to move on then to our penultimate race of this second block with Senior X30. And we'll have a look at how they line up with Max Anderson on the front row from Finley Allen, Toby Percival and William Omar on the second row of the grid, Charlie Webb and Max Wright on row number 3. James Workman, Elio D'Alessandro, Reese Barbara and Kate Ashman rounding out the top 10 from Jack Crisp, Alex Wiley, James Reynolds. Ethan Higgins was supposed to be on the grid, but I believe could be a non-starter. We'll have to wait and see on that one as the Senior X30s make their way down towards the final corner, and the pole sitter Max Anderson brings the pace down, gets on the power coming out again Bolton corner. As the lights come out, we are away into the first corner. Anderson guarding the inside line as they make their way through Stowe for the first time. Will they get through Collini? No, they don't. There's trouble in the midfield as 2 drivers lock wheels, go into the barriers. Drivers are okay and get back underway. I think it was the number 98 and I think that was Peter Jurovic who was caught up in that melee on the first corner. And Jurovic has pulled to the infield and gone straight back to the pits. Oh, trouble there with number 11 hitting mechanical trouble, going and caught up some of the debris going down the TKM straight. So that's Toby Percival, who was in 3rd place, is in trouble, and Peter Jurovic after that first corner collision is out of the race. So that's one of the championship front runners hitting some trouble there, as Charlie Webb with a brilliant start on that first lap takes the lead. Max Anderson 2nd place, Finley Allen in 3rd. William Omar, Katie Ashman with a good start. She moves into 5th position. Alex Wiley, Max Wright and Josh Jones. Josh Jones actually making up 9 positions on that first lap to move into 8th position. But another great start here for Charlie Webb, who ran well in the first heat and looking to try and get a strong start to the second heat, leading by 0.8 of a second at the end of the first lap, as Max Anderson and Finley Allen do battle in 2nd place. And a bit further down, there's some contact warnings there for the 171 of Bradley Heath, who's currently in 16th place, and the number 53 a bit higher up there, Katie Ashman, who's fought her way through into 5th place, but she has picked up a contact warning. Now that doesn't mean that there's a penalty to be applied to the drivers, but it does mean they have to be careful for the remainder of the race. It does mean that the marshals and the stewards have noted their actions and they feel that there is a bit of contact going on out there. Oh, a bit ragged there for William Omar in 4th place. Keeps the kart off the grass though. Charlie Webb leading by 1.1 seconds last time round. He is on a charge as he makes his way over the line. Webb, fastest lap of the race, 40.46, and leads by 1.5 seconds from Max Anderson, who fends off Finley Allen, number 14 in 3rd place. Allen putting a lot of pressure on as they make their way through the willows, heading towards Derek's corner. Allen down the inside, and classic out braking manoeuvre. He has to guard the apex coming out of Derek's corner, a bit ragged though, and that allows Max Anderson back into 2nd place. Allen drops again to 3rd. Then we've got William Omar, Katie Ashman still there in 5th place, closely followed by Alex Wiley and Josh Jones, who both made good inroads into the top 10, and the classic out braking manoeuvre there going in towards Kimbolton corner for Finley Allen to move back into 2nd place. Anderson has a peak to try and fight back as they fight for 2nd. It's a real train of drivers now, 2nd down to around 8th place, all running very closely indeed. And this is all allowing Charlie Webb to really pull away. The gap was 2.4 seconds, and I think he may well have pulled away yet further now with the battle of 2nd scrapping away. Finley Allen is now clear in 2nd place. William Omar finds his way back up into 3rd place, closely followed by Katie Ashman, just behind him there as well, as the leaders make their way down towards Kimbolton corner once again. Charlie Webb is gone and away at the moment. The gap now going up to an incredible 3 seconds between the top two drivers as Webb sets the fastest lap of the race. 2.92 seconds covering him and the second place Finley Allen. William O'Meara in third place from Katie Ashman, Max Anderson and Alex Wiley right in there as well. Josh Jones, 7th place, trying to make her way through, getting past the chasing pack there. Alex Wiley and Max Anderson on the edge of the top 5, and you have to say Alex Wiley making up 6 positions. Josh Jones, with his lower grid position in this one, is currently in 7th, having made up 10 positions from 17th on the grid. But Charlie Webb continues to lead the way as the gap goes up to 3.1 seconds. He's controlling this race quite well at the moment. Finley Allen clear and away at the moment. There's a bit further down there, a bit of a battle with the 154. Sorry, 159 there, that's Alex Wiley trying to find a way down the inside of Max Anderson. And Anderson, who's dropped a couple of positions now, having to be a bit defensive in 5th place to fend off Alex Wiley and Josh Jones, the two drivers who started further down the field. Looks like Jones has made the move on Wiley as they make their way back down towards Kimbolton corner once again. Josh Jones trying to find a way through, not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre here as they make their way out of Kimbolton corner, heading down the Hines straight towards the first corner. Oh, and trouble there on the first corner. A wheel there for the that was 66 there, Max Wright, who's lost a wheel in that process there. Was that William O'Meara possibly that span? We'll wait and see on the timing charts there, but trouble on the Stowe corner, and the unfortunate Max Wright, who was in 8th position collecting the spinning cart, lost a wheel in the process and is out of the race, although driver and marshal very quickly able to retrieve that stricken cart. There are waved yellows on the first corner whilst Max Wright is taken safely clear from the circuit. Wright is okay, number 66. Well, my apologies to William O'Meara. I don't think that was O'Meara that span. Elio D'Alessandro currently in 9th place. Was it Alex Wiley, I think, that hit trouble possibly? We shall wait and see. Alex Wiley showing us need to go into the pits. Peter Jurovic, like we say earlier on, out of the race, and Max Wright also dropping out of contention, who was in the top 10. So 58 seconds left on the clock here as Charlie Webb continues unaffected at the front, goes through to complete another lap, and really checking out. We've had some close races today. This is not one of them. It's all been about Charlie Webb in this race so far, as Katie Ashman currently in 3rd place, fending off William O'Meara. Max Anderson and Josh Jones. So the spinning driver, I think, must have been Alex Wiley that span out and was collected there by Max Wright. So it looks like Alex Wiley, after that impressive start to the race, is also out of contention. So Charlie Webb leads. Finley Allen still in 2nd place. Katie Ashman heading off that battle for 3rd place with the number 41, William O'Meara, right behind as well. O'Meara trying to find a way through, not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre here as the battle of the 3rd hotting up here. Ashman gets on the power as she comes out to the final corner. Over the line she goes and pulls away, but under acceleration. O'Meara still there in 4th place, closely followed by Max Anderson and Josh Jones, who's got himself up to 6th place, but not really able to make inroads in that lead group of drivers. But back to the leader here, and number 24, Charlie Webb, makes his way through the double apex, heading down towards Kimbolton corner for the final time next time round. There is 1 lap to go at the end of this one. And there, that just gives you an idea of the gap between 1st and 2nd place. There's Ashman in 3rd. Last lap board goes out for Charlie Webb, who makes his way down towards Stowe corner for the final time. And it has all been about the number 24 in this second heat of the day. Get to the lead nice and early. Had a good start to the race, as the unfortunate Max Wright there we just saw in shot, he just left to spectate on this race with his 3-wheeled cart. But no problems here for Charlie Webb, who makes his way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time, getting to the lead nice and early, and he's been able to control the race since. He has a quick glance over the shoulder. He can see that he's all on his own at the front, and he can afford to take a nice sweeping line through Kimbolton corner for the final time. And senior X30 heat number 2 goes the way of Charlie Webb, one of the biggest margins of victory of the day so far. Finley Allen charging over the line in 2nd place, and the battle for 3rd draws to a close with Katie Ashman taking 3rd place from William O'Meara, Josh Jones, Max Anderson And the rest of the top 10 made up of Bradley Heath, Toby Percival and Jack Owen Drawbridge rounding out the top 10. So great win there for Charlie Webb. We'll see him later on, of course, in the final senior X30 heat a little later on this afternoon, a couple of hours time I think, before they are next out for their final heat. But Charlie Webb certainly showing he's going to be a driver to be contended with throughout the afternoon. And Finley Allen, Katie Ashman, William Omar and Josh Jones rounding out the top 5. We're going to move on to our final heat in the second block of racing. Senior Rotax getting underway in just a few moments' time. Senior Rotax then about to get underway for our final heat in the second block of racing. They make their way down towards the final court to get underway. It's going to be Joseph Orton and Harry Hadley lead the way, with George Cole and Michael Morgan on the second row of the grid. Maxime Smith and Oliver Smith a bit further down. One or two to look down for a little bit further down the field there. Daniel Cahoff down 18th on the grid. He'll be looking to try and fight his way through the field. Jared Fox-Whiteley a little bit further down as well. Joshua Turnbull down in the pack as well. So some of the front runners from heat number 1 as they charge down into the first corner. Oh, it's a bit squirrely into the first corner from the leader, but Orton holds on. Oh, trouble in the midfield. 55 there caught up in that one as well, as they all make their way through the willows for the first time. So Joseph Orton looking to try and hold on to this one as he makes his way down towards Kimbolton Corner for the first time, closely followed by the number 38. Oliver Smith had a good start up to second place at the end of the first lap. Over the line they go. Orton leads. Smith in second place. Cole Candor, oh, down the inside. Nice move there from the number 38, Oliver Smith. Has he made the move stick? Yes, he has, just about, as they make their way out to the willows, and Oliver Smith takes the lead. So Orton in second place, George Cole, Ryan Gandor in fourth position, making up 6 positions to move into fourth place. And there is Gandor having a brilliant start there, number 58, moving into that fourth place, breaking away now from the rest of the top 10. Harry Hadley from the first row of the grid drops to 5th place, but still running strongly. Michael Morgan, Connor Tubby, Jake Fisher also on the charge. Just looking a little bit further down the field at some of the front runners in this class, we've got Callum Sims making up now 11 positions to move into 18th position. So a good start for the number 69. And Joshua Turnbull, who ran well in the first heat, has made up 7 positions to break into the top 20. Don't forget, of course, that the drivers do have these randomised grids. So the drivers who start towards the front in one heat will expect to start towards the back in another, perhaps have a middling grid position in there as well. So they've really got a mixture of being able to try and make the most of a good grid position and fighting through the field, working their way through the traffic later on as well. But Oliver Smith at the moment making up 5 places on that first lap, taking the lead and starting to pull away now from Ryan Gandor, who's had another brilliant lap there, and Gandor into second position now. So the number 58, Ryan Gandor, really on a charge here. Driver and investigation is the front row starter Harry Hadley, I can tell you, the number 125. So whether he's been brought up for indiscretion on the previous lap There's number 98, George Cole, started in third and remains in third place with Joseph Orton, the pole sitter, right behind him. Jake Fisher charging hard, number 78, making up 9 positions up to 5th place. As the leaders go charging over the line, Oliver Smith continues to lead the way. Fastest lap of the race, 40.85. Pulls away slightly from Gandor in 2nd place. Gandor not really able to shake off George Cole at the moment in 3rd, with Joseph Orton, Jake Fisher, as you were, in the top 5. Michael Morgan in 6th place. Jason Duch is in 7th. Bailey Waters, Connor Tubby, Finley Jones and Harry Hadley running out the top 10. But Finley Jones actually going into 10th position now. He's made up 9 positions. Callum Sims continues to charge for the field, as does Harvey Williams. And Joshua Turnbull also on the move as they start trying to pick their way through the field. At the front though, Oliver Smith over the line, continues to lead the way. Fastest lap of the race, 40.85. And pretty much matched on pace at the moment by Ryan Gandor in 2nd, with George Cole right behind him. The rest of the top 10 make their way through. Joseph Orton, Jake Fisher, Jason Duch is still charging up to 6th place now, so the number 36 makes up another position. But here is the 2nd place, Ryan Gandor, and that's how close it has been him and the 3rd place, George Cole, as they make their way through the double apex. Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. There's the race leader just dropping out a shot there, Oliver Smith. You can see the gap, just over 1 second, so Oliver Smith has got a cushion at the moment. But if Ryan Gandor can string together a couple of strong laps, he could yet get with the leader. Over the line they go. Oliver Smith sets another fastest lap of the race, 40.80. As a bit further back there, battles here between Joseph Orton, Jake Fisher and Jason Duch. Oh, and trouble there. And into the barriers. I think that's Jake Fisher who's gone into the barriers at the Willows quite heavily. Off screen, I can tell you the driver's okay. He gets out of the kart and kicks the kart in frustration. That's off camera, fortunately for him though, but he's not happy with that one. And who can blame him? That was a very close tussle, and the unfortunate Jake Fisher, I think that was, has come off worse after making up 9 positions, has waved yellows as the drivers make their way into the first corner. Everyone's screaming out of the Kimbolton corner there to see how close the midfield tussle is. And there is the stricken cart of Jake Fisher being towed off into the infield. Fisher, meanwhile, is back into the paddock. He is out of the race. Driver okay. That shakes up things a little bit in the midfield, though, because we've seen Joshua Smith moving into 7th place now. Finley Jones into 8th. They've made up 14 and 11 positions, respectively, in that very close top 10 battle. There's the number 25 going down the inside there as well. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who, after a slow start, is slowly but surely starting to make his way through the top 10. Another driver watching on in the midfield there is the number 77 of Daniel Kahoff, who dropped out of contention a couple of laps ago. At the front though, Oliver Smith continues to lead the way. Ryan Gandor 1.5 seconds down, but pulling away from George Cole in 3rd, as all of the action here in this very close midfield scrap here. Joseph Orton, number 14, fending off the number 15 of Joshua Smith, who has made up 14 positions up to 7th place, but coming under a lot of pressure behind him here with Mikey Walker, Finley Jones, Bailey Waters, Callum Sims and Joshua Turnbull all in there. And wheel-to-wheel stuff. Oh, as one driver gets forced wide there. That was the number 32, the unfortunate Mikey Walker, being pushed off the course and losing a whole host of positions there. So he goes down to 16th place, which is exactly where he started. Joshua Smith though into 7th, Finley Jones into 8th place now, Callum Sims in 9th, and Joshua Turnbull making up 17 positions, rounding out the top 10. So some of the front runners really making some inroads here. We've got Alfie Thompson and Jared Fox-Whiteley also onto the edge of the top 10. They made up some serious positions in this one. None of that though will concern Oliver Smith, who charges away over the line with 8 seconds to go. So 2 laps remaining in the Senior Rotax second heat of the day. Oliver Smith leading by 1.7 seconds from Ryan Gandor in 2nd. Gandor not really able to stake a challenge for the lead here, but 1.7 seconds, he's well clear of George Cole in 3rd place. The race fast and furious on the edge of the top 10, but all nice and serene for Oliver Smith at the front of the field as he closes down towards Kimbolton corner for the penultimate time. Next time round he will get the 1 lap board. Here he comes round the final corner, and 1 lap to go for Oliver Smith who takes the last lap board. Over the line he goes as Daniel Geoff watches on at the finish line. Ryan Gandor, second place. George Cole, Jason Duchess, as you were with the top 5, with Michael Morgan running out the top 5. But Oliver Smith leads the race by 1.8 seconds, all on his own as he makes his way through Derek's corner for the final time, looking to cap off which will be a very impressive heat victory here, which will set him up nicely for the third heat and the final later on this afternoon. Down the back straight he goes, heading towards Kimbolton Corner for the final time. And number 38, Oliver Smith, looks set to take the checkered flag as he makes his way round the final corner. Over the line he goes, and Oliver Smith takes the checkered flag. Race win for the number 38. It's Ryan Gandor in second place, George Cole in third. Who's it going to be that fills out the top 10? We shall wait and see. It's all going to be very close indeed. Jason Duchess up to fourth position, Michael Morgan in fifth. Then it's Joshua Smith, Finley Jones, Callum Sims, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Joshua Turnbull making out the remainder of the top 10. So some of those front runners in senior Rotax really making up some positions to get themselves into the top 10. Look at that though. Callum Sims, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joshua Turnbull amongst some really charging drivers. Callum Sims there making up 21 positions to get into 8th position. Finley Jones 12 positions up to 7th, and Joshua Smith fighting his way through into 6th place. So all set itself up nicely for the final senior Rotax seat a little later on today. We move on to our third block of racing very shortly, and that's going to be junior Rotax heat number 4. We are about to get underway then with our penultimate junior Rotax seat of the day, with Zoe Cattett leading them away from Harry Friel, Max Braskoff, Aaron Turacek, Archie Buchanan, Ollie Healy, Devin Taylor and George Heach, Samuel Aston and Oliver Dawson on row number 5, Tobias Johns, Hayden Adams on row 6, Alexander Lasiski, Theo Hamilton, Luca Macchietta and Toby Farthing, Jacob Aston, Oscar Keane on row 9, Christian Kayhoff and Zach Turner row 10, Esme Rosie, Harry Search on row 11, George Fountain and Bo Winslade a bit further back. Tom Reed starting quite far down the field, as is John Richardson. They've got some work to do as we get a wave round full start. So certainly an interesting dynamic in this race, as Tom Reed and the first heat winner earlier on today, John Richardson, he took a heat win earlier on today. He starts on the final row of the grid. So one or two drivers who run very well today. Two of our winners, Tom Reed and John Richardson, starting towards the, well, at the back of the field, I should say. So this is the heat where they have some work to do to fight through the field. In the meantime, though, Zoe Cattett, number 67, and Harry Friel, number 284, will lead the pack away. But we are through. It was a full start as you move through to race number 18 of our 35 race schedule. This is the final block of heats before our finals later on this afternoon, capped off by the Junior Rotax Speed Final. There is one more Junior Rotax heat to come a little bit later on in the programme. In around 45 minutes time, our final heat for the junior road taxi gets underway, but heat number 4 of 5 is about to get underway as Zoe Cattett, number 67, with the black overalls and white helmet on the inside line there. Harry Friel, number 284, alongside 75, Max Braskov, and Adam Turacek, one of the front runners in the series, in 4th on the grid as they make their way round the final corner. The pace drops right down. Zoe Cattett brings the pace almost to a walking pace. She will drop the hammer as they make their way over the line, and the heat gets underway. And immediately there, Harry Friel very aggressively moving across there. Oh, and cuts the front of Zoe Cattett and causes carnage behind. All sorts of trouble there on the first corner as Harry Friel very aggressively cutting in to try and take that lead. Zoe Cattett did not give that position up lightly, but she came off worse there. The front of the cart being cut away and Cattett being punted into the rest of the competitors there. So Harry Friel takes the lead. We'll wait and see how they're all panned out there, because there was a real bit of carnage there with the rest of the top 10 as they make their way down towards the end of the lap here. So Harry Friel over the line he goes. So Friel leads the way. So that means that Jacob Aston has made up an incredible 15 positions to move up to second place. Braskov in 3rd. Ollie Healy, Tobias Johns, Adam Turacek in 6th place, Hayden Adams, Archie Buchanan and Luca Matachecha rounding up the top 9 from Toby Farthing. A bit further down, Benjamin Lawn in 16th place. John Richardson made up 12 positions up to 17th there. And Tom Reed making up 8 positions up to 20th. But look at this though, Jacob Aston, with that carnage on the first corner, he's been able to make the most of that and make up an incredible 15 positions in one lap to get through to second place. And there they come over the line. So a bit further down, I think there is a contact warning. May have been number 28, Bo Winsley. Let's wait and see when that's confirmed. Number 18 it is actually, my apologies. Contact warning for Arthur Murfitt down in 23rd position. But no penalties for Harry Friel. It was an aggressive move into the first corner, but it was determined to be a racing move. So no penalties for the race leader, who charges on at the front. Jacob Aston still there in second place though, trying to close up on the race leader and towing Max Braskov along here in 3rd. So they're just starting to break away from the chasing pack at the moment, with the Turacek and Johns 5th and 6th. Ollie Healy still there in 4th place. Over the line they go, and Harry Friel continues to lead the way from that second position, leading the way so far. But Jacob Aston just chipping away at that gap. He's pulled half a second on the race leader on the previous lap. The gap goes down to 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap of the race for John Richardson, who's moved up to 13th position. So a good start for him. And Jacob Aston, number 19, trying to keep the pressure on. Braskov charging in 3rd. The top 3, like you can see, really pulling away now, with Adam Turacek now moving into 4th place as the leading group make their way down towards the final corner. And Harry Friel charged over the line, 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and Jacob Aston continuing to close the gap. Fastest lap of the race for Jacob Aston in second place, and brings the gap down to 0.3 of a second, and it's turning into a fight for the lead here as they make their way down towards Derek's corner, and Jacob Aston lining himself up for a move here. I'm sure that Harry Friel will have other ideas about that one. A little bit wide coming out of Derek's corner, but holds on to the lead. Aston just weighing up his options here, looking for an opportunity as he makes his way down the TKM straight. Braskov still there in 3rd, number 75, as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner once again. Friel holds on to the lead, and you can see there Aston pulling away. A nice move out to the corner. Friel knows he's there though and blocks the apex. Aston, well, he had a look down the inside there, opts against going for the outbraking manoeuvre. Tobias Johns under investigation. The 6th place driver, 74, has moved for the lead here. And Jacob Aston goes into the lead. A neat little outbraking manoeuvre going into Derek's corner and taking the lead, having made up 16 positions now, is Jacob Aston as Braskov has a peek down the inside. Oh, but couldn't quite make the move stick. Harry Friel shut the door and holds on to that second place. Braskov still in 4th, Turacek in 4th, Zach Turner in 5th place. Tobias Johns in 6th, but as we just said a moment ago, is under investigation, and there is a warning flag as well a bit further down for the number 295 of Oliver Dawson down in the midfield. As they make their way through, Ollie Healy moves up to 9th place Tom Reed, a great drive for number 242. He's moved up to 10th position now, having made up 18 positions, as has John Richardson. So those two drivers who started at the back of the grid have both got into the top 10. They both had good days so far. So a strong position in this heat where they start in their lower grid positions will set them up quite nicely for the final if things stay as they are. So they're going to continue to try and make their way through into the top 10, almost certainly through into the A final, of course. So remembering, of course, none of these drivers can afford a bad heat, as they can drop into the B final. And there really is that element of chance there. Remember, even the best drivers, look at Charlie Wolfett, who's been unstoppable at time, not competing here, but Charlie Wolfett even had to drop into the B final earlier in the season, and even if they get through the B final, it's no guarantee they'll get a good position in the A final, because they have to start right at the back of the field in the grand finale. But at the front here, Jacob Aston controlling the race so far, making up 16 positions to get through into the lead. Max Braskoff now moving into second place, getting past Harry Friel. And those three clear at the moment of Adam Turacek in fourth, who's trying to close up the 122. Zach Turner, Oscar Keane, Tobias Johns, Luca Matecchia in 8th position. Tom Reed now into 9th place, and George Fountain getting past John Richardson to break into the top 10 as they go charging through. Jacob Aston, with 1 minute on the clock plus 1 lap remaining, now controls the race as he makes his way around the final few corners on that first pass lap, up towards the Dan Weldon complex, the double apex right-hander, and back down the TKM straight, heading towards the Kimbolton corner to round out the lap, and leads the race comfortably from Braskoff in second place, with Harry Friel, the early race leader, still charging in third place as they make their way over the line. So Aston still leads, Braskoff second, Friel in third. Turacek in fourth position, the number 122 from Zach Turner. Oscar Keane, Tobias Johns not too far behind. Tom Reed still charging on the edge of the top 10, with George Fountain, John Richardson and Theo Hamilton all charging away. Arthur Murphy has also been on the charge, making up 12 positions up to 13th place. But the man on the move in this heat has been Jacob Aston, making the most out of that trouble on the first corner to really make up positions on that first lap. And he has been able to control the race so far as Aston makes his way over the line. Number 19, Jacob Aston, with 1 lap to go. Braskoff second, Friel in third. Turek in fourth from Zach Turner. Oscar Keane, Tobias Johns, Tom Reeds, Matecchia and John Richardson now into the top 10. On to this final lap of the race as Jacob Aston very smoothly makes his way through. Richardson incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race once again. So John Richardson, the 10th place driver, 41.61, fastest lap of the race so far. Jacob Aston's best effort, 41.74, but he's been able to control the race so far as he makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner. And Jacob Aston making up 16 positions to take the third heat of the day. So Aston, your winner, winning by 1 second from Braskoff. Friel in third, the early race leader. Turek in fourth, Zach Turner, Oscar Keane, Tobias Johns, Tom Reed. 20 positions made up for Tom Reed from the back of the grid up to 8th position. John Richardson doing the same to get into 9th, and Luca Matecchia rounding out the top 10 from George Fountain, Theo Hamilton, Arthur Murphy, Toby Farthing and Ollie Healy rounding out the top 15 of drivers. So a brilliant drive there from Jacob Aston, making up those 16 positions to take the checkered flag by 1 second from Braskoff. And yeah, looking there further down though, Tom Reed 8th position, John Richardson in 9th. Both of those drivers making up 20 positions. So a brilliant drive from those two, and the result for those which will set themselves up very nicely for almost certainly the A final later on this afternoon. There's one more Junior Rotax heat to come a little bit later on. We've got 3 more races. The Hondas are coming up next, followed by Mini Inters and Micromax. Junior Rotax heat number 5 will be race number 22 in our schedule. That will be followed by the KZ UK final heat. Rotax 177s, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. And looking in around an hour and a half's time, the finals will be getting underway, starting with the Junior Rotax B final, which will take us through right the way through the afternoon. One change to the regular schedule is that the Junior Rotax A final will be about halfway through the list of finals. That's usually the final race of the day. But that will be race number 32 in our schedule. We've got Rotax 177s, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax today to round out the field. But in the meantime, we move from the Rotax to the Hondas and the burble of the four-strokes as they make their way out onto the circuit. So Honda 200s making their way out for what will be their final heat before their final later on this afternoon. And in terms of the grid, it's going to be James Murphy that leads them away from Mason Day on row number 1, Harrison Maxwell and Nico Wesolowski on row number 2, Kabir Singh and Oliver Vickers on row 3, Keane Delaney and Keane Doherty on row 4. And that's how they line up. So look out for those drivers on the 4th row of the grid, 2 of the front runners from today. And James Murphy, who has been a front runner starting from pole position. Row number 5 being made up of the number 64 of Zach Squire from George Pickett, Nicholas York, James Windsor on row 6, Alfie Stokes and Jacob Thurlow on row 7, Harlow Offwood and Oliver Jones running up the field from Dominic Kelly as they get underway. Hondas charging to the line, over the line they go and getting underway as James Murphy tries to guard that apex on the inside. Neck and neck through the first corner, all very close indeed. Will they get through cleanly? Yes, indeed they do, as they make their way through into the Willows for the first time. And oh, trouble as a big crash there. Driver ejected from the kart. That's not what we like to see normally. Well, not what we want to see at all. And I think that is the number 25, Kabir Singh. He's out of the kart. He walks away. And, well, no surprise to see the red flag come out. And that is a scene that we don't like to see. A kart roll over there. Driver ejected from the kart. I think that was Kabir Singh, the driver who was thrown from the kart. He was able to walk away to the side of the track, very gingerly walking off, and the medics just checking that he is okay. So for the first time today, we have a red flag situation at the start of the Honda 200 race. A nasty incident on the exit of the Willows as 2 drivers got together, and Kabir Singh, the number 25, was thrown from the kart. The kart rolled over. Not very often we see that happen in karting, and it is always a sight that we don't want to see at all. And Kabir Singh, he did walk away from the kart, but understandably is sat down on the side getting some medical attention. If a kart goes over like that and lands on the driver, which it did catch him when he was thrown from the kart as well, the medical crews will take no chances here and will be keen to check him out and make sure that he is okay, give him a full check over. He has still got the helmet on, just being examined by the medics as the first red flag of the day. Unfortunately, we've had a good run of racing so far today. No real incidents out there on the track, but the red flag has been displayed at the start of the Honda 200 race with a very nasty spill there involving the number 25 of Kabir Singh, who is being treated by the medics. And at this point, it would be remiss to say that with these events can't go ahead without the support of the Orange Army, the marshals who have got the carts gathered in position, and of course to our medical crews. So a huge word of thanks has to go through to the marshals and the medics here today at the Hunts Kart Racing Club here at Kimbolton. The marshalling crew is very experienced, and they're the sort who not only marshal here at Kimbolton but various karting and motorsport events across the UK during the racing season. But brief moment of pause here in the Honda 200 race as Kabir Singh is being, under his own steam, you would say, is being allowed into the ambulance. So just to recap, the red flag being drawn, 2 drivers getting together on the exit to the Willows. It was a clean start otherwise, but Kabir Singh, unfortunately, the kart locking wheels with another competitor, and he was thrown from the kart. Singh, fortunately, was able to walk away to the infield, but understandably is receiving some further medical attention. He has climbed into the ambulance under his own steam, I hasten to add, so certainly the protective wear doing its job there and preventing him from more serious injuries, so he is able to at least walk into the ambulance under his own steam. And I think his parent is down there as well, just reassuring to see that Dad's there as well, you would say. And meanwhile, the rest of the competitors get to wait on the start line here. Just a few moments of pause. They'll be looking to get the cart started and back underway just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course. So one would presume that we have stopped the clock. I don't know if there's going to be a full restart or whether we will just continue where we left off. Looking at the activity at the front of the grid here, may well be putting the drivers back into position possibly. So we shall wait and see what's going to happen here, whether it will be a full restart or not. But they are just starting to grid the carts back up again. So like we say, the injured driver has been loaded into the ambulance. He did walk away to the ambulance as well, so at least that's a good sign. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. But the injured driver receiving some further medical attention, and I can see they're just starting to load up the medical vehicle. Hopefully we'll be able to clear the track soon, and like we say, we hope that's not a serious injury. But as always, the medical crews on standby throughout the day here at Kimbolton. We hope not to see them out on the track, but if the worst does happen, then they are at least on hand to be able to deal promptly with the situation. So as you can see at the side of your screen there, the ambulance is moving on to the track now. So this is a larger ambulance with more medical facilities on there. So we'll transfer the injured driver. They can see the smaller medical first response vehicle just making its way back towards the medical area. They will transfer the injured driver to the larger ambulance for further examination. All adds to the tension though for the rest of the drivers on the grid as they have to just recompose their thoughts, simply wait in their carts for the all clear, and everyone will be looking to get back racing and get a good start once the race gets back underway. So nervous moments here for the drivers as the injured driver just being transferred to the ambulance for further attention as we move on to our next race here at Kimbolton. It's the Honda 200s currently underway. The race stopped at the end of the first lap due to that first lap incident. Just to recap the race schedule for the rest of the block for those of you who are watching drivers in other race categories. So we are underway with the Hondas at the moment, although we are under this red flag situation. Once this race is finished, we'll move on to the Mini Inters, which is race number 20. Micromax is race number 21. Race number 22 is our final junior Rotax seat. Race number 23 is KZ UK, and that will be followed by race number 24, the Rotax 177s. Race 25 is Senior X30, and race number 26 is the Senior Rotax. Then we're underway with our first final of the day, the Junior Rotax B final. And a bit later on this afternoon, just to recap the order of the finals, it'll be Hondas, followed by Micromax, Mini Inters, KZ UKs, Junior Rotax A final, and then the final three races of the day being the Rotax 177, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. So we are now well and truly underway with our final heats of the day. Hondas, like we say, currently stopped on the side of the track whilst we wait for this medical incident to be sorted out, as we are transferring the injured driver to the main ambulance where he'll be taken to the medical centre for further evaluation just to make sure that he is okay. Kabir Singh, the driver involved, did walk away from the cart at least, so and he did walk into the first response ambulance under his own steam. So like we said, we always hope that there is no serious injuries there, but as you can imagine, the medical crews very quickly onto the scene to deal with the injured driver. And as always, if there is an injured driver out on the track, and especially in the situation where one has been thrown from the cart like we just saw then, it's always a frightening incident to see, and the medical crews will certainly take no chances to make sure that the driver is fully examined and making sure that there is no serious injuries before they let him go. So as you can always imagine, these are responses that you may see in such an incident here. The medical crews will certainly take no chances and be sure to see that the driver is okay before they let him go. So as you can imagine, red flag situation coming out very quickly indeed to enable the medical crews to do their job. Marshals very quickly on the scene. I don't think there was any fluid drop from the karts in the process of that accident, so hopefully there'll be no track cleanups taking place. I can't see any marshals out on the track at the moment, as you may expect if fluid had been dropped onto the track. And as always, if a kart does lose any kind of oils or fluids onto the circuit, it is imperative that the marshal crews get out onto the track to clean that up quickly, but I can't see any action from the marshals in that aspect, so I don't think any fluids have been dropped by the karts. So as soon as you get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we should be clear to get back racing. But as always, driver safety is the imperative one here, so we will give the medics the time they need to safely deal with the situation before we get the racing back underway. So Honda's drawing to a close here momentarily. I can tell you off camera that they are starting the engines up. We may see if we go back to the grid shortly that the karts are being fired back up. They will give them at least one more lap, if not two, I think, here to get the karts back underway. They can see the parents of the drivers. They've started the engines up and they will make their way back to the paddock. Will clear the course. So I can imagine now, looking at this, that the medics have given us the all clear. The clerk of the course is happy that we can safely get racing back underway, and Honda's restarting their race very shortly indeed for this final heat for the Hondas. Away they go, so they will have at least one formation lap here. Just going to keep a close eye on the starter once we get back underway as to what will happen here, whether we'll have another sighting lap. I think they'll be able to just a one lap and then back underway into racing. On my timing charts here in the commentary booth, it is showing that 7 minutes plus one lap on here, so it looks like we are going for a full restart here. The red flag occurring on the opening lap of the race, so it looks like we are going to be underway with a full restart. All drivers taking to the start, with the exception of Kabir Singh, and we certainly hope that Singh is okay, because that was a nasty incident that brought out the red flag. But we are back underway racing. They are forming up here, so it looks like we're going to go straight through to the start, and a full rerun of the Honda 200s about to get underway. James Murfitt and Mason Day side by side on the front row of the grid as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner, and Honda restart is about to get underway. Out to the final corner they go, and here we go. Let's hope for a better start this time as they make their way over the line. Honda 200s get back underway as they charge into the first corner. Good start there for Mason Day, who takes the lead into the first corner round the outside of Munster as they make their way through the first corner. A bit of trouble towards the back of the field, one driver spinning out, but they all appear to be okay as they charge through the willows for the first time. And look at that, coming out of the willows though, James Murfitt immediately back into the lead. So James Murfitt takes the lead, and Harrison Maxwell gets up into second place. So a good start there for Mason Day. But he drops down to third place now, and it looks like he's going to be overtaken by the driver who's been on good form today. Oh, down the inside they're going. Keane Delaney's had a good start. They jostle for third position. This allows the top two to pull away momentarily. And at the end of the first lap, James Murfitt back into the lead. Harrison Maxwell second. Keane Delaney fights into third place, but he does pick up a warning flag. So making up 4 positions on the first lap, but does incur the attention of the stewards there with a warning flag. And a driver under investigation is the number 61 of Mason Day. So whether he'll get some sort of penalty after the race, we shall wait and see. I think Dominic Kelly was the driver who span out on the first lap. So number 33, Dominic Kelly, driver is okay, but he's out of the race. He's watching from the infield on that first corner as the race goes on, and James Murfitt looks to try and break away. Over the line they go, and it's still Murfitt that leads the way. Nobody going for the pass here. Number 60 sitting on his tail here. Harrison Maxwell trying to find a way through. Keane Delaney setting the fastest lap of the race, 48.49. 5 drivers battling it out for the lead here, though, as Nicholas York and Mason Day getting involved in this fight for the lead here. George Pickett and Zach Squire just a little bit further behind, but the train of 5 drivers make their way out of Derek's corner up towards Dan Weldon corner. And who's going to make a move first here? They're all finely poised here. 4.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. Still plenty of time remaining. The chasing pack will be looking to try and work together and get involved with this lead group as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Nobody going for a move just yet as they make their way out of Kimbolton Corner, down the Hines Straight towards Stowe Corner. classic outbraking point here. And is anybody going to blink first here? No, they follow each other through Stowe Corner. So an interesting dynamic here. We've got 5 drivers pretty much running very closely together. Murphy a little bit wide out of the willows there, which brings in Harrison Maxwell. But you almost think when there's 5 drivers running close together like this, there's a bit of brinksmanship involved. Nobody wants to be too rash and go for an overtaking manoeuvre and risk losing out with the chasing drivers behind them. So what's going to happen here remains to be seen. Is somebody going to go through and make a move just yet, or are they going to try and run together, run down the clock? Oh, as you saw a little peak there. Oh, and that's the risk. Harrison Maxwell going for the lead, came off worse, and that's put him way down into the back of the pack here as Cian Delaney seizes the opportunity though, and he takes the lead this time. So there we go. Somebody was going to blink first, and it was Harrison Maxwell who went for the lead but came off worse and now finds himself in 5th place. But we are still running very closely indeed. Cian Delaney will want to try and pull away here, but James Murphy in 2nd place, hanging on in there in 2nd position. Delaney trying to pull away still as you were, really, with the top 5 running very close indeed, covered by less than a second. And still nervous moments like we saw there on the previous lap. Maxwell going for the lead. If he comes off worse, then you're just going to find himself at the back of this group. So Maxwell, is he going to go for the move? Not just yet, no. He gets a nice move out of the corner though. That could set him up nicely as Delaney moves across to cut the line. And that again bunches everyone very closely together as Murphy stays in there, goes down the inside and goes for the lead. Hangs on in there as they make their way through the willows, but Delaney holds on. They're side by side through the willows, wheel to wheel stuff. And Delaney holds on to take the lead as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. Murphy's still there in 2nd place. It looks like York in 3rd, number 55. Cian Doherty and Harrison Maxwell fighting out for 4th and 5th position as they make their way down the TKM straight. And still this top 5 as you were. George Pickett, Zach Squire, Mason Day, James Windsor and Nico Veselowski rounding out the top 10. But the battle for the lead sees Murphy goes down the inside. He's got to be decisive there to make that move stick. And he does it. Nice move there. Blocks the move on the exit as Delaney tries to fight back, coming out of the corner, making the way down towards Stowe, the first corner here. And Delaney finds his way through. York follows down the inside to snatch 2nd place. But Delaney holds on and gets himself back into the lead. So as they make their way out of the willows, all running very closely indeed. And number 91, Cian Delaney, finds himself back into the lead with Nicholas York now into 2nd place. And what's York going to do? Can he find a way through? We still have 1.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap remaining in this restarted Honda heat race as they make their way through down towards the final corner. Delaney still leads. Oh, and down the move. Nice move down the inside there for Murphy there to go back into 2nd place. So James Murphy back into 2nd position now. 3 abreast coming down towards Stowe Corner. And fighting through into 3rd goes the number 94 of Cian Doherty. Harrison Maxwell on his tail in 5th place. Still, you would say any one of these 5 drivers could feasibly win this race as they make their way through to Derek's corner once again. And there we see how close it is for 3rd place. So certainly I think here Cian Delaney and James Murphy will be hoping that these 3 fighting for 3rd get together a bit here and slow each other up just to break up this little pack of 5. Everyone's got to be very careful here not to be too aggressive and risk scrapping for position and holding each other up here. All very tactical in this Honda race as they make their way through down with 34 seconds on the clock. So this will be 2 laps to go. And Cian Delaney trying to put the pedal down here and trying to break away at the front of the field. Notably here, George Pickett setting the fastest lap of the race in 6th position. He's pulling away now from the chasing pack from Zach Squire and Oliver Vickers. So you have to say here that George Pickett, the 6th place driver, and there he is on his own, just behind this whole gang of drivers battling for the lead. If Pickett can charge over the next lap, if these 5 drivers start getting together, then who knows, it could be a smash and grab opportunity for George Pickett. It would be really a long shot at this stage, you'd have to say. But if anything happens with these 5 drivers, if they start battling too aggressively and holding each other up, then George Pickett's certainly not giving this one up as they make their way down to Kimbolton corner for the penultimate time. And James Murphy needs a good exit out of the final corner. He gets it, but Cian Delaney guards the line as he makes his way down towards Stowe corner for the final time, guarding that apex. And he's going to have to be careful here not to leave himself open here, which he does so. And that's what Murphy was looking for. And he makes the move, going through the willows for the final time. Nice move there from James Murphy. A classic move there. Bit of tactics there from James Murphy. He was seeing Delaney guarding the apex going to Kimbolton corner. And that, of course, would leave himself open as they make their way through out of the corner, and Murphy reading that one very well to snatch the lead as number 94 Keane Doherty goes trying to look down the inside of Keane Delaney. Will Delaney fight back coming into the final corner? Not close enough at this stage, might get him on the exit. Here they come out of the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line as over the line goes James Murphy to take the checkered flag. So Murphy wins with a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre on the final lap of the race, switching back to take the lead from Keane Delaney. Doherty in third, York fourth, Maxwell fifth, George Pickett, Oliver Vickers, Zach Squires, Mason Day and James Windsor rounding out the top 10 as race number 19, the restarted Honda final heat of the day, draws to a close. Coming up next we have Mini Inters, and that will be race number 20, followed by the Micromax and final Junior Rotax heat, race number 22 coming up shortly. But Mini Inters in the waiting zone and they will be underway shortly.
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. I'm on camera too. What do you need? Yep. Go find Jamie. Who's Jamie?
Mini Inters then making their way out for race number 20 of our 35 race schedule for their final heat. We'll have to interject here and say please excuse some of the breaks in commentary between some of these heats. It's swelteringly hot in the commentary box. We have to keep the windows and doors closed because of the noise of the carts. If it was left open then it'd be too loud really, and it would really drown out the commentary, so we have to keep everything shut. Makes it very hot in here. Santiago Simeone from William Davidson, row number 1 from Flynn Grantham, and Achille Gioni on row number 2, Ethan Lloyd and Seiki Komatsu on row number 3, Finley Beals and Jensen Sale on row 4, Alfie Phillipson, Alex Chinskis on row 5, Ralph Martin, Jess Kirby on row 6, Jack Dundee, Freya Lally on row 7, Luke Millward and William Moore on row number 8. Row number 9 will be the 128 as they make their way over the line. The start is good and they charge. Oh no, right. Well, I was about to say the start's good. I think they very late call there, but they do bring out the full start flag. Just to recap the rest of the field there, we've got 128 Zach Andrew, Mason Munser, Salhuddin Bayomi, a bit further back Elliot Bork, Rio Panayutu starting quite far down the field. He's been on good form today, but he's got a bit of work to do starting from the back of the field. Jake Hansford, James Roots has had his moments. He starts from the back as well, as does Philip Poloskov and Jamal Pumuram as well towards the back of the field. So a full start here for the Mini Inters. Race number 20 getting underway shortly. But the big news here, the drivers to look out for, Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson, who have had some very good heat races, had a brilliant heat last time out. Those two duking it out to the finish line. And they start side by side. Number 40, just see him there in the green and blue cart there. Jensen Sale, just behind him there on the inside line there you see with the white helmet and the blue tinted visor, the number 12 of Alfie Phillipson. who is 1 row behind his main rival today, Sale. So they both start pretty well in this one. They're in the top 10 at the start here. So if they can get a good start, they'll be looking to try and duel it out at the front of the field, although I'm sure that the pole sitter Santiago Simeone and William Davidson in second place will have other ideas about that one, as the pace goes down almost to a crawl here, as Simeone is responsible for controlling the pace here, and he brings them down really slowly indeed as they make their way through towards Kimbolton Corner, almost at walking pace here. And I think Simeone will be keen to try and drop the hammer when he comes out to this final corner and get a jump on the field. Rolling starts here, so it is down to the pole sitter to control the pace of the carts, and he is really bringing them down very slowly indeed, looking to try and get that jump on the field as he comes out of the final corner, and Simeone puts the power down as they make their way over the line, and through they go down to the first corner. Everyone guarding the inside line, but and it gets a bit tight on the first corner as they get together. Wasn't sure if they're going to call that start there, but no, it's a good start, and Simeone very tactically there, getting the jump on the field and holds on to the lead, guarding the apex as he makes his way through Derek's corner, and he is keen here, I think, just to be defensive on the first lap, just to try and guard that lead. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the first time, back down the TKM straight. Pole sitter Santiago Simeone leads the way as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner for the first time. I think on the back of your shot there, somebody went off the course, big style, into the grass. I hope that driver's okay. And he's almost ploughing the crops there on the field on the edge of the track. So I think that was Jamal Pamuram who went off at the end of the first lap, went straight off the course, the edge of the Dan Weldon corner, and the cart is pretty much in the crops on the edge of the track there. But I'm pleased to say that Pamuram is okay, and he's making his way back to there. We just saw him there, just making his way through the camera, off to the Marshall Point where he'll watch the rest of the race. Meanwhile, Achille Nani-Gioni has taken the lead here, number 188. Ralph Martin in second place. Pole sitter Simeone drops to third. William Davidson fourth. Ethan Lloyd in fifth place. Finley Beals in sixth position, but Jensen Sale, one of the favourites in this race, hit trouble on that melee on the first corner. He goes down to the edge of the top 10. He's got some more work to do, and he is right on the tail of his main rival today, Alfie Phillipson, as they make their way over the line. Though they're all running very closely towards the edge of the top 10, but Achille Nani-Gioni leads the way, number 131, closely followed by Ralph Martin, who sets the fastest lap of the race. Martin right on the tail of Gioni here, but can't find a way through as they make their way through Derek's corner, up towards the Dan Weldon corner, as Martin tries to find a way through but can't find an opening right now. Simeone still there in third place from Davidson and Phillipson, not too far behind. Down in towards the final corner here, the Kimbolton corner they go, and over the line they go as Gioni takes the lead, holding on to that lead from Martin, and Ralph Martin now through into the lead from Gioni. So Ralph Martin takes the lead this time. Achille Nani-Gioni in second place, the top two trying to break away now. Simeone still in third. Fourth place for William Davidson. Jensen Sale recovers into fifth position with Alfie Phillipson right behind him. Those two together once again. And Finley Beals, Philin Grantham, Ethan Lloyd, Seiki Komatsu rounding out the top 10 as the leaders make their way up to the top of the circuit through towards the Dan Weldon corner. And Ralph Martin trying to break away. Gioni right on his tail. Simeone dropping behind a bit now in third place, but holding on to that real train of drivers behind him, with Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson, I think, have moved up a position, so they are right on the tail of the third place driver now. Leaders go over the line. Ralph Martin leads the way. Gioni in second place, and Simeone was in third. Oh, just saw on the side of your screen there. Jensen Sale moves into third place. Simeone drops to fourth. Phillipson still there in fifth place. There they see just behind there, fighting for that third place, as Ralph Martin and Achille Nani-Gioni fighting for the lead here, neck and neck, as they make their way through Derek's corner, up towards the Dan Weldon corner, and down the TKM straight they go once again. 131 the race leader, 188 in second. That's Ralph Martin from Achille Nani-Gioni in second place. They make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner, charging through and over the line once again. And there is a warning flag here for Jensen Sale, who's moved into third place, but he has picked up a warning flag from the stewards. The black and white warning flag. So, like I say, no action here for the number 40 right now, but he's going to have to be careful because his on-track conduct has been noted here, and he has picked up a warning. So any further indiscretions, and he could pick up a penalty. So he's going to have to be careful, but he is clear in third place right now, trying to close up on the leaders. He's got Alfie Phillipson right behind him there, number 12. So those two exactly where they need to be. They've both made up 5 positions each, but Ralph Martin with a brilliant start here, the race leader, making up 10 positions to get through into the lead as he gets in front of Achille Nanagione. Over the line they go once again, just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. There is Sale in third, the 2 main rivals from earlier on today, Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson neck and neck once again. And I think if things stay as they are, they'll be well placed for the final. I think they'll be together on track going into the final as well. So that could serve us up with an interesting final later on today in the mini inters. Looking a bit further back here, there's Finley Beals, number 118, closely followed by the number 26 of Flynn Grantham as they make their way down the TKM straight. They are followed by Ethan Lloyd, James Roots. Roots has made up 14 positions up to 9th place right now, number 132. William Moore and Luke Millwood, another driver on the charge, up to 11th place as well. Those two drivers are making their way through in towards the top 10. But Ralph Martin continues to lead the way, is down the inside there, making a move. 26, Flynn Grantham, Ethan Lloyd there, I think making a move with James Roots in there as well on the edge of the top 10. And there is the number 118 of Finley Beals, still there in 5th place, being closely followed by Flynn Grantham, number 26. Back down the TKM straight they go, 1 minute plus 12 on the clock here, plus the 1 lap remaining, and Ralph Martin continues to lead the way, having made up those 10 positions at the start of the race, but still being closely followed by Achille Nanagione as the leaders make their way down to the first corner. And then the chasing pack goes screaming through here as down the inside, nice move here from Flynn Grantham to take the position from Finley Beals and makes the move stick as they go through into the willows. It's still Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson fighting out for that 3rd place. And those two seem to be working together to try and close up with the leaders here. There they go, just out to your camera shot. Closely followed by the number 26 of Flynn Grantham, who makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner. The leading group making their way down the TKM straight. And look out for Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson here. They are 3rd and 4th. But both drivers seem to be working together here, and they are starting to slowly close up on the 2 leaders as they make their way over the line once again. There's Sale. So 3rd position Sale, Phillipson in 4th, right on his rear wheels here, but neither driver going for a move here. They both seem to be working together here, pushing each other on as they make their way through the willows and heading towards Derrick Corner, and they are both closing up on the leaders. The gap goes down to 1.7 seconds between 1st and 3rd. Next time round will be the last lap of the race. So there they go, down the back straight once again. It's still Ralph Martin that leads the way. Achille Nanagione in 2nd place. Those two also driving very well indeed to maintain that pace at the front with 1 lap to go and making life difficult for Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson in 3rd and 4th place as the leaders make their way over the line with 1 lap to go. And Ralph Martin, having made up those 10 positions at the start of the race, leads the race with Achille Nanagione in 2nd position right now. And now the gloves are off for 3rd as Phillipson and Sale go wheel to wheel through the willows. I think Phillipson has realised they're not going to close upon the leaders here, so he's going to have a go at fighting for the lead. James Roots has made up 17 positions in this race and moves up to 6th place, and also setting the fastest lap of the race with 43.63. But at the front, can James Martin hold on to take the checkered flag down towards the final corner? Gioni not quite close enough to go for a move here. Can he get a good drive out to the final corner? Here they come up to the line. It's going to be a race win for Ralph Martin, making up those 10 positions to take the checkered flag. Gioni in 2nd place, Sale in 3rd, Phillipson 4th, Flynn Grantham running out the top 5, with James Roots that 17 position drive up to 6th place. Finley Beals, Luke Millwood 7 places up to 8th place, 9th for Ethan Lloyd, and William Moore making up 6 positions to round out the top 10. We did lose Rio Paniutu in that race, one of the front runners earlier on. He drops down to 24th place, so that will affect his position in the final later on today. But those are your results. Ralph Martin winning by 0.4 of a second from Achille Nanagione, Jensen Sale and Alfie Phillipson in 4th, Flynn Grantham rounding out the top 5. Final heat for the Micromax is about to get underway, and it is Senna on pole. We've heard that one before, haven't we? Hugo Senna, that is, of course, from Lana Eden, Teddy Shepherd and Elliot Hitch on row number 2, Felix Tandy and Caden Hanley on row 3. Watch out for those two. Tommy Lovejoy and Jensen Darlow on row 4, Jonah Allen, AJ Halil on row 5, Ronnie Allen and Ralph Ewer on row 6, Alfie Hennell and Oka Howlett on row 7, Malachi O'Neill from Freddie Fullerton on row number 8, and Adam Elahi rounding out the field, the sole Waterswift driver making his way at the back of the field. Here they come up towards the Kimbolton corner for our final heat of Micromax and Waterswift. Over the line they go. And that was very quickly called. Wasn't a very good start there, so it is a full start call. The driver's not really in position, so Hugo Senna will lead the drivers around. And like we said earlier, keep an eye for the number 88 of Senna. Very interesting choice of kart colour overalls. Well, the helmet is no surprise, the Ayrton Senna replica there for Hugo Senna, number 88, with some of the McLaren Honda inspired graphics on the helmet. He's got the John Played coloured overalls on there from the old Lotus John Player special days, with the yellow livery, very reminiscent of the Camel Honda that Ayrton Senna used to race in 1987. Very distinctive colour scheme there for the number 88, and Hugo Senna then will lead them away. But the as I say, drivers to watch on the third row of the grid there being Caden Hanley and Felix Tandy, who have both run very well today on the third row of the grid. There they are, just a little bit further behind as they make their way around the final corner, and Hugo Senna brings the pace down. This looks a lot better this time, the grid forming up quite nicely behind him as they make their way towards the tram lines. Over the line they go, and the race gets underway. Bit of banging and muffing in the midfield as Senna guards the apex into the first corner. Down the inside there, that looked like Teddy Shepherd diving through, trying to make a move for second place. They make their way through the willows for the first time, so Senna leads. Tandy's gone through to second place, though. Felix Tandy up to second place, getting past Teddy Shepherd, and moving into third place, crucially here as well, is Caden Hanley, who's also run very well today. So it's Senna leading, Tandy in second place, and Hanley in third as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the first time. And Tandy putting the pressure on Senna as they make their way down towards the final corner. Here they come down to the final corner. Senna shuts the door, but Tandy with a nice move coming out of the corner, gets a nice drive out of the corner. Senna moves across to block that line. Over the line they go. So it's Senna leading, Tandy in second place, Hanley in third, Lovejoy fourth, Darlow running out the top 5. 1 or 2 warning flags going up there. Number 56 picking up the warning flag there a bit further down there, Lana Eden. So that's another warning flag for driver conduct. He'll have to watch himself as the race goes on. Meanwhile, Senna leads the way as they make their way through Derek's corner. Takes a little bit of curb there going through Derek's corner, and that will bring Tandy in a little bit. So still Senna leading. Tandy still there in second, and Caden Hanley looking to get involved in this one in third place. So they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner, and they can see Tandy running a little bit wider on the entrance to Kimbolton corner, trying to get the drive out of the corner. But Senna had a nice line out of the corner and leads the race. They make their way down towards Stowe corner, and Tandy not quite close enough to go for the pass, but might find something here as they make their way through to the willows. But Senna shuts the door, and Tandy has to take a little bit of curb. That draws Caden Hanley into the fight now as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. Senna taking quite an early turn in there into Stowe corner. Sacrificed his speed going into the willows. Tandy tried to make the advantage stick there, but Senna had the line covered and holds the lead as Tandy finds a good line coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. Is he going to try and line himself up going in towards the Kimbolton corner? Here they come down towards the final corner. And again you see Tandy running a little bit wider on the entrance here to try and get the drive coming out of the corner, and this time it's much better, but again Senna has the line covered as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner once again. Tandy having a peek on the inside, but nothing going there. He took a bit of curb there. That's going to throw him offline a bit now, so just a small mistake there from Felix Tandy. Got a little bit of curb, and here they come up towards Derek's corner once again. Senna holds on to the lead. Very tight race here. Tandy can't find a way through at the moment, and there's 5 drivers fighting for position now. Caden Hanley's in the fight here in third place with Tommy Lovejoy, and wheel to wheel there between Senna and Tandy. And Hanley also collecting the wheels there as well. So it's all getting a bit tasty here, and as they bang wheels, that allows Hugo Senna to pull away a bit now as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. Tandy remains in second place. So Tandy went for the move there, coming out to the Dan Weldon corner, caught the wheel of Hugo Senna, which ricocheted him into the chasing pack of Tommy Lovejoy, Denson Darlow and Caden Hanley. And for now, Hanley's come off worse here because Tommy Lovejoy is now moving into third place. Hanley drops to fourth, getting past Jensen Darlow. And there is the 177 of Tommy Lovejoy, who is now in third place as Felix Tandy tries to regroup here and put the pressure back on Hugo Senna as they make their way back down the TKM straight once again. Tandy trying to close up. Senna has led the entire race so far, and he is not going to give that lead up lightly as they make their way down towards the final corner. So Hugo Senna makes his way through and over the line to hold on to the lead. 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this race. Felix Tandy keeping that pressure on in second place, just pulling a small gap from Tommy Lovejoy in third. And of course Caden Hanley relegated to fourth place and not able to find a way through past Lovejoy at the moment, with Jensen Darlow not too far behind in fifth place. But Hugo Senna continues to lead the way, very neatly makes his way through Derek's corner, with Felix Tandy not too far behind in second place. Tandy trying to close the gap to go for a move again as they make their way through Derek's corner and back down the TKM straight. There is the 26 of Jensen Darlow, who looks like he's moved into third place now, as Hugo Senna makes his way down towards the final corner. Still Felix Tandy right in there behind him. Over the line they go once again. Just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and Hugo Senna holds on to lead. Senna actually setting the fastest lap of the race here. 47.18 for the race leader Senna. Oh, and trouble there as Caden Hanley comes off worse as they fight into the first corner. And poor Caden Hanley, his race goes from bad to worse. He lost out on the previous lap and now makes a mistake going in towards the Kimbolton to Stowe corner. In that tussle for that fourth place, got together with Tommy Lovejoy, and Tommy Lovejoy picking up a warning flag here. So the stewards thinking that that may have been the fault of Tommy Lovejoy, that incident there. So they're just going to give him a warning here. But Caden Hanley dropping down out of contention this one. So that's bad news for him as they make their way through to the final. Over the line, meanwhile, Hugo Senna consolidating his lead at the front. Leads the race now by nearly half a second from Felix Tandy. And actually, Tommy Lovejoy's warning flag has turned into being under investigation. So the stewards certainly think that the 177, the fourth place driver, Tommy Lovejoy, that incident may require some more investigation after this heat. So 177, the driver here, Tommy Lovejoy, remains in fourth place, but is under investigation for that incident involving him and Caden Hanley. So that'll be looked into more detail after the race. Meanwhile, Hugo Senna and Felix Tandy head to head at the front, and Felix Tandy starting to close the gap a bit now on Senna as they make their way out to the final corner. Looking at the clock here, we've got 38 seconds left on the clock, so it'll be one more lap to go next time round as Felix Tandy has a peek down the inside as they make their way through into the Stowe corner. Down the inside, number 57, Ronnie Allen makes the move on the 177 of Tommy Lovejoy. So Allen now moves up into fourth place. Jensen Darlow having a fairly lonely race at the moment in third place, looking for a good solid finish moving towards the final later on. But who's it going to be that takes this final heat victory in the Micromax? Will it be Hugo Senna or Felix Tandy? Here they come down towards the final corner. 4 seconds left on the clock, so next time round it will be the last lap flag. Tandy just weighing up this final corner, gets a nice drive out to the final corner, but again Senna has the line covered as they make their way over the line. One more lap to go here. Tandy had a look last time round, a bit more conviction for him this time as he gets the front wheel down the inside, and a classic out-braking manoeuvre there from Felix Tandy to take the lead from Hugo Senna and very neatly block the exit of the corner. But Senna fights back as Tandy goes defensive on the move in towards Derek's corner. Senna trying to find a line on the outside there, but ran out of road, and Tandy holds on to the lead. Felix Tandy, your race leader, nice and defensive going through the Dan Weldon corner, but this race is not over yet. He looks over the shoulder, he knows that Senna is still there in second place. Here they come down towards Kimbolton corner, final time. Senna very aggressive through Kestrel corner, trying to find an out-braking manoeuvre going into the final corner. Here they come, but Tandy's got the line covered. Senna tries to find a line as they make their way over the line, but Felix Tandy takes the checkered flag. Hugo Senna in second place. It's going to be third place for Jensen Darlow, Ronnie Allen in fourth, Tommy Lovejoy in fifth place, Alfie Hennell, Teddy Shepherd, Oakley Howlett, Ralph Ewer, and the unfortunate Caden Hanley has to settle for 10th position. That might cost him dearly going in towards the final later on today. To Elliot Hitch, Jonah Allen in 12th place, Freddie Fullerton up to 13th place, Lana Eden, Malachi O'Neill and AJ Halil rounding out the field, and Adam Halali after 3 laps was a non-finisher. We're going to move on very shortly then to our final junior Rotax heat very shortly. Just to recap the results from Micromax: Felix Tandy taking the checkered flag from Hugo Senna by just over 1/10 of a second at the line. Jensen Darlow in third position after that solid third place. So we're going to move on then to our final junior Rotax heat of the day. We've got the B final coming up in 5 races time. This is race number 22 of our 35 race schedule here at this wonderful sunny Kimbolton. The warm sunny weather bringing out the crowds and bringing out the drivers. Well over 200 drivers competing here this weekend at this halfway point in the championship, which is a good entry when you consider that there are a lot of karting events going on across the country this weekend. So as always, Kimbolton remaining a very popular choice for the drivers as we move on to our final junior Rotax heat. And the drivers will line up with Zach Turner on pole position from Zane Perry in second place, Oscar Keane from Benjamin Lawn on row number 2. Row number 3 is made up of Ryoma Komatsu and Fletcher Jameson. Row number 4, Jacob Aston and Luca Mataccia on row number 4. Tobias Johns and Bo Winslade on row number 5. And then it's going to be the 112 of Dorset from Arthur Murfitt on row 6. Samuel Aston, Devin Taylor on row 7. Archie Buchanan and Esme Rosie on row number 8. Row number 9 is Harry Myatt Waldron from Oliver Barton. Edmonds, Ronnie Smart a bit further back from Ben Morgan, Lucas Nibbs, Kevin Ivanoff, Stanley Williams, Joshua Roberts and Ewan House a bit further behind. So Kevin Ivanoff with a bit of work to do. And Theo Hamilton, one of the front runners earlier on today, quite far down the field as well. So one or two of the fancied runners starting further back. And they can't afford any trouble in this race either, because any bad result in these heats could potentially put them through to the jeopardy of the B final, which is coming up a bit later on. Don't forget, of course, the top 4 drivers in the B final go through to the main A final, and certainly for the drivers looking for a good result today, they will be keen to avoid the jeopardy of that B final. So here we go over the line for our final junior Rotax heat. The flag stays in, start is good. Here they come charging into the first corner, all very close to the midfield, wheel to wheel, some banging and buffing there. One driver goes off to the side of the track. Couldn't quite get the number of that one, but everyone else gets underway. All of the drivers get underway. Track is now clear. All drivers back underway. I think it was Ronnie Smart was the driver who went off on the first corner as they make their way through at the end of the top of the course here. Zach Turner making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Oh, somebody goes for a bit of lawn mowing there. That was, I think it was number 80, Ryoma Komatsu, who went off the course but rejoined safely. And here they come out to the final corner. Zach Turner over the line then leads the way from Zane Perry, Benjamin Lawn, Fletcher Jameson in 4th place. Jacob Aston, of course, the driver who's had to fight his way through the field earlier on, has got the advantage of a good grid position in this race, and he currently sits in 6th position. Arthur Murphy making up some positions up to 8th place, and a bit further down, Ben Morgan and Kevin Ivanoff both having a good first lap, making up 7 and 8 positions respectively as they make their way through into the midfield. But Zach Turner continues to lead the way. Zane Perry still there in 2nd place, the gap around 0.4 of a second. Over the line they go, with Turner then leading the way. And the gap goes up to 0.7 of a second, with Perry still there in 2nd place, Jameson 3rd, Benjamin Lawn, Jacob Aston still there in that 5th place. They make their way through the Willows, heading up towards Derek's corner. So Zach Turner, for the time being, with a bit of advantage here, as Fletcher Jameson moves into 2nd place on the approach to Derek's corner. There's the 185 of Benjamin Lawn coming under some real pressure now from the number 19 of Jacob Aston, who has been on top form today as they make their way down towards the final Kimbolton corner. So still Zach Turner that leads the way. Fletcher Jameson still in that second position. Benjamin Lawn third, as you were. And then it's very close on the edge of the top five. Jacob Aston, Oscar Keane, Zane Perry, Tobias Johns and Arthur Murfitt all fighting away. Murfitt, incidentally, driver number 18, has set the fastest lap of the race so far. They go three abreast into Derek's corner, fighting for those positions there, which really helps Jacob Aston to pull away from the chasing pack. So Jacob Aston on a charge. Oh, and trouble there. That was getting very close on the edge of the top 10, and there was going to be a casualty. One of them was Zane Perry. Two drivers onto the grass. They're okay and rejoined the race at the back of the field, but two drivers getting together on the exit of Derek's corner. Zane Perry, the other driver being Tobias Johns by the looks of things, and Dord's Tech also in trouble, losing some positions as well as they all go piling through Stowe Corner once again. And Zane Perry right at the back of the field now. Looks like he may well be dropping out of contention, the number 25. And I don't know if you hear in the background, he's got picked up on the microphone there. Zane Perry with a damaged silencer, I think, very loud cart, and he immediately pulls into the pits to retire from the heat. That's bad news for Perry and might see him down into the B final. We shall have to wait and see on that one. No problems at all, though, for the number 99 of Zach Turner. Although Fletcher Jameson is starting to string it together a charge here. He moves into 41.65, fastest lap of the race for the number 96 as Fletcher Jameson in second place, starting to put the pressure on the race leader Zach Turner. Jacob Aston in third place still, and Aston not really able to close up on the two race leaders at this stage, but Aston won't be too worried. He's done well in the heat races so far today, and if he stays in third place it will set him up quite nicely for the A final later on today if things stay as they are. He's had some good finishes in the heats. All he needs to worry about this stage is avoiding that B final, making sure he's on the in the show for the A final later on. So they make their way through the willows, and it is still Zach Turner that leads the way, although Jameson again closing up, fastest lap of the race once again, 41.55. Up towards the Dan Weldon corner they go once again, and Zach Turner, who started on pole position, continuing to lead the way. And still those advancing drivers, Fletcher Jameson trying to plug the gap, close up ever so slightly. Over the line they go once again. Let's have a look at the lap charts with 2 minutes remaining. Zach Turner leads the way, matching Fletcher Jameson for pace pretty much here. Fletcher Jameson equaling his best lap of the race, 41.55 for the number 96. So he is keeping that pressure on in second place as they make their way through towards Derek's corner once again. Up towards the Dan Weldon corner they go once again, and the chasing pack making their way through. That's the number 37 of Oscar Keane, currently in fourth position, with Arthur Murphy, who's made up 7 positions to get up to 5th place. Devin Taylor in 6th has made up 8 positions, and Ben Morgan and Stanley Williams both on the charge. Those two are 7th and 8th, having made up 14 and 16 places respectively. Kevin Ivanoff, Alex Shepherd and Ewan House also having good charges. They should put them all in the A final, one would think, if they stay as they are. But at the front, the leaders make their way through the willows. Zach Turner, who has led pretty much the entire race, is coming under some pressure from Fletcher Jameson in second place. The leaders are making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner as we watch Oscar Keane still coming under some pressure from Arthur Murphy just behind him. The leading drivers are making their way down to the final corner now, and Fletcher Jameson trying to find a move on the race leaders. They make their way through. This is still the number 37 Oscar Keane, and leaders now making their way over the start and finish line down to the first corner. Here they are, and Zach Turner knows he's coming under some real pressure from Fletcher Jameson, who goes wide on the entrance to Stowe Corner to get for the switchback, and a lovely move there as Fletcher Jameson makes the move stick. And that's what happens if you see a driver being defensive into the first corner. Try to go for the outside line going into that first corner. Oh, as they go wheel to wheel. But a nice switchback there from Fletcher Jameson to get the move done on the exit of the corner to take the lead. And this has drawn Jacob Aston into the argument now for first place as they make their way down to the final corner. Close eye on the finish line here. The clock goes down to 0. Right on cue as the leaders go through. So 1 lap to go here, and it's now Fletcher Jameson's turn to go defensive as they make their way through in towards Stoneman. Oh, look at this, a repeat of what happened last time round. They lock wheels as Zach Turner tries to make the move. He tries to repay the favour from the previous lap. Down the inside into Derek's corner, but no. Jameson has the line covered, and Jacob Aston still watching in third place as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. This race is far from over. One more corner to go. Oscar Keane still there in fourth place, closely followed by Arthur Murphy, but here they come down to the final corner. Who's going to win this one? As Jameson takes it nice and easy to block that line on the inside line. That's enough for him. He takes the checkered flag. Fletcher Jameson with a hard-fought victory. Zach Turner in second place, Jacob Aston in third, and 0.3 of a second covering the top three drivers in that final heat. Oscar Keane in fourth, Arthur Murfitt in fifth place, Stanley Williams making up 18 positions to finish in sixth place, Devon Taylor in seventh, Ben Morgan making up 13 places to finish in 8th place, Benjamin Lawn in 9th, and Samuel Aston rounding out the top 10. Alex Shepherd, Kevin Ivanoff and Ewan House all making up some serious positions to finish on the edge of the top 10, with Toby Farthing, actually another driver who was also on the move, making up 14 places to finish in 15th place. That will be very important for those drivers as they look to progress to the A final later on today. So we take a pause from Junior Rotax. We'll see them again for the B final for race number 27. Race 23 is starting shortly. KZ UK is getting underway for their final heat. They'll be followed by the Rotax 177s, Senior X30, Senior Rotax is race number 26. That's our final heat of the day, before Junior Rotax getting things underway in race 27 for the B final. But KZ UK is in the waiting zone and they'll be underway shortly.
Posted a photo of a very ugly dog. I'm not being mean when I say that.
We are about to get underway for our final KZ UK heat of the day, race number 23 of our 35 race programme, and Oliver Harris will lead them away from Bo Phillips on the front row, Isaac Smith, William Ash on row number 2, Nino Piccoli and Jonathan Relton on row 3, Hannah Lang and Leah Robinson on row 4, then it's Jensen Pugh, James Harvey, George Robinson, Oscar White and Darren Denovelis rounding out the field. So the drivers line up. KZ's, of course, with a standing start. The lights illuminate to 5 and then go out. So all eyes on the lights for the drivers. 1, 2, 3, 4. The lights go out and the drivers make their way as 111 there. Oliver Harris, the pole sitter, getting a very bad jump there, couldn't get the traction down and drops down the field as they pile through the willows for the first time. So 22, Bo Phillips taking advantage and taking the early lead as they race the full length of the Yamitsu Straight all the way to the Dan Weldon corner for the first time. Fast, furious start to this race. Looks like Jonathan Railton may have had a good start. There is the unfortunate Oliver Harris, who goes from first to last. Although he has just nipped past Darren Denovelis, he starts the work to get himself back through the field. And over the line they go on the first lap. So it's Bo Phillips that leads the way from Jonathan Railton, Isaac Smith, William Ash and Hannah Lang running out the top 5. Lang makes the move into 4th position as they make their way through Stowe Corner into the willows as Bo Phillips tries to break away. Phillips through the Dan Weldon corner, a little bit squirrely come out of the corner, but keeps it neat, stops the back end from stepping out. He makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner, the end of the lap here. Jonathan Railton still charging in 2nd place. Railton setting the fastest lap of the race last time round. Let's have a look at the pace as Isaac Smith goes into 2nd place now, and Hannah Lang sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th position, so she is still very much a contender in this race as well. As the leaders start to fight it, bringing in Railton and Lang here as they make their way down the Yamitsu Straight, heading to the Dan Weldon corner. And look at the 3rd and 4th place drivers here. Railton and Lang really getting involved in this scrap for the lead here as Bo Phillips hangs on to try and maintain that gap at the front. William Ash and Nino Piccoli just a little bit further behind as they make their way through towards the Kimbolton corner once again. And look at that tight line there from Isaac Smith coming out to the final corner. Couldn't quite get the traction. That leaves himself open to be got at here coming in towards the willows here. Oh, and Hannah Lang down the inside tried to make the advantage count there on Railton, but Railton shuts the door and down the Yamitsu Straight they go. And this is all benefiting Bo Phillips, who gets a little bit of a reprieve here for a few moments. Isaac Smith, that tight line coming out of the Kimbolton corner last time round, really setting him back a bit. And it has drawn the rest of the pack in here. William Ash and Nino Piccoli, George Robinson, all not too far behind. Jensen Pugh, 2nd place in the first heat, is struggling so far down in 9th place to make any inroads here as they make their way down towards the first corner. Through Stowe they go into the willows, and it is still Bo Phillips that leads the way, although Isaac Smith has regrouped here and is trying to stake a claim for the lead once again as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner. Bo Phillips guarding that line as they make their way through the double apex right-hander, back down the TKM Straight towards the Kimbolton corner. Still Jonathan Railton and Hannah Lang charging in 3rd and 4th respectively as Smith goes wide here, trying to get the drive out of the corner, but Phillips has the line covered as they charge down to Stowe corner once again. And Smith having a look on the inside there. Oh, he gets in on the curb. That'll cost him a little bit of time and allows Phillips to pull away as they make their way through the willows. It also draws Railton and Lang back into the fight once again. Here they come down towards the Dan Weldon corner once again, and Bo Phillips continuing to lead the way, facing an onslaught here from Isaac Smith, who hasn't been able to find an opening yet. Just under 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And here they come into the final corner again. You see Smith trying to take a wider entry into the corner to try and get the drive down the Hines Straight. And here they come once again, and Phillips guards the apex, covers the line as he makes his way through to the willows as Smith draws in right onto the back wheels of the number 22. Back down the Yamitsu Straight they go, charging towards the Dan Weldon corner. Smith not quite close enough to go for an out-braking manoeuvre into that long right-hander. And still Railton and Lang 3rd and 4th, and just slowly started to close up here is George Robinson, who set the fastest lap of the race, 35.58. He's closing up on Hannah Lang, and if this carries on, this 4-way tussle for the lead soon could go 5-way here as we make our way through 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in the final KZ UK heat. And it is still Bo Phillips started in 2nd, now leading the way and coming under some serious pressure from Isaac Smith as once again they go through to the Dan Weldon corner, still with Jonathan Railton and Hannah Lang close behind. Look out for the 23 though, still there Phillips. Oh, and having looked down the inside there, Isaac Smith doing all he can to try and find a way through here. Went for the inside on the approach to Kestrel corner, a very difficult corner to make the move stick usually, and that's cost him a few tenths there as Phillips holds on to the lead as they make their way through towards the Willows there as Hannah Lang moves into third place, going through towards Stowe Corner. So Lang into third. Oh, and trouble! Trouble for the number 22, Bo Phillips. The kart has broken down on the Yamitsu straight. He puts his hand up to warn the oncoming drivers, and the unfortunate Bo Phillips is out of the race, which means that Isaac Smith takes the lead. And Hannah Lang's perseverance pays off here. She won the first heat, placed well in heat number 2, and now Isaac Smith leads the way. Lang in second, though, as Hannah Lang tries to find a way down the inside. On that corner, still got George Robinson. The hard work pays off, the number 23, as he moves into third place. Jonathan Railton fourth. Jensen Pugh starting to string the race together now as he moves into fifth place. Still just over 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining here. So a couple more laps remaining. William Ash is out of the race as well. Bo Phillips, as we saw the previous lap, dropping out of contention on the Yamitsu straight. He is off the track watching the race from the Marshall point, and he will rue that bad luck. Hopefully we'll see him out in the final later on today, but that will cost him valuable positions on the starting grid as Isaac Smith holds on to the lead. 48 seconds left on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one as Hannah Lang tries to find a way through. She ducks down behind the steering wheel there to get some more better drag down the straight, trying to do everything she can to try and get the drive on Isaac Smith. Lang keeps it nice and neat out of the Dan Weldon corner, and she's coming under pressure from George Robinson behind her as well, so this is a tense final to this KZ UK heat. Hannah Lang with a nice line out to the final corner. Isaac Smith still gone in the lead, leaves on inside line open. He's got the drive there to be able to take the sweeping line through the first corner. George Robinson still there in third, and you can't write off Jonathan Railton or Jensen Pugh either in this race. It's still finely poised. Next time round will be the last lap. And here they go through the Dan Weldon corner for the penultimate time, down the TKM straight. 1 more corner to go here on this penultimate lap, and Isaac Smith holds on to the lead. His perseverance paid off there as Bo Phillips hit mechanical trouble and dropped out of the race. Here they come for the final time, and Isaac Smith goes defensive on the run down to Stowe Corner, preventing Hannah Lang from outbraking on the inside, which draws Hannah Lang in yet closer along with George Robinson. So that's the risk that Smith had to take there by defending that corner aggressively. And here they come down Yamitsu straight, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner. What is Hannah Lang going to do? Can she go for the lead on the final corner? Let's wait and see. George Robinson still threatening in third place. Here they come down to the final corner. Isaac Smith holds on to the lead. Nice line through Kim Bolton. That should be enough for him. And over the line he goes. Isaac Smith takes the checkered flag. Hannah Lang in second place. George Robinson in third. Jonathan Railton fourth. And Jensen Pugh rounding out the top 5. Nino Piccoli, after that difficult start to the day, he rounds off with a solid 6th in the final heat from Oliver Harris, Leah Robinson, Oscar White, and James Harvey, with a little bit further behind the number 215 of Darren Denovelis will finish in 11th place. He's just making his way around the final corner now. And as we saw, Bo Phillips and William Ash were both retirements from the race. And notably there, Bo Phillips, one of the drivers battling towards the front for the leading honours today. That will be a costly DNF and may well cost him some valuable grid positions in the final later on today. But that's yet to come a little later on this afternoon. We still have plenty of action to go here. We've got 3 more heats remaining here, with the Rotax 177 coming up next. That is race number 24 in the programme, followed by the Senior X30 and the Senior Rotax to round out our heat races for today. Then we are right through to the finals. The Junior Rotax is race number 27, the first of our finals. And remember, the top 4 of those B final drivers go through to the A final. Finals running in the order of Honda, Micromax, Mini Inter, KZ UK, Junior Rotax, Rotax 177, the drivers just going out for their final heat now. Senior X30 and Senior Rotax will be the final race later on today, but we've still got 3 more heat races to go here, starting with the Rotax 177, and lining up on the front row of the grid we see Tiger Dixon in kart number 2 will lead the drivers away for this final heat, with Dennis Drzyzczak in second place, Scott Klee in third from Oliver Moss. They make up row number 2. David German and Doug Jenner on row 3, Ben Hitch and Sam Yaxley on row 4, then it's John Davis, Louis Judd, Bill Bower and Scott Smith a little bit further behind, Liam Ferguson starting a bit further down the field, as is Jack Taylor. So those two drivers have a bit of work to do. But Tiger Dixon, there he is on the front row of the grid. Driver number 2 is looking to start very well indeed. He had a lower grid position in the previous heat. He had to fight his way through the field. Now has the luxury of a pole position start, as does Scott Clee, who starts from the second row of the grid. He didn't start so well in the previous heats, so this is the one where he really has to try and make that advantage count. Look out for Liam Ferguson there, down in 14th, one of the favourites and the series leader. He's got some work to do as we get underway for the Rotax 177 final heat as they charge into the first corner. Tiger Dixon guards that inside line as they pile through the Stowe corner the first time. One driver spins out, and it looks like Dixon holds on. 0-2 on the kart, your race leader, down towards Derek's corner. And it looks like Scott Clee has fought his way into second place. There's one or two drivers just to the side of your screen there going onto the grass. But everyone gets back underway. Down the TKM straight they go once again. And it is still Tiger Dixon that leads the way. Scott Clee in second place. Down into Kimbolton they go for the first time. So Tiger Dixon, who has been showing race-winning pace so far, now has the luxury of a pole position start. And really looking to make that advantage count here with Clee still in second place. Moss third. Yaxley in fourth. Trisiak in fifth position, and Liam Ferguson making up 8 positions into sixth place, the series leader. Doug Jenner, Ben Hitch, Louis Judd and David German running up the top 10 from Scott Smith. Chris Thomas, Jack Taylor also on the move as well. He moves up 5 places into 13th. And Alex Jones, and a mistake there from Tiger Dixon. He got 2 wheels onto the grass coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. Got into a bit of a tank slapper, but he's able to hold on to the lead, although that brings in Scott Clee and Oliver Moss into the mix now. It's 2 abreast as they make their way down to the first corner. Drag 3 abreast into the first corner now, and look at that, what a move from Oliver Moss. Oliver Moss, brilliant pass there down the straight, passing 2 drivers in one go. Although losing out there to Sam Yaxley, who now gets himself into the lead as they make their way down towards that first half lap. It's all wide open this final. Any one of these top 6 or 7 drivers could win this one, and Liam Ferguson in the mix here as well. But Sam Yaxley is now your race leader. Oliver Moss with that brilliant move to take the lead, but very quickly losing out to Sam Yaxley as they fight their way down to the first corner. Moss trying again down the inside and goes for another pass for the lead. Tries to make the move stick, and he does so. Scott Clee holding on to third place there. Tiger Dixon still there in fourth place, closely followed by Ben Hitch and Liam Ferguson. And it looks like Ferguson's made the move stick, so Ferguson now just behind Tiger Dixon as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner into fifth place there. He's been repassed though by Ben Hitch, so it's all very close in this final here for the final heat for the Rotax 177s, with grid positions at stake here. And Oliver Moss having a brilliant drive so far. That is definitely a contender for pass of the day, I think, for Oliver Moss as they make their way through the first corner, through Stowe, heading through the Willows, and into the lead now goes Scott Clee. So yet another lead change, and a red flag has been displayed. The race has been stopped. So just trying to see what the incident is here. There's something on the middle of the track. I think it's down by Kimbolton corner possibly, where a driver has gone off. The drivers are being stopped, not being allowed any further than Kimbolton corner. So there's the official with the red flag, and the ambulance has been dispatched onto the circuit. The first response ambulance. I think this is down by Kimbolton corner. There's the official with the red flag stopping Scott Clee. And there is the first responder ambulance making its way down towards the Kimbolton corner. So unfortunately our second red flag of the day has been displayed. There's an incident down at Kimbolton corner. I'm not going to I can't see who the driver is that has been hit trouble here, so I'm not going to attempt to guess who it is. There are 1 or 2 drivers not showing up on the lap charts here, so I don't want to make any predictions or make any speculation to who it might be, but there is a injured driver being treated down by the final corner, the Kimbolton corner. The marshals putting out the red flag on the approach towards Kestrel corner, stopping the drivers on the TKM straight. 3 minutes 50 to be precise, 3:50 left on the clock when the red flag was displayed. So I don't know if this race will continue or if they'll call that as a result, or whether they'll be able to run the final 3:50 up until the finish. But that is not on our thoughts at the moment. Our thoughts are with the injured driver. Let's hope that that's nothing serious. Quite a few marshals making their way down to the scene on that final corner, actually. So it looks like the injured driver requires a bit of treatment. Everyone else stopping on the TKM straight. So when the red flag came out, Oliver Moss was leading on the previous lap, but Scott Clee had made the move, of course, going into the first corner. So Scott Clee leading the race when the red flag came out. Tiger Dixon, Sam Yaxley, Ben Hitch, Liam Ferguson, Doug Jenner, Scott Smith, Jack Taylor and Chris Thomas rounding out the top 10. So we have got a red flag situation at the moment. The Rotax 177 drivers being held on the TKM straight. And there they are. That is Scott Clee, who had taken the lead from Oliver Moss, the number 44, sitting there in second place. There in third is the 02 of Tiger Dixon, 197 Sam Yaxley, just on the edge of your screen there as well, with Liam Ferguson, Doug Jenner. There's Jack Taylor, who had a good run as well, actually. Jack Taylor making up 9 positions. He currently sits in 9th. You may just see, actually, just to the left of your screen, the ambulance is back on the move, so it looks like the injured driver has been taken away in the ambulance for further treatments. It's just that there he is, just on the very left of your screen. You'll see the first response ambulance, and I think they will be able to take the injured driver back to the medical centre for further evaluation. We certainly hope, as always, that everything will be okay, and send that injured driver our best wishes. As always, of course, the medical crews very quickly on the scene. I can't identify who the injured driver. There's the number 39, Denis Trzeziak, which I presume must be the driver. That's the only driver not showing up on our lap charts here. So we'll say that looked like it was number 39, Denis Trzeziak, who has come to grief at Kimbolton Corner. The driver did walk out of the ambulance just off camera. I can tell you that, actually. Just saw him leaving the ambulance under his own steam, and just talking with the medics, actually. He's standing up, actually, as well, just chatting with the medics. So hopefully it's nothing too serious. But as always, if there is a bad shunt, the officials will bring out the red flag and bring the race to a halt to allow the medical crews to do their job in complete safety. So, as we say, we hope that is nothing too serious. He has walked away from the ambulance off to the medical centre. So, like we say, we do hope that that is nothing too serious for the number 39. Denis Trzeziak is out of the race, and the red flag has been displayed. So, hopefully we're looking to get the drivers back underway. 3 minutes 50 left on the clock. So, I would imagine what will happen now is that the drivers will hold position, complete a formation lap, and run the final few minutes of the race to its completion. Although that is not confirmed yet by the clerk of the course, so I shall wait and see for final confirmation very shortly. Just to recap, once this Rotax 177 heat draws to a close, we have 2 more heats remaining. The next heat to get underway is race number 25 in our calendar. It's the Senior X30, and that will be followed by the Senior Rotax. That's our final heat. And then that will be Junior Rotax B final to kick off the finals, taking us through for the remainder of the afternoon here at Kimbolton for the 5th round of the HKRC Championships, which has been taking place in this warm summer weather here at Kimbolton. Track looking in great condition, and certainly has been some great racing here today. Some cool weather trackside. There's a cool breeze coming through, so it has helped the conditions. If it gets too hot out there, it can make it quite greasy for the grip for the tyres. Tyre choice getting very important, and it can mean that the engines don't run quite as well if it gets too hot as well. It puts more of a strain on the engines, but this is approaching, I would say, prime racing conditions for the drivers, though certainly with the bright sunshine there's more than a few heavily tinted visors out there as the drivers do battle with the great weather conditions here. Scott Clee leading the pack as we look to get the Rotax 177 final heat of the day underway for these drivers. The injured driver that brought out the red flag, we believe, is Denis Trzeziak, the number 39 driver, who is at the medical centre just having a chat with the medics, helmet off, and he appears not to be too badly hurt. So we certainly hope that's the case. It's always a good sign we see the drivers quite leisurely walking out of the ambulance and off to the medical centre. It does at least hopefully would soon to demonstrate they're hopefully not too badly hurt. But as always, safety has to come first, and it's just a case of making sure that the drivers are safe before we can continue racing. So it looks like we're about ready to go. The yellow flags are out here, so it looks like we will start here. Looking at what the marshals are doing here, they've got the slow boards out. So we are under effectively what you might say like safety car conditions. This slow board's replacing the Battenberg flags for 2026, which means that we will be under race conditions shortly. Waved yellows and slow boards are out. I'm just keeping a close eye on the timing charts here. They may well start the timer very soon. What's happened here, it looks like they reverted to the positions on the previous lap before the red flag came out. So you will notice here that the number 44 of Oliver Moss has been reinstated as the race leader here. He was leading the race. Scott Clee made the move going through the Willows last time round. Then the red flag came out. So Oliver Moss was the leader of the race on the last complete lap before the red flag came out. So despite Scott Clee leading the race when the actual flag was shown, the regulations mean that Oliver Moss has been reinstated as the leader, as he was the driver in front on the last completed lap. So here we go, number 44, Oliver Moss in the lead. The timer hasn't been started yet, so I don't think we're actually under race conditions as of yet. We are under the slow boards here. So Oliver Moss leading the pack is going to get some temperature in the tyres. It's not a case here that he's running the clock down because the clock has not started yet. We have 3:50 plus 1 lap remaining in this race, so certainly there's no advantage for Oliver Moss to try and run the clock down, as that will start once the green flag is shown and the race gets underway. So here we go for the restart. Final 3 and 50 seconds of Rotax 177 is about to get underway. The clock restarts. 3:50 plus 1 lap to go here, and can Oliver Moss hold on to the lead here? What this does mean is a bit of a reset being pressed here, which means that Sam Yaxley, Ben Hitch and Liam Ferguson are right in the mix as well. And Oliver Moss, you'd have to say on this first lap, just need to try and get the elbows out, defend that lead from Scott Clee as they get back underway, back up to racing speed. They make their way down the TKM straight on the first lap of this restart, so they see just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here for Oliver Moss to try and hold on to the lead as Liam Ferguson nips down the inside and takes the position from the 197 of Sam Yaxley. So Ferguson up to 4th, and this race is wide open coming into the final stages here as Tiger Dixon has a look around the outside of Scott Clee. So 4 very quick drivers at the front here with just a couple of laps remaining, and Oliver Moss reinstated as the leader thanks to the red flag situation, so he finds himself back into first place. Scott Clee trying to fight again here, and Tiger Dixon, the pole sitter, still handily placed in 3rd. Liam Ferguson has made up 10 positions up to 4th place now, and this race still wide open as Clee goes down the inside into the Gimbolton corner. Classic outbraking manoeuvre, and immediately cuts across aggressively to prevent Moss from going for the repass here. Moss trying to find an opening down the inside, going into the Gimbolton corner. Nothing going as Ferguson tries to nip through into 3rd place. But Tiger Dixon closes the door as they make their way down the Yamitsu straight to Derek's corner. Dixon down the inside of Moss. Oh, great little move there from Tiger Dixon to go into 2nd place. Now that was quite an aggressive move from Dixon, and it has allowed Scott Clee to momentarily pull away here. Down into the final corner they go, so Scott Clee with a little bit of a cushion at the front here. Dixon then up to 2nd. The unfortunate Moss drops to 3rd, all getting a bit close there, just behind Ferguson with Yaxley, Smith and Ben Hitch, who picks up a warning flag, all running very closely together as Ferguson down the inside of the 3rd place Moss, trying to go for the pass, but Moss repasses going through the Willows. They slow each other up, and that allows Tiger Dixon to pull away now in 2nd place. So this is turning into a 2-way tussle for the lead here between Scott Clee and Tiger Dixon for the lead as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. And they can see how close they are in the fight for 3rd place, giving the 2 leaders a little bit of breathing space here as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. Looking at the clock here, 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining, so we have got about 3 more laps to go here. Scott Clee goes down through the first corner, closely followed by 0-2 there, Tiger Dixon. Dixon trying to find an opening here to repass. He'll have 2 more laps to go after this. It's still Moss in third from Ferguson. Smith in 5th place from Ben Hitch, Jack Taylor, Chris Thomas and Sam Yaxley a bit further behind. And Alex Jones, number 78, has had a good race so far, picking his way through the field to make his way up to 10th position. But the 1:16 of Scott Clee holds on to the lead, 25 seconds on the clock. So next time round, it will be the last lap of the race. 2 more laps to go then for Scott Clee to hold on to this lead. Although Tiger Dixon has not given this one up yet. And there we see the number 44, Oliver Moss, defending that line going into Kimbolton Corner. He's got Liam Ferguson into Stowe, I should say. Liam Ferguson right on his tail as they make their way through the willows and fight their way down towards Derrick's Corner. And again you see Moss defending that line as they make their way through Derrick's Corner. The 2 leaders running very close indeed as Tiger Dixon tries to make a move on Scott Clee, the race leader. Oliver Moss fending off a train of carts here as they make their way down the TKM straight. Next time round it will be the last lap board as Moss holds on to that 3rd place. And the leaders make their way up towards the finish line. 1 more lap to go here as they charge down into the first corner. And Scott Clee goes defensive as Dixon goes wide, goes for the cutback here as they make their way through into the willows. And Clee hangs on and squeezes Dixon onto the curbs. Dixon holds on, defends the line from Scott Clee as Dixon round the outside. Oh, lovely move there from Tiger Dixon, but he's unable to make it stick. And Scott Clee repasses as he makes his way out of the Derrick's Corner section. This is drawing Liam Ferguson and Oliver Moss into the mix here as well as these 2 fight for position. Scott Clee back into the lead with 1 more corner to go. Tiger Dixon goes for the sweep coming out of Kimbolton Corner, but Scott Clee has the line covered and takes the checkered flag. Scott Clee with the win from Tiger Dixon. Liam Ferguson making up 11 positions to finish in 3rd, half a second covering the top 3 drivers. Oliver Moss was 4th and Scott Smith just over 1 second covering the top 5 drivers. Ben Hitch, Jack Taylor, Chris Thomas, Alex Jones and Sam Yaxley rounding out the top 10. And that's how they finished at the line there. So Scott Clee with a hard-fought victory there from Tiger Dixon, Liam Ferguson, Scott Moss and Scott Smith. Oliver Moss in 4th, Scott Smith in 5th. And as we say, 1 second or just over covering the top 5 as we move on to our penultimate heat race of the day. Senior X30s are in the waiting area and they'll be out on the course very shortly indeed. Senior X30 then about to get underway. Ethan Higgins will lead them away from Jack Crisp, James Reynolds, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Aurelio Mortimer and Elio Alessandro well placed. 1 or 2 drivers further down. Peter Jurovic, who DNF'd the previous heat, desperately needs a good finish here for a better grid position in the final. And Katie Ashman, who's run well today, she starts on the final row of the grid as they get underway. Charging down into the first corner. All getting very tight in the midfield. There's trouble in the midfield. They bang wheels, but everyone incredibly gets through the first corner okay. They filter through the willows for the first time. So a fast and furious start here, and Jack Owen Drawbridge with a very good start there from 4th position. Goes through into the lead, a bit of trouble further back I think as they make their way through Derek's corner. But a great start there for Jack Owen Drawbridge then, number 72, getting the jump on the field in these early stages. He makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Second place for the 171, who's had a very good start there. Bradley Heath making up 10 positions on that first lap up to second place. Elio D'Alessandro in third, number 23. Jack Crisp drops to fourth. James Reynolds drops to fifth. And then the rest of the top 10, another driver really on the move there. Number 41 of William O'Mar has had a brilliant start there, up to sixth place from Bailey Brooker. Charlie Webb, who has been on top form today, he makes up a few places up to eighth position, 9 places on that first lap. Alex Wiley, Josh Jones, Toby Percival, Peter Jurovic, Percival on the charge there as well. And another driver we mentioned at the start there, Casey Ashman, has moved up to 16th position. But look at here, because you've got William O'Mar, Charlie Webb, Alex Wiley, Toby Percival all charging a bit further behind here. Could they get up with the leaders as the race goes on? Depends here, because Bradley Heath snatching the lead now from Jack Owen Drawbridge on the first corner. So Heath into the lead, making up 11 positions. And he'll be determined. These two really do need to try and pull away, because they have got some of the front runners in the class also fighting their way through the field here. So they'll be determined to try and cement that advantage at the front, these two. Just starting to break away from the third place driver, which is Elio D'Alessandro. Coming under some real pressure now, though, from William O'Mar in fourth position. O'Mar setting a good pace on this previous lap as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner up towards the finish line. O'Mar goes for the move as they come out of the Kimbolton corner. And William O'Mar into third place. Charlie Webb setting the fastest lap of the race, the winner of the previous heat, runaway winner earlier on. He moves up to fifth place and starts to put the pressure on the number 41 of William O'Mar. He's moved up to fourth place now, actually, so look out for Charlie Webb in this one. He's just a little bit further behind, but Bradley Heath still continues to lead the way as they make their way down the TKM straight. Still with Jack Owen Drawbridge in second place. So it looks like Charlie Webb now clear in third place. They make their way out to Kimbolton corner. Come under some pressure from William O'Mar. Those two running very well. It's a bit further behind. Down into the first corner they go. Down into Derek's corner once again. Bradley Heath continues to lead the way with the number 24. Charlie Webb still charging, trying to close up now on Jack Owen Drawbridge as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. So Charlie Webb now clear in third place. He has made up 14 positions in this race so far. And now really putting the second place man, Jack Owen Drawbridge, under some real pressure. Down the inside he goes into the Kimbolton corner. And a classic outbreaking manoeuvre into that final corner. And Charlie Webb moves into second position now as James Reynolds a bit further down picks up a warning flag. That's down in 17th place. So Charlie Webb, like we say, he's made up 15 positions. Bradley Heath, the race leader, making up 11 positions to lead the race so far. So those two put in a lot of work at the start of the race to get themselves up to the front. A bit further back, Alex Wiley, 13 positions into fifth place. There we go, the leading group down the TKM straight. William O'Mar drops to sixth, but he has also made up 10 positions. Toby Percival into the top 10, as is Peter Jurovic in ninth, closely following Josh Jones, who's just going through there, the number 84. So some of the front runners making up some time here. Katie Ashman up to 13th place, having made up 7 positions as well. So some of the front runners in the X30 making up some inroads in this heat. 1 or 2 drivers starting further back in this final heat. And Bradley Heath continues to lead the way as they make their way through Derek's corner, up towards the Dan Weldon corner. But Charlie Webb is just starting to apply the pressure here as he makes his way down the TKM straight, looking for an opening here as he makes his way down towards the final corner. And Webb down the inside, just like he did a couple of laps ago on Jack Owen Drawbridge. And Charlie Webb, with the textbook manoeuvre, makes the move into first place. And Charlie Webb leads his way, goes through the willows, and Bradley Heath trying to fight back as they make their way up towards Derek's corner once again. Still Alex Wiley down to third place. Alex Wiley making up 15 positions into third place now and Wiley trying to put the pressure on Bradley Heath for second, as Jacko and Drawbridge drops to 4th place now, still hanging on in there though. The earlier race leader, number 72, got Bailey Brooker and William Omar rounding out the top 6 with 1.5 minutes to go, as the leading group make their way through the Kimbolton corner and over the finish line once again. So it's still Charlie Webb. Brilliant drive for the number 24 so far, making up those 16 positions to take the lead. So it's all been very good so far today for Charlie Webb, as he makes his way through Bradley Heath, Alex Wiley, Bailey Brooker, Jacko and Drawbridge rounding out the top 5. So Brooker now making up another position, number 71, and William Omar remaining in that 6th place. Peter Jurovic makes up another position up to 7th place now. Elio D'Alessandro in 8th, Josh Jones in 9th, and Finley Allen running out the top 10 as the clock ticks down. It's going to be tight on the clock here, as we have 2 or 3 more laps. 50 seconds on the clock as the leader goes through. 48 seconds on the clock as the race leader Charlie Webb crosses the line. So we will have 2 more laps after this, I think, looking at the timing charts here. Bradley Heath and Alex Wiley still there, 2nd and 3rd place, as Charlie Webb just starts to pull away slowly in these closing stages. Fastest lap of the race though for Alex Wiley in 3rd place, who's starting to put Bradley Heath under a bit of pressure here as the clock ticks down. There will be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Charlie Webb will cross the line just before the clock ticks down to 0. Out of Kimbolton corner he goes, and Charlie Webb holds on to the lead. There he goes, just a bit further back there, side by side there. Bradley Heath goes defensive into the first corner to try and prevent Alex Wiley from getting through. That allows Charlie Webb to pull away yet further as they make their way down towards Derrick's corner again. Bradley Heath defending from Wiley in 3rd. They see the 2 drivers going wheel to wheel as they make their way through Derrick's corner, and this is all allowing Charlie Webb to pull away now. He has a glance over the shoulder. He can see that he's clear in the lead. The clock goes down to 0, so the last lap board will come out next time round for the number 24, Charlie Webb. 16 positions for the 24 to get through into the lead. Had a very good first lap, and Charlie Webb takes the lead now as Bradley Heath and Alex Wiley fight for that 2nd position. Charlie Webb flying through the willows for the final time, really starting to pull away on this final lap as the drivers battling behind for that 2nd place, really allowing the number 24 to pull away now, run his own race and increase the gap on that chasing pack as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Down T came straight for the final time, and Charlie Webb looks behind him. He can see daylight now between him and the chasing pack as everyone else fights for position. This has really allowed Charlie Webb to pull away now as he makes his way through Kimbolton for the final time. Checkered flag goes out, and Charlie Webb takes the final heat for Senior X30. In the fight to the line for 2nd place is going to be Alex Wiley in 2nd place, Bailey Brooker in 3rd. Great finish there for Peter Jurovic, who DNF'd the previous race. He fights through to 4th on the final lap. Bradley Heath drops to 5th place, and Jacko and Drawbridge in 6th. William Omar in 7th. Finley Allen, Josh Jones, and Elio D'Alessandro rounding out the top 10. Just ahead of Katie Ashman, who fights through to 11th place. Toby Percival fighting through to 12th. Max Anderson, Max Wright, and Ethan Higgins taking us down to 15th place in the Senior X30. So that's how it finished up. And Charlie Webb really taking advantage of that last lap fight between Alex Wiley, Bailey Brooker, Bradley Heath, with Peter Jurovic making his way through also there as well, and that really allowed Charlie Webb in the closing 2 laps of the race to pull out that advantage, and he wins by nearly 3 seconds at the drop of the flag. We are going to move through then to our final heat race of the day. This is race number 26 of our 35 race program, and the senior Rotax are about to get underway. Just making sure we think the track is clear, so we should be able to get this race underway very shortly. And we'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments' time. So as we say, this is the final heat race of the day. Senior Rotax will also be the final race of the day a little bit later on with their final as well. So Senior Rotax just taking a moment in the waiting zone here. We're just waiting to see. I think there might be just making sure everything is all good to go with the timing and with the grid lineups for this final heat. Just making sure everything is all correct and ready to go before senior Rotax gets underway. Just to recap then, this is the final heat race. Next race is junior Rotax, race number 27. That will be our first final of the day, as the spectators start to make their way trackside. More and more people packing up the grandstand by the finish line. Let's have a look at how senior Rotax lines up then. No, this is actually the, bear with me, we're just waiting for the Rotax lineups to come through. We've got the results here from the X30s. Just to recap, this is how they finished up at the end of the X30 heat. Senior Rotax just waiting for the lineups here to be finalised. As soon as I get the updates on the timing charts, I will let you know how they line up, as everyone just starts to line up ready for the final heat race here for senior Rotax and the junior Rotax B final, which will be starting very soon. Plenty of spectators on the little grandstand by the finish line here, and there is a new viewing gantry actually on the exit of the Willows, which has been recently constructed over the last couple of months, allowing more people a great viewing point on the exit of the Willows complex out onto the run towards the Amitsu Straits. So the Hunts Kart Racing Club continuing to put improvements into the track. A lot of work has been taking place off the circuit this year as well. At the start of the year, you may remember that the wet weather meant that the access to the meeting was restricted only to competitors and teams only. No spectators allowed here because we couldn't get people onto the field to park safely. That's been rectified with new access roads being built here at Kimbolton and improved parking areas to get rid of some of the worst of the boggy sections in the winter. And just to the right of where the karts are now, there is the new viewing gantry on the Willows and a new spectator bank being built. A bit more of a long-term project on Kimbolton Corner. You'll see the sodden and built up patch of earth on the outside of the Kimbolton corner, and that's a bit more of a long-term project. The new spectator grandstand being built on the final corner, so the improvements continue to take place here at Kimbolton on and off the circuit. Senior Rotax then about to get underway. Daniel Kahoff will lead them away from Mikey Walker, Jake Fisher and Joshua Smith on row 2, Finley Jones, Callum Sims on row 3, and Leon Hasty showing as a non-starter here. We'll wait and see on that one. Connor Tubby, Jason Ducic from Charlie Gromit and Jared Fox-Whiteley. So here we go for the final heat. Charging into the first corner. The grid a bit spread. Oh, was 77 there. Daniel Kahoff gets punted away on the approach to the first corner. Everyone else avoids him, and Kahoff has to start right at the back of the field. That could be costly in terms of the grid positions later on. One or two drivers taking to the grass there on the Willows as well. So a bit of a messy start here, but Jake Fisher getting away well there as he battles there with, I think that's Joshua Smith just behind him, and the number 32 Mikey Walker then making the good advantage there and taking the lead as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner for the first time, and over the line they go. Jake Fisher getting a contact warning. I presume that's for the incident with Daniel Kahoff on the first corner. But Mikey Walker it is that leads the way. Oh, and actually I can tell you that Jake Fisher under investigation here from the stewards. So perhaps they think there's the incident on the first corner requires a bit more investigation towards the end of the race. So that might affect Fisher later on. Leaders now making their way down towards the final corner. Mikey Walker maintains that gap at the front as they go over the line. Charging down into the first corner, and you can see there Joshua Smith just dancing with the back wheel there. Aggressive on the brakes, doesn't want to be too aggressive to let that back end lock up, but getting the braking point just right as he charges through after Mikey Walker. Joshua Turnbull on the charge here, number 127. Turnbull, who's been on good form today actually, he moves up to 4th place now, getting past Finley Jones. Oliver Smith also on the charge here as he makes his way through the midfield. So Mikey Walker, he continues to lead the way in this final heat race of the day. Senior Rotax charging over the line. Another driver under investigation actually. A little bit further down is the number 58. And just looking a bit further down, that's Rayan Gandor, who ran well earlier on today, of course, the number 58. He's down in the midfield right now in 23rd place, but is under investigation, so he might have some trouble going into the final later on today, as Mikey Walker continues to lead the way, maintains that gap at the front, just over 1 second between him and Joshua Smith in second place. Chasey Pack made up of Jake Fisher, Joshua Turnbull and Finley Jones. They make their way down towards the final corner. Walker charging out to the final corner and over the line to complete another lap. Leading group making their way through the willows, then Joshua Smith, Jake Fisher, Joshua Turnbull and Finley Jones running very closely indeed, but no one really able to deal with Mikey Walker at the moment, who maintains that gap of just under 1 second. As always in karting, we say it doesn't sound very much, but in karting terms that is quite a cushion. It just keeps him safe at the front of the pack, prevents him from being out-braked into any corners by anybody, so he can afford to run his own lines. A bit further down the field, it's fast and furious in the midfield as they all go charging through. Here are the drivers on the edge of the top 10, all charging out of Kimbolton Corner. This Panaway shot here gives you an idea of how close things are in the midfield. The likes of Charlie Gromit, Oliver Smith, Jake Cox, Ethan Martin, Alfie Thompson and Declan Love taking us down to 15th place, all running very closely indeed. Harvey Williams in 17th. George Cole, one of the front runners, down in 18th position. This is his lower grid position. He's had to make up 10 positions up to 18th position right now. So this is certainly a great opportunity here for Mikey Walker to pull away at the front. He makes his way down towards the final corner and the slow boards are out. So there's an incident out on the track somewhere. Driver in trouble on the first corner here at Kimbolton Corner. They're coming down towards Stowe Corner, I think. There's a driver in trouble on Stowe Corner. We're just going past the incident now. Marshall's just looking to sort things out. I think it is one of either Connor Tubby, Charlie Gromit, possibly both drivers who got together coming in towards the Stowe Corner, the first corner here. So the race continues, but we are under the slow boards. Waved yellow flags for the marshals. And if they go past the marshal points, if we see the camera pan through, we should see them holding out the slow boards to the drivers. So this replacing the old Battenberg flags for 2026. There you see the slow board being displayed by the marshals. So we are still under racing conditions. You can see on the left hand side there the clock continuing to tick down, but this effectively neutralises the race, and Mikey Walker will be keen to slow the drivers down as much as he can on this straight. He'll know pretty much, I think we are going to go green. The track has been cleared, so we are ready to go. Marshall with the green flag ready. We may have to go through for another lap because there are still some marshals on the first corner, but nonetheless Mikey Walker not taking the chance. He slows them right down. Just watching the starter. So the yellow flag remains up, so there are still marshals on the first corner. But the marshals are now starting to leave that section of the track. So it looks like they've done their track rebuilding work. The barriers are now back up and safe. And crucially here, Mikey Walker will have seen that. He'll see the marshals walking away as he makes his way down to the first corner. It was touch and go whether we go green on that lap, but the marshals keeping out the waved yellows and the slow boards just to make sure that the marshals could safely leave that section of the circuit. So it looks like we are ready to go next time round. And you will notice here, look how slowly Mikey Walker is going, the race leader. We are still under race conditions here, but the karts are travelling at little more than walking pace here now as they make their way through the Derrick's corner. So we've got 30 seconds on the clock. Last lap was 1:24 for the race leader Mikey Walker, and well, whether he'll be looking to try and get through with the clock down to zero. He's going to go really slowly here, I think, if he can just make it into a one-lap dash to the finish. 17 seconds on the clock here. Green flag is ready. We are ready to go racing, and Mikey Walker trying to run the clock down as best he can. He wants that clock to go down to zero, so the last lap board goes out, I think. Last lap board is now being readied, so Mikey Walker brings the pace down almost to walking pace. The clock is now zero. There will be one more lap to go here, so Mikey Walker running the clock down to zero, and one more lap to go in this final hit that goes green. And they charge away into the first corner, so Mikey Walker looking to defend all he can on this final lap as they make their way through the Willows for the final time. Walker guards the apex, closely followed by the number 15 of Joshua Smith. And again you see Walker full defensive as he makes his way through towards Derek's corner, preventing Joshua Smith from finding a way through. Here they come up to the Dan Weldon corner. It's a one-lap dash to the finish here now then. And Mikey Walker holding on to the lead here. He's done the hard work here. Good tactics there for him to run the clock down to 0. One more lap to defend for him here as he makes his way down towards Kimbolton corner for the final time. And Mikey Walker will take the checkered flag. It's going to be Joshua Smith in second place, Joshua Turnbull in third, making up 9 positions. Finley Jones, Jake Fisher, Jarek Fox-Whiteley making up 5 positions to 6th place. James Tester makes up 7 positions up to 7th. Callum Sims, Jason Duchis, Oliver Smith making up 13 positions up to 10th position. So our final heat of the day draws to a close. I'm going to take a brief pause here before our final gets underway, the B final for the Junior Rotax, but that is how they finished at the end. Of course, very close finish thanks to the slow boards being out before that final lap, but Mikey Walker taking the checkered flag. We are underway very shortly for our first final of the day, Junior Rotax B final, getting underway in just a few moments. So our final heat of the day for Junior Rotax B final about to get underway. The finals begin now then with the B final. It's Harry Mike Waldron that leads them away from Noah Clare, Oliver Dawson and Kevin Ivanov on row 2, Alexander Lashicki and Zoe Cattet on row number 3, Lucas Nibbs, Ollie Healy on row 4, Joshua Robinson and Rio Makamatsu on row 5, Harry Search and Bo Winslade on row 6, George Teach and Esme Rosie on row 7, Archie Buchanan and Zane Perry on row 8, row 9 is Edward Munns, Byron Webb, Alexander Adrins and Christian Kahoff rounding out the 20 driver field. So this is always a crucial race in the programme here today. The B final, the first of our finals today. Not only is there victory at stake, but a reminder that this is effectively a repechage race, and the top 4 drivers in this final will progress to the Junior Rotax A final later on today. So particular attention, of course, goes to the driver in 4th place who will be sitting on the bubble as the race goes on. That's Kevin Ivanov at the moment. As we get underway, and Junior Rotax B final charging into the first corner. One driver gets it all wrong onto the concrete. Oh, and lucky to stop the cart there and not be collected. But there's trouble at the back with several drivers getting caught up. They make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. It looks like the pole sitter Harry Mike Waldron leads the way as they make their way through. One driver goes onto the grass. More trouble towards the back there as the fast and furious battles towards the back. A couple of drivers tangled up still on Stowe corner, the first corner here, but they both get back underway but effectively are out of contention. That is the number 249, I think, Esme Rosie. couldn't identify the second driver. We'll confirm that in a moment. But as they make their way over the line, it's still the race leader, Harry Mike Waldron. Second place is Noah Clare, Kevin Ivanoff, Oliver Dawson in that all-important fourth place, which means the driver at the back there, number 295 of Oliver Dawson, I think has just moved into fourth place now, so sits on the bubble. So Dawson in fourth, number 295. He's in that all-important fourth place. And Zoe Cattett, you'll remember that Zoe Cattett was spun out on the first corner in her previous heat. That's probably why she's in the B final, because she was pretty much out of contention in her final heat. There she is, number 67, and she will see that there are 4 drivers in front of her now. So she knows that she's going to miss out if she stays where she is. So she will be desperately trying to get involved in this lead group of drivers. They make their way down to the first corner. Harry Mike Waldron again, full defensive into the first corner as Ivanoff goes down the inside. And Kevin Ivanoff, who started the race in fourth place, makes the move stick and moves into second position as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. Harry Mike Waldron holding on to the lead here. And if he stays defensive, it will just draw the rest of the pack in. So it's all getting very close, actually. Zoe Cattett's still there in fifth place, but she is right on the tail of the number 295, Oliver Dawson now. So this is wide open. At the moment, 5 drivers in this lead group, and only 4 will progress to the A final. So it's all very tight. And even Alexander Lisitsky could get involved in this one, as again you see Mike Waldron full defensive into the first corner. Kevin Ivanoff facing a challenge there from Noah Clare into the first corner, and that defensive line from Mike Waldron really backs everyone up now. So again, the top 5 really close together now. And Lisitsky, number 244, Bo Winslade even could get involved in this one. And Lucas Nibbs in 8th position has set the fastest lap of the race. So this B final is wide open, not only for victory here, but also for those crucial top 4 positions to get through to the A final. Here they come out to the final corner once again. And Harry Mike Waldron again, you see him full defensive into the first corner. Ivanoff following in second place, trying to find an opening. And Ivanoff, in this such a close race, can ill afford to go wide and try and sweep through on the exit here, because he knows that Noah Clare and Oliver Dawson are right behind him. Oh, and a small mistake there on the entrance to the corner there from Mike Waldron. Backs everyone up yet again. So this B final, very close indeed. And look at that, 6 drivers now in the lead group, and only 4 can progress. And it looks like Zoe Cattett has moved into that all-important 4th place. So it's now Zoe Cattett that sits on the bubble in 4th as they make their way over the line. And again, you see the top 3 having to go defensive into the first corner. Ivanoff desperately trying to find an opening into that first corner. But it's Harry Mike Waldron that leads the way. Once again, the pole sitter stays in the lead, and again defending that lead. Oh, and down the inside again, trying to find a way through, is Kevin Ivanoff. And of course, if a driver's being really defensive like that, the easiest thing to do is to go wide and try and sweep through on the exit of the corner. But Ivanoff can't really do that because he has got Noah Clare right behind him. So if he goes wide, it will just allow Noah Clare into that gap on the inside. So it's a very tight position here for Kevin Ivanoff. And again, you see that defensive driving into the first corner. The top 3 all defending what they have. Oh, and Ivanoff finds an opening though, coming through into the willows, tries to go for the lead, but no! Wyatt Waldron pushes through and goes back into the lead. Again, Ivanoff tries an opening. Oh, lovely move there down the inside. Kevin Ivanoff takes the lead out of nowhere as he goes through into Derek's corner. So Kevin Ivanoff is the new race leader. Harry Mike Waldron drops to second. It's still Noah Clare in third, and Zoe Cattett sitting on the bubble there in 4th place. Oh, a small mistake from Mike Waldron coming out of Kestrel corner, but holds on to the second place. That does allow Kevin Ivanoff to pull away slightly. And Ivanoff now taking the luxury of a sweeping line into the first corner. He knows he needs to try and pull away as Noah Clare goes down the inside and takes that all-important second place. Mike Waldron drops to third. He looks over the shoulder. He sees that Zoe Cattett is right behind him. Cattett's still in 4th place. But Kevin Ivanoff, the pressure pays off for him. He finally takes the lead and now needs to push. He knows he's got a bit of an advantage at the front here. He has a quick glance over the shoulder. He knows no one is directly behind him, so at least he can run some sweeping lines into the corners and try and build a gap at the front. Still very close in terms of who's going to take that all-important 4th place, though. So again, you see Ivanov. A nice open line into the first corner. Noah Clare in second. These two trying to pull away a bit now. I don't know whether Noah Clare is going to really pressurise Kevin Ivanov all that much, or just try and stick onto the back wheels of the number 265 to try and get a pull and get away from this battle of a 3rd place. Neither of the two leaders want to be there, and Harry Myatt Waldron there still in 3rd, the early race leader, coming under some pressure from Zoe Cattett in 4th. Oh, as Cattett goes a bit wide, coming out of down Weldon corner, but she recovers well. That allows Myatt Waldron to pull away momentarily. As out to the final corner, there go the two leaders. So Myatt Waldron gets a bit of a cushion, and now Zoe Cattett has to defend for all it's worth now for that 4th place. There she goes down the inside, guards the inside line. Oh, and look at this. Oh, it's getting tight. And trouble there, 3 wide into the corner there. Oliver Dawson comes off worse, and he is stationary on the centre of the circuit. One driver has got some silencer damage. Whether that was Myatt Waldron or Shasky possibly, but 2 drivers out of contention there. Oliver Dawson was stationary in the middle of the track. The back end of the kart is dragging away, and he will surely get a technical flag and be disqualified from the race. Kevin Ivanov with the warning flag. Not entirely sure what he's done there, because he's out at the front. So whatever the reason is, though, he has picked up a warning flag. So as we press the reset here, that's Harry Myatt Waldron still in 3rd place. With 1 lap to go, Lucas Nibbs has found his way through, as the unfortunate Alexander Lasiski is the driver with the silencer damage. He retires from the race. So Lucas Nibbs into 4th place now. Christian Kayhoff has made up 15 positions from the back of the grid. Sits in 5th place now and could yet get the final 4th place. Here they come up to the final corner. The top 3 are pretty much guaranteed into the A final. It's going to be Kevin Ivanov that takes the checkered flag and takes the win. Noah Clare in 2nd place. Harry Myatt Waldron guarantees his position in 3rd. And who's it going to be in 4th? Oh, it's Lucas Nibbs. Lucas Nibbs in 4th place takes the all-important 4th place. Christian Kayhoff with a brilliant drive through the field, 15 positions, but it wasn't to be enough. He has to settle for 5th place, and that is his day done. Zoe Cattett, you have to say that small mistake coming out of the Dan Weldon corner cost her dearly as she got swallowed up by the pack there, as Ryoma Komatsu made a move on the final lap to take 6th place. That's how they finish up in the Junior Rotax Speed Final. Kevin Ivanov the winner by just under half a second from Noah Clare. Harry Myatt Waldron in 3rd. The top 3 clear and away. They managed to make their way through into the A final quite comfortably, but it was Lucas Nibbs in that dramatic final stint there going through into 4th place. But yeah, hard luck, you have to say, to Christian Kayhoff. Started in 20th place, made up 15 positions, and losing out on the A final by less than half a second. That is how tough it is in the B final in that repechage aspect as well. As we wait now for our final for the Hondas to get underway, there is a brief pause here. I can see that the first response ambulance at the far end of the circuit has moved over to the main medical area, so whether they've had to transfer somebody over to the medical centre for a bit more further attention. So there might just be a brief pause before the Hondas get underway. So we're coming up to race number 28 of our 35 race programme. Honda final getting underway shortly. But there will be a brief pause before the Hondas get underway. I think the medical crew is just moving somebody over to the medical centre up by the start-finish line by the race control area. So just as soon as you get the all clear from them, we'll be able to get the racing back underway. I would presume that first responder vehicle will need to move back up to the opposite side of the track before the racing gets back underway. That's down to the medics and the clerk of the course. I think we are safe to go, though, by the looks of things. As we move on to our Honda lineup, we'll wait for that to come through very shortly. So just a brief pause here at Kimbolton before our final gets underway. The green flag has been shown, just waiting for the lineups to come through. And the Honda 200s will line up as follows. It will be James Murfitt on pole position from Keane Delaney, Nicholas York and Keane Doherty in 4th place, Harrison Maxwell in 5th. From Oliver Vickers, Zach Squire and George Pickett. Then it'll be Alfie Stokes and Nico Veselowski, Oliver Jones, James Windsor, Dominic Kelly, Mason Day, Harlow off at Jacob Thurlow. Kabir Singh, who had quite a heavy crash that brought out the red flag in the previous heat race, showing as a non-starter, so perhaps he has retired for the day. Let's hope that he's all right. Apologies, we didn't quite get the grid positions up here on the screen for you. There was a bit of a delay for them to come through from race control. So just to recap, though, James Murphy will lead them away from Keane Delaney, Nicholas York, Keane Doherty and Harrison Maxwell. So the fastest qualifiers, the drivers who are in form in the heat races, all starting in the top 5 here. So this could potentially be a fairly wide open final here. Out of the final corner they go, over the line, and the Honda final gets underway. 8 minutes plus 1 lap in the final as Murphy guards the inside line from Delaney into the first corner, down the inside, all 3 abreast into the third corner as they jostle for position. Looks like York goes through into third place, and Oliver Vickers with a good start there, getting amongst that lead group as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. So it's James Murphy with the early lead, Keane Delaney in second place and Nicholas York in third. The top 3 making their way down towards Kestrel Corner and Kimbolton at the end of the first lap. Harrison Maxwell, Oliver Vickers right in there as well. Zach Squire, George Pickett also well placed. Here they come out to the first corner at the end of the first lap, I should say, and James Murphy over the line, Keane Delaney in second place. Nicholas York still there in third. The top 3 just starting to break away from the chasing pack here at the end of the first lap. And I just saw Oliver Vickers in fourth, just pointing ahead, just saying to the other drivers, let's work together and try and close up with the 3 leaders. So Oliver Vickers with a good start up to fourth place right now, number 31, with Harrison Maxwell, Keane Doherty, George Pickett and Zach Squire following close behind. But crucially here, the top 3 just breaking away slightly from the chasing pack in these early stages. And what's Delaney going to do here in second place? And Nicholas York, for that matter, in third. Whether they'll be able to try and work together and pull away from the chasing pack at this stage. Are we going to see anybody going for a move in these early stages? Well, there you see, they're all following each other through Kimbolton. No one keen to be too aggressive in the early stage of this race. They don't want to push themselves back into the chasing pack, who are a little bit further behind at the moment. Oliver Vickers still battling with Keane Doherty for that fourth place as they make their way through Derek's corner. The chasing pack on their part will be desperate to try and get amongst the podium finishers here right now as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, and the number 88 of James Murphy still leading the way. Keane Delaney staying on the rear wheels in second place. Not going to make a move unless it really opens out in front of him at this stage, I think. He doesn't want to try and force the issue and risk being pushed back further into the pack. Bit of tactics at play here. James Murphy just doing what he needs to do at the front of the field here, plugging away, putting in some fast laps. Both of the 2 leaders setting a joint fastest lap of the race there, 48.02. So the 2 leaders really putting on a good pace. He just saw Murphy there gesticulating to Delaney behind him, saying, let's just work together at this stage. Let's not race. They're both running a good pace here, so it would certainly be beneficial here, I think, for Delaney and Murphy just to try and work together here, not race each other, because Nicholas York is tagging in there in third place. He's not really being dropped by the 2 leaders, and crucially, they don't want to get pushed into the battle from Keane Doherty, Oliver Vickers a bit further behind here. So let's have a look at the lap times. They make their way through. James Murphy and Keane Delaney both running a very close pace at the front, 48.1 last time round. Nicholas York 48.04, so just starting to close up on the 2 leaders here. But these top 3 drivers working well in these early stages. Look at the gap they've pulled on the chasing pack behind them as Oliver Vickers coming under some real pressure from Harrison Maxwell, George Pickett and Keane Doherty behind him. There you just saw at the back of your screen the battle for fourth place, and they really are starting to hold each other up a bit here, which is allowing the top 3 to really pull away now and make the race their own. So I think if these 3 drivers can just work together over the next couple of laps, continue to maintain that pace at the front, they are really starting to pull away from the chasing pack now. Out to the final corner they go. There you can see the gap. That is very important for these top 3 drivers. And now as they make their way down into the first corner, Keane Delaney seizes the opportunity and takes the lead cleanly down the straight. So Keane Delaney is the new race leader, but again we still have 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And again you see there James Murphy just pointing down the road at Delaney. Don't worry about me, just keep going as fast as you can. And what he's saying there is just warning Delaney he can afford to take his own lines. Some of these little mid-race alliances that you get between drivers. So you see there that James Murphy, Delaney's gone into the lead. And what Keane Delaney is trying to gesticulate to the race leader here is that he's not going to try and retaliate here. He can afford to take the racing line into the corners, keep the pace up. That's what they need to do, these drivers. So Keane Delaney back into the lead. Again, you see no one really racing and going for the overtake at this stage. They will just want to maintain this pace at the front. Each one of these 3 drivers knows they could potentially win this race. And the crucial thing here, there is a big gap between them and the 4th place George Pickett, who has set the fastest lap of the race here. But George Pickett now clear into 4th. There was a warning flag for Cian Doherty in 5th place, but now the 4th place driver now well clear of that chasing pack. So George Pickett clear in 4th, pulling away from Doherty slightly, but the top 3 still running line astern. The top 3, as we say, not really racing, running tactically here at this stage, running down the clock. 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining here. Keane Delaney continues to lead the way. Is Murphy going to go for a move into the first corner? No. Follows the driver through. There's that chasing pack. Cut adrift by the leaders now. Still George Pickett from Cian Doherty, Harrison Maxwell, Oliver Vickers and Zach Squire in there. Back down the straight they go, TKM straight. This is the battle now for 4th place. I think these drivers know that the leaders are gone and out of reach here, so it's every man for himself. And George Pickett, after pulling away from the pack, seems to have been drawn back into this battle for 4th. As down the inside goes the number 94. Clean move there from Cian Doherty down the inside. You've got to be clean and precise with these overtaking manoeuvres, especially in the Hondas, where if you lose the momentum on those little 4-stroke engines, it's very difficult to get it back underway. So any pass has got to be smooth and clean, you would say. The clock continues to wind down. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap remaining. And at what point are the top 3 drivers going to battle for the lead, you wonder? They've run pretty much line astern for the last few laps, running very well with a good tactical race as this battle for 4th rages on. The leaders now making their way round the final corner and heading up towards the start-finish line as the battle for 4th. Now we see the 4th place driver as James Murphy goes back into the lead. The battle for the lead hotting up a bit now as James Murphy goes back into the lead. 4th place now Cian Doherty as it gets a bit tasty for 5th place. Back at the front though, it's started to turn into a duel between James Murphy and Keane Delaney here. And I think they know they've got a bit of a cushion here, so perhaps they can afford to maybe start to fight for the lead. 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think next time round will be the last lap. And the gloves will be off here for the top 3 drivers going into the final lap of the race, if not already, as down the inside, Keane Delaney makes a brilliant move there, going down into Kestrel Corner. Difficult place to go for a pass, but Keane Delaney makes the move stick. And over the line he goes, so last lap board goes out, and this is where the gloves are off. They have to defend here because every man for himself here. And look at Nicholas York in 3rd, going wide into the Stowe corner to try and make the move on the exit there. Finds his line blocked. And Nicholas York could yet snatch this victory, as again you see Delaney full defensive here going into Derek's corner. It's all wide open, every man for himself now. The gloves are off going into the final lap of the race, and Keane Delaney is the driver in the front at the moment, but James Murphy will have visions of taking the victory himself here. And Nicholas York hanging on in there as well. Looks behind him, he knows the track is clear, and here we go. This is going to be a very interesting final corner. Who's it going to be? One more corner to go in the Honda final. Delaney guards the inside line as Murphy goes through the switchback. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Delaney goes across, cuts the line, and both hands off the wheel to take the checkered flag. And I don't know who's happier, actually, Keane Delaney, the race winner, or Nicholas York, who finishes 3rd. He looks, I think, Nicholas York looks more happy than the race winner there. He's very pleased with that third place. And who can blame him, to be fair, because that was a very well-worked race from the number 55, and he kept himself in contention. Could have taken the victory if there'd been any kind of a tussle between Delaney and Murphy there on the final corner. But a very well-worked final there for Keane Delaney to take the checkered flag from James Murphy. Either one of those could have won that one. And Nicholas York in third by less than a quarter of a second, covering the top three drivers. Keane Doherty in that battle for fourth place, coming out on top ahead of Harrison Maxwell, Zach Squire, Nico Vikolowski, Alfie Stokes, Oliver Vickers and George Pickett rounding out the top 10 in our first final of the day for the Hondas. Race number 28 draws to a close, and we'll be underway very shortly with our next final, which is the Microsmax and Waterswift final, getting underway shortly. So here we go for the mini interfinal with Felix Tandy sitting on pole position from Adam Halahi in second place, Hugo Senna from Caden Hanley on row number 2, Ronnie Allen and Jensen Darlow on row 3, Oakley Howlett and Elliot Hitch on row number 4. Row 5 is made up of Ralph Ewer and Tommy Lovejoy. Row 6 is Alfie Hennell from Teddy Shepherd as they make their way over the line to start the final. And not a good start from Felix Tandy. Oh, as Hugo Senna took the lead, but spins out on the first corner. The back end got away from him. And a little bit of good fortune there for Felix Tandy. He was well placed there to take the lead. And I can tell you off camera that Hugo Senna punching the wheel in frustration as he gets back underway at the back of the field. A small mistake there from Senna. The back end just locked up and sent him spiralling off the circuit. Senna pretty much at the back of the field now. And as I say, he was punching the wheel in frustration. He's just got to get his head down now and try and salvage what he can out of this final as Felix Tandy goes into the lead. Caden Hanley in second place, Ronnie Allen in third. The top three running very closely indeed. You would say on balance how the heat races went that Felix Tandy would be the favourite coming into this final, but I think that Caden Hanley and Ronnie Allen will have visions of taking the victory for themselves, especially Hanley out of those two, I'd say, who has challenged Tandy on a few occasions here. So Felix Tandy has had the pace so far today, and like we say, would start as the favourite, so he's going to try and pull away here, but it's crucial now that Caden Hanley and Ronnie Allen stick with the leader. Although, oh, look at this though, a bit of controversy potentially off the track here. I've just seen that the investigation board has come out for Felix Tandy. So well, I thought that Hugo Senna had locked up into the first corner, so perhaps Tandy touched him. That will be one for the stewards to look at after the race. So any result here from Felix Tandy from now on will be a provisional result following the investigation after the race. So we shall wait and see on that one. So Felix Tandy, he's just got to race now and try and take the victory. And whatever else happens after this final, that'll be determined by the stewards. So I can only speculate there that spin from Hugo Senna at the start, whether the stewards felt that Tandy had a part to play in that, I don't know. A small mistake though from Tandy going in towards the Kimbolton corner. Whether that investigation board has thrown his concentration a bit there, because he was a little bit ragged going into Kestrel corner, makes a mistake, and that allows Caden Hanley to take the lead now. Ronnie Allen nips through to second place, but Felix Tandy immediately fights back. So I do wonder if that has perhaps broken the concentration a bit there from Felix Tandy. A very uncharacteristic mistake there from him going into Kestrel corner to go wide on the exit, which has allowed Hanley into the lead. So you'd have to say here, despite that investigation hanging over him, that Felix Tandy has just got to get his head down here. Try and forget about it for now, because he's just got to try and do what he can out on the track. He's dropped to second place now because of that mistake. And now, can he fight back as Caden Hanley holds on to the lead? Oh, and look at that, Tandy immediately regrouping here, making a nice move out to the final corner. As he charges down into the first corner, not going for the move here. I think it would have been too risky to try and make an overtake going into that first corner and make the move stick. So Tandy sticks behind Hanley for now. Felix Tandy fighting back here with the fastest lap of the race, 47.54. So Tandy certainly doing the right things here. He has regrouped, he's regained his composure here, and now fighting for the lead once again as Caden Hanley tries to hang on. A bit further down, Jonah Allen has had a good start to the final. He's made up 6 positions to move into 7th place, getting past Elliot Hitch and Teddy Shepherd on the previous lap. Alfie Hennell rounds out the top 10. And another driver under investigation here is the spinner on the first lap, Hugo Senna, who has made up a few positions actually. He's moved up to 11th position now, the number 88. But Hugo Senna is also under investigation here. So the stewards have a bit of work to do after this final, because we've got both Felix Tandy and Hugo Senna under an investigation here after this race. So any results here will be provisional, because we have got 2 drivers under investigation. So they may, or may not, of course, get a penalty applied after the race. That will be down to the stewards. Caden Hanley won't be too worried about that one, though. He just wants to try and win this race, and anything else that happens behind him will be consequential as far as he's concerned. As he comes out to the final corner, Tandy tries to fight back, though, gets a nice line coming out to Kim Bolton corner and going for the pass. They make their way down to the first corner. Will Tandy go down the inside here? No, he holds back. Nice move there for Tandy out of the corner, though. Makes the move into the Willows. A great move there from Felix Tandy. Got some real drive coming out of Stowe corner and takes the lead as he makes his way through the Willows. So Felix Tandy into the lead as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. And still hanging on in there in 3rd place is the number 57 of Ronnie Allen. Allen determined to try and hold that one on a bit further back. There's problems, I think, for Adam Elahi, who is dropping out of contention. And Freddie Fullerton, I think, has had some trouble at the start of the race. He is right at the back of the field, but still charging away at the back as we see. Oh, nice move there for Ronnie Allen, who's been there or thereabouts for the entire race. Gets through to 2nd place. And both 2nd and 3rd place drivers will be aware that the race leader is under investigation here. So 2nd place could yet give them the victory. It may not do, of course. It is an investigation. It's only going to be provisional. But nonetheless, if Felix Tandy wins this race, both of those drivers behind him will be desperate to get into that 2nd place and be the one who benefits should Tandy get a penalty after the race. So this one is still wide open here. Felix Tandy, of course, will be looking to try and take the checkered flag. He needs to win this race. Anything else that happens is in the remit of the stewards, who say, as is Hugo Senna, who's having a good race in the midfield. He's fought through back into the top 10. But like Felix Tandy, both those drivers under investigation here as they make their way round the Stowe corner once again. 1.5 minutes left to go in this Micromax final. And it is still Felix Tandy who's fought through very well to go back into the lead. But Ronnie Allen's having a good race here so far. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 47.04. So Ronnie Allen sitting in 2nd place. He'll be the one that benefits if there's any kind of a penalty for Felix Tandy. But you would have to say from Ronnie Allen's part, he will be determined to try and get through into the lead and make that matter inconsequential, really, because if he wins this final, anything that happens behind him won't really matter, because he would be the one that crosses the line. So Ronnie Allen here, he's caught up with Felix Tandy, but can he make a move here? We've got 48 seconds on the clock. So I think they will squeeze through just before the clock goes down to 0. So this would be 2 laps to go. After this, if things stay as they are, they're not really dropping the pace here, these 3 leaders. So I think this will be 2 laps to go. We'll keep a close eye on the clock there on the left-hand side of your screen. Ronnie Allen matching his fastest lap of the race, 47.04. And he repeated that last time round. So Allen putting in a very good pace here. Here they come down towards Kimbolton for what I think will be 2 more laps to go after this one. Close eye on the clock here. 10 seconds left on the clock as Alan tries to make a move. Coming out of the corner, side by side over the line. 4 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go here. And it's 2 abreast coming into the first corner. Alan peels away, lets Alan go because he's going to try and go for the switchback here. And they're side by side through the willows. Tandy holds that line, forces Alan wide, and this will allow Caden Hanley back into the mix. 3 abreast going into Derek's corner, and Hanley, and Alan spins out. 3 abreast going into Derek's corner. Caden Hanley takes the lead, and the unfortunate Ronnie Allen loses out in that 3-way tussle for the lead and spins out. That means that Jensen Darlow is now into 3rd place. So 3 wide there going to Derek's corner, and fortunately for Caden Hanley, he was exactly where he needed to be as the last lap board goes out. Felix Tandy lost out a bit there in that tussle as well. So everything all starts to settle down a bit now, and you have to feel for the unfortunate Ronnie Allen, who's recovered into 5th place, but he was the loser in that 3-way tussle, spinning out, recovering, and he recovers in 5th place just behind the 177 of Tommy Lovejoy, who's had a good steady race here, picking up 6 positions from 10th on the grid. He now sits in 4th place going into the final lap. Remembering, of course, that Felix Tandy has an investigation hanging over him, so Tommy Lovejoy could yet make the podium, depending on how that goes. But here we come into the final corner, and after a busy final here in the Micromax, it's going to be Caden Hanley who takes the checkered flag, Felix Tandy in 2nd place, and Jensen Darlow just behind him over the line in 3rd. Tommy Lovejoy in 4th place. The unfortunate Ronnie Allen in 5th place. Oakley Howlett in 6th. Teddy Shepherd in 7th. And another driver left to rue what might have been is Hugo Senna, who crosses the line in 8th place from Elliot Hitch. And Alfie Hennell rounding out the top 10. Jonah Allen, Lana Eden, Ralph Ewer, AJ Halil in 14th place. And Malachi O'Neill will be the final finisher. Both Freddie Fullerton and Adam Elahi, both non-finishers. But remembering in that one, of course, that 2nd place Felix Tandy and the 8th place Hugo Senna both placed under investigation during the final, which means that they will be investigated after that race. So these are only provisional results as things stand at the moment. There may be penalties applying to 2 of those drivers, but as things stand, Caden Hanley the winner, Felix Tandy, Jensen Darlow, Tommy Lovejoy, and the unfortunate Ronnie Allen, who was in contention for victory, ending up rounding out the top 5. So we move straight through to our next final, race number 30 of 35. Mini Inters are about to get underway, and this one looks set to be a closely fought final here, although whether there's been a penalty, because Jensen Sale starting a bit further down the field here, which means that the number 12 of Alfie Phillipson would start as the pre-race favourite. He sits on pole position from Achille Nane Gioni in 2nd place, who's also had his moments today and could yet be a factor for the victory as well. James Roots 3rd place on the grid from Ralph Martin. Ethan Lloyd and William Moore starting in 5th and 6th respectively. Row number 4 made up of Finley Bills and Mason Munster, Rio Paniutu and Elliot Bork. They will start on row 6. There are your top 8 drivers. One notable starting a bit further down, if you look on the right hand side of your time screen, the number 40 of Jensen Sales starting down on row number 6, so that's down in 11th on the grid from alongside Alex Kostinskas. Flynn Grantham, Santiago Simeone a bit further behind as well, so that could really mix things up for the final, and Alfie Phillipson will be determined to make that advantage count as we get underway, but immediately going through to a full start, so we'll go around one more time whilst you have this brief pause in the race activity. Just to remind you, the remainder of the race programme for today is as follows. KZ UK's will be the next race after this, their final. Then it's the Junior Rotax A final, Rotax 177s, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax to round out the programme for today here at Kimbolton. Drivers now making their way back down the TKM straight. And if you're following the club championships, of course, just to remind you that there is no race in July, because we've got the Weir British Championships here on the 10th and 12th of July, so there'll be no club championship in July, and round number 6 will be taking place in August, the 7th to the 9th of August, which also incorporates the coveted Kimbolton Festival. That will be a very important race on the calendar. But here we are back with the final for Mini Inters. We get back underway. Let's hope for a clean start this time. This looks better. It's a drag race to the first corner. Everyone getting their elbows out here. And Gioni takes the advantage into the first corner, gets past Philipson, who gets pushed down to third place as James Roots goes through to second place. Couple of drivers on the grass further back there, going through onto the Willows. They both get back onto the circuit safely. Ralph Martin had a good heat race earlier on. He has a good start. He moves up, I think, into either third or fourth position. But Jensen Sale, who started down on the 6th row, has also got away well. He's in about 6th place right now. And Rio Panagiutu, another driver, looking to try and fight back. He'll be looking to try and get back up the field as the race goes on. 128 under investigation a bit further down there. Zach Andrew in that midfield tussle, and there's contact warnings for the 188 and 118 Finley Beals then, and also 188 the race leader. Keelan Gioni getting a contact warning for the conduct on the first corner, so he gets through to first place, but he's going to have to be careful here, because if he gets too aggressive as the race goes on, he may well find himself under investigation. So Gioni being warned for now. He'll pick up the warning flag next time round, and he's coming under pressure early on here from James Roots, who finds a brilliant move down the inside on Kestrel Corner to take the lead. And look at that behind him there. Ralph Martin sneaks through on the Kimbolton Corner, and also going through is Alfie Philipson. So Gioni drops to fourth place now, and taking the lead now goes Ralph Martin. So a brilliant couple of corners there for the 131, and Ralph Martin finds himself in the lead as they make their way up towards Derek's Corner. But oh, look at that, not giving up there in second place. James Roots fights back and into the lead. So still 6 minutes to go in this final, and the gloves are off. We've had about 3 lead changes, and because of that, look there, number 40, after that bad start outside of the top 10, Jensen Sale has moved into third. So Sale, one of the pre-event favourites at the sharp end of the championship, moving into third, and Alfie Philipson right behind him in fourth, who's been his closest challenger at times today. The number 12 also well placed in this one, so this final is wide open. Any one of about 5 drivers could potentially win this one, and Keelan Gioni still well placed, the early leader, and the pole sitter is still there in 5th position. So this mini interfinal still with just under 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race. It's still wide open here. Down the back straight they go, and heading now in towards the final Kimbolton Corner. So it's the 132 James Roots that leads the way. Ralph Martin second place, Jensen Sale, Alfie Philipson, and Keelan Gioni, as you were, the top 5, as James Roots sets the fastest lap of the race, 44.02. Look how close is it at the front though. James Roots, fastest lap last time round, but coming under some serious pressure from Ralph Martin, and Jensen Sale in third, with Alfie Philipson right in there in fourth. Here they come down to the final corner. 4.5 minutes to go. Contact warning a bit further down for number 65, Jamal Puraman, who's currently in 20th place. At the front here though, the race just starting to settle down a bit here. The top 3 or 4 drivers know that they're out at the front here, and the pace pretty even at the moment. One driver to look out for here just at the back of this little group is Flynn Grantham, who's made up 7 positions into 6th place and is starting to close up on this lead group. And I think everyone knows here at the front that the race is still very closely poised. They all seem to have settled down into a rhythm here, and nobody, I don't think, is too keen to be too rash in these early stages, because much like we saw in the Hondas, what they don't want to happen is for an aggressive move to take place and drop themselves further down the field. So no one really being too aggressive at this stage. We saw a bit of a tussle earlier on between James Roots and Ralph Martin, And those two now at the front of the field as they go charging through the willows. Jensen Sale sitting handily in third place. He'll be pleased in that third position right now. Still with just over 3 minutes left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining in this race. So nobody really being too rash at this stage. They know there's still a long way to go in this race. Still plenty of laps to be run here. And they don't really want to be too rash and push themselves down into the chasing pack, because the likes of Gioni, Phillipson, Grantham, William Moore, Luke Millward, all running very closely behind as well. They could all yet be a factor in this race. Mason Munsell and Santiago Simeone looking to keep involved in the battle as well, with William Moore and Ethan Lloyd also well placed on the edge of the top 10. But the leaders now making their way through the willows once again. It's as you were with the top 3. These top 3 drivers, I think, just trying to pull away now from the chasing pack, because as you can see here, James Roots, Ralph Martin and Jensen Sale all running very closely at the front of the field. And then there's a very small cushion, the gap around 7/10 of a second between Sale, who looks over his shoulder, and he will see that there's a gap now between him and the chasing pack. So Sale, he knows here that these 3 need to just try and work together now, just to make that pace, keep that pace strong at the front. A bit further back, the 10th place driver, Elliot Bourke, is currently under investigation. So another driver that will potentially have some wrath with the stewards after this race. Do hasten to say, of course, if a driver is under investigation, it doesn't automatically mean that they've received a penalty. It just warns the driver that for whatever reason, usually their driving conduct, it means that they will be investigated after the race, and there is the possibility of a penalty being applied. So that's hanging over the 10th place driver, Elliot Bourke, number 141 at the moment. Nothing concerning these top 3 drivers at the moment, though. There's James Roots, Ralph Martin and Jensen Sale all running very closely as they make their way over the line once again. 1.5 minutes to go. But again, nobody really going for the lead right now. There's still a couple more laps to go in this race, so nobody really wants to jeopardise their chance of taking the checkered flag. It doesn't matter who's leading at the moment, it's who leads at the drop of the flag that matters, of course, and these 3 drivers at the front know that. So James Roots at the moment leading the way, and a bit of teamwork here with Ralph Martin and Jensen Sale. Nobody really going for the lead right now. It's allowing the race leader James Roots to run his own race, choose the lines at the front, because if they start battling and Roots starts getting defensive, it will just back them into the chasing pack of Alfie Phillipson and Alkil Nani-Joni, who aren't too far behind actually as they cross the line once again. So we've got 35 seconds left on the clock, plus 1 lap remaining, 2 laps to go here. Jensen Sale hanging on to that 3rd place. He'll be hoping now that the 2 drivers in front of him start to do battle and just try and bring him into the mix. And the pack behind are closing up here. Alfie Phillipson in 4th place, Fren Grantham, Akil Nani-Joni, and fastest lap of the race now for Luke Millward in 7th place, who's getting involved in that battle just behind the top 3. And those drivers, they really are closing up on the leaders now. They seem to have worked together well to catch up with the lead group. So now with 1 lap to go, any kind of a battle with the top 2 that gets a bit tasty will really bring the chasing back into it here. So here we go, 1 lap to go, and it looks like Roots has the confidence there to take the line into the first corner. He could have defended that one a bit better, or a bit stronger I might say, but he had the confidence there to take the racing line into the first corner. Now he's a bit more defensive going into Derek's corner. And Roots carrying a bit of confidence here. It would have been so easy for him to defend those corners aggressively going into the final lap of the race, but he's running his own lines here. He could have been more defensive there, but choosing to run the racing line and letting Ralph Martin try and find his way through on merit, you would say. Here he comes into the final corner. James Roots carrying a lot of pace on that final lap, and it's going to pay off as James Roots takes the checkered flag. A hard-fought race victory for him. Ralph Martin in 2nd place, Jensen Sale in 3rd, Alfie Phillipson in 4th with Flynn Grantham, and the charging Luke Millward goes through to 6th place on the final lap, making up 10 positions. Akil Nani-Joni drops to 7th, Ethan Lloyd in 8th place, William Moore in 9th, and Mason Munser rounding out the top 10 in the mini inter-final. There is the number 36 in a very closely fought battle there, actually, Philip Poloskov, who ended up finishing in 24th place, but he was only 16 seconds covering that group of drivers at the end. And our newcomer, Jack Dundee, rounding out the field in 25th. But there is your provisional result from the mini inters. Don't forget, of course, that we say Elliot Bork, 141, the 11th place driver, under investigation, so may have penalty applied after the race. We shall wait and see on that one. But the provisional results has James Roots as the winner from Alf Martin, Jensen Sale less than the second, covering the top three, Alfie Phillipson and Flynn Grantham rounding out the top 5. We're going to move on then in just a moment to our next final, KZ UK, race number 31 out of 35 drivers in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a few moments.
Yeah, I've got like a proper short, like shorts tan line on the back of that knee. It's really awful. It's actually terrible. I look like a squashy. I've got a squash in my leg. Rob's coming in. That's not bad. The whole thing's done. Might be able to come on if it's I'm ready to be released.
Well, I think it's because I think he's consented to being released. It wasn't a threat.
Exactly. If Rob
yours
walked up to me and was
felt
like, I'm going to relieve you, and then I was like, that makes me feel comfortable. You know?
not without buying me dinner first.
Yeah. Take me out for a drink.
Yeah. Let's get to know each other first before.
Yeah.
And he says yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
I would love that more.
It's quite on the nose, but
Yeah, it's up front, that's for sure.
yeah, it's very forward.
Where are the go-karts?
You might have ruined it now, but you can still shout it if you want. Me? Oh, you want to make guesses on what it sounds like?
Look at this.
Just gonna have a look.
Yeah, right, I've been there. It's not a Snickers. Not a Snickers. Nope. Nope.
Mars bar. I had a Mars bar for lunch. I felt very healthy.
Nope.
they sell pieces of fruit at a venue like this?
No, it's
No, this is the shop.
something that, no, I bought it in.
Is it from Starbucks?
where did I
Costa.
buy it? No, I bought it from home. I bought it from Tesco. I bought it in Tesco at the West yesterday.
Alright.
Right, I'm off gang. Back to late.
It's about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
You do need to win.
Yeah, although I am kind of hungry, so I might like just run, grab food for this, come back.
And you're quite so now you're getting closer.
Sure, dude. I'll
Smoothly.
take time.
Okay, see you in a bit. I'll be fine.
Oh, you're so natural, yeah?
So a brief pause before the KZ UKs get underway. Just to recap, we have 5 more races yet to be run. We have the KZ final coming up next. That will be followed by the Junior Rotax A final, Rotax 177s, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax to round out the programme at this 5th round of the Championship of the Hunts Kart Racing Club here at Kimbolton. Round number 5, the halfway point of the championship that runs throughout the calendar year. Final round of the championship, of course, taking place in December. A reminder, of course, if you follow the club championships here on TNL Sports, that there will not be a championship next month in July. It's the We're British Karts Championship taking place here on the 10th and the 12th of July. The events here held once a month, second weekend of each month, and 10th and 12th of July will be the British Championship. So there'll be no club round in July, but we will return right the way through to the end of the year, then from August right the way through to December. 7th and 9th of August is the next round of the championship. So August the 9th, the next round to be streamed here from the live from the track here on TNL Sports. That will also incorporate the Kimbolton Festival. Also has the FP4 Kart Club and the K-Plate, the coveted K-Plate will be run for the festival winners in August as well. A couple more guest series in September and October as well. We've got the KZ Super 4s in round number 7 in September and the 250 Super 4 taking place at the round on the 11th of October. So a date for your diary if you're looking to follow the championship. The 9th of August is the Kimbolton Festival, and that will be the next round streamed here on TNL Sports. As we take a brief pause, but we're just waiting. I think there was some debris out on the circuit just being sorted out, just retrieving that off the circuit before it's safe to go before our next race gets underway. Just to recap then, next race to start is the KZ UK final. I am just waiting for the starting lineups to be published by the clerk of the course, and we'll get those starting lineups to you just as soon as they come through from the clerk of the course and the timing office. We'll get those up for you very shortly. And KZ UK, I think, has been pretty evenly contested during the day. Quite a few drivers in contention for victory on that one as well. So looks set to be an interesting final. The KZs, of course, running the full length of the Amitsu Straight. They bypass the Derrick's Corner section halfway along the Amitsu Straight, where the karts top out up towards 100 miles an hour. The fastest karts of the weekend coming up next for the KZ UK final. And those drivers just gathering their thoughts in the waiting zone before they get underway very shortly. And it's the only race category over the weekend that has a standing start as well. The drivers running the 2 formation laps before they make their way through to the standing start, getting underway very shortly for our KZ UK final. But at this halfway point of the championships, it really has been a great day of racing here at Kimbolton so far, and the track certainly looking in great condition. A reminder, of course, with Kimbolton is that the race meetings only take place here at the second weekend of every month. It's not like a track that's open as a corporate venue where there's karts go around all the time, so the drivers have very limited opportunity to be able to take to the circuit. And Kim Bolton, of course, a track that started in 1959, decades of British karting here at Kim Bolton. And some of the alumni of drivers who've raced here in the past, reading like a who's who of British motorsport greats. We have, of course, the Dan Weldon corner, named in honour of the late great Dan Weldon, the Indianapolis 500 winner, Formula One world champions such as Nigel Mansell, Jenson Button, and Lewis Hamilton. There was a picture on some of the karting social media recently of an old podium picture of Lewis Hamilton on the podium in his karting days, right here at Kim Bolton. And like I say, the next generation here competing next month in the British Championships here as well, and a few drivers at the sharp end here today will be looking for a good result and hoping to utilise their local knowledge at the next round of the championship. Here we go then with the KZ finals, and they will line up with Hannah Lang on pole position from George Robinson in second place. Jonathan Railton and Jensen Pugh rounding out the second row of the grid. Isaac Smith and Oscar White on row number 3, Leo Robinson and James Harvey on row number 4, and the remaining grid made up of Bo Phillips, Oliver Harris, William Ash, Nino Piccoli and Darren Denravenis rounding out the field. So there's the pole sitter, Hannah Lang, who's had a brilliant day so far. She took the opening heat victory and came very close to making a second victory in the final heat earlier on today. One to watch out for in the final, though, I think, will also be the number 22 of Bo Phillips, who's starting quite far down the field. You'll remember that Phillips was controlling the race in the final heat earlier on today before a mechanical issue on the Amitsu straight meant that he dropped out of contention, a DNF, which has put him way down the field towards the back of the grid. So he'll be looking for a good start as Hannah Lang, of course, the driver to beat today. She's had some mixed fortunes this year, had quite a heavy shunt earlier in the season, but has fought back well here and has really delivered on some of the promise as she starts on pole position with that first heat victory and the second in the final heat a little earlier on, making her the most consistent finish. She hasn't really had a bad heat at all today at all, so has been easily the most consistent of the leading drivers, and of course with that heat victory means that she starts from pole position with George Robinson alongside her in second place. Just behind there you'll see the number 77 of Jonathan Railton, who'll be looking for a good getaway, and Jensen Pugh, who had a bad second heat, he'll be looking to fight back in the final. This could be a really wide open final. Standing start here, the lights illuminate 1, 2, 3, 4 lights, and away they go. Hannah Lang gets a good start on the inside from pole position. Right alongside her is George Robinson as they pile into the first cut. Oh, and Robinson round the outside, squeezes round the outside of Lang to take the lead. Jensen Pugh gets away well and immediately fighting with Lang for second place. But that was a brilliant start there for George Robinson, who kept it pinned around the outside, was able to take the line away from Hannah Lang and cut across, which meant that, of course, Hannah Lang had to break into the first corner, lost the momentum, and that means that Robinson has a bit of a cushion at the end of the first lap. As, oh, down the inside goes Jensen Pugh, fighting his way down the inside of Hannah Lang. And Pugh immediately goes defensive into the first corner as Lang tries to fight back. There they go, out of Stowe corner. But it's George Robinson that leads the way. Looking a bit further back at some of the drivers, Bo Phillips, the driver we were talking about just before the start, who had the DNF in the final heat. He's had a good start and has moved up to fifth place right now. I have just seen up on the race control here that the number 23 of George Robinson is under investigation, so that's not come up on the virtual marshal yet on the finish line. I imagine it'll come up on the next lap for the number 23, but the race leader, George Robinson, currently under investigation. Now I can only speculate that must be to do with the incident with Hannah Lang on the first corner. He did cut across quite sharply on Lang going into the first corner, so whether the stewards think that's something that needs to be looked at in a bit more detail after the race, I don't know, but that's the only thing I can speculate that could be the reason behind him being under investigation. We have had a couple of DNFs here. Looks like Nino Piccoli's difficult day has drawn to an early close. He is out of the race, as is Leo Robinson. But it's all getting very close at the front here as Jensen Pugh now takes the lead. George Robinson second place. And Bo Phillips fighting through into third place. Hannah Lang drops to fourth. But it's still very close with Isaac Smith not too far behind. He also took a heat win as well. And Smith in fifth position with Jonathan Railton very close behind. And you could say that any one of these 6 drivers could feasibly win the race here as they make their way down to the final corner. So Pugh charges through in the lead. Lang having a peek down the inside there as they make their way down with Bo Phillips still there in third place. No one really wants to be too aggressive with their overtaking manoeuvres here because if it goes wrong it'll push them further down the field. They make their way down the Amitsu straight. Bit of a gap now between the leading group of drivers. Jonathan Railton 6th place, then it's James Harvey, Oscar White, William Ash, Oliver Harris and Darren Denovelis rounding out the field in 11th place with Leo Robinson and Nino Piccoli both out of the race. Here they come down to the final corner and you can see there, oh look at that, Robinson just trying to find a tighter line out of the final corner as Bo Phillips moves into second place now, and the fight moves on to third as Hannah Lang moves back into third. So all change amongst that leading group once again. Lang back into third place, Isaac Smith and Jonathan Railton tagging on the back there as Jensen Pugh gets pushed back down to 6th place. And these two at the front here, George Robinson and Bo Phillips, will be trying to pull away from the chasing pack here. Lang back into third, and you would have to think that Lang and co in third just need to try and work together now to get back with the leaders. They don't want to let these two at the front get too far down the track. Over the line they go with just over 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and George Robinson holds on to the lead with Bo Phillips just peeking to try and find the line in second place. Hannah Lang close behind in third position. Up to the top of the circuit they go, and George Robinson makes his way through the top corner, closely followed by Bo Phillips. Lang still fighting with that third place from Isaac Smith. Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton not too far behind. Those two still very much in contention. The leaders make their way out to the final corner. Robinson goes for a tighter exit, coming out of Kimbolton corner to guard the inside line. Leaves himself open there for the number 22, Bo Phillips, side by side through the willows. They bang wheels, and this draws Hannah Lang and the other drivers into the equation here. That's exactly what the top two need to be careful of here. If they start banging wheels and slowing each other down, that will have easily brought the other 4 drivers back into contention, and that is exactly what has happened here. We now have a 6-driver tussle for the lead. Just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Any one of these 6 drivers could feasibly win this final now. And the top 6 are covered by just over 1 second. It's as close as that. Rest of the field make their way through. We've got Oscar White in 7th place. Oliver Harris still 8th. William Ash. James Harvey in 10th position with Darren Denovelis a bit further behind. As George Robinson holds on to the lead. He faced a real onslaught here from Bo Phillips on the previous lap. Hannah Lang, Isaac Smith, Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton all hanging on in contention here from 3rd down to 6th place as they make their way out to the final corner. Again you see Phillips trying to get that tighter line out of the corner to get the drive down to the first corner. Lang has a peek down the inside, holds on to the 3rd place, and still the top 6 covered by 1.1 seconds. It is extremely close here as they make their way up the Amitsu straight towards the Dan Weldon corner. Through the double apex they go. Phillips gets a nice drive out of the corner there. Could set him up here down towards Kimbolton corner. Still Hannah Lang hanging on in there in 3rd place with the chasing pack just behind her. It is still extremely close here in this KZ UK final as they make their way over the line once again, and George Robinson continuing to lead the way. Lang still looking at the inside line going into the first corner and pulls away a bit in 3rd place now. So there's a bit of a gap here as Isaac Smith battles with Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton. So for the time being, it's turning into a 3-driver fight for the lead with George Robinson leading the way. Robinson is under investigation though. Bo Phillips and Hannah Lang running very closely in 2nd and 3rd place. And now Robinson trying the tighter line coming out of the Kimbolton corner down towards Stowe. As Lang jinks around looking for lines, desperately trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. Just over 1 minute remaining plus the 1 lap, so still plenty of time. The top 3 just seem to have broken away a bit now from the chasing pack. But equally, if they do start tussling on the next lap, it could yet bring the chasing 3 drivers into contention here. There they are, they're not too far behind at all. Jensen Pugh back into 4th place now, getting past Jonathan Railton as Isaac Smith drops to 6th position. And again, you see George Robinson taking that defensive line out to the final corner, and now guarding the inside line, which will draw Bo Phillips in here. Phillips trying to go for the switchback. And Hannah Lang knows that in 3rd position, she could yet do a daring move to sweep through and take the lead going through into the Willow, so she will be determined to hang on to the back wheels of the 22 of Bo Phillips here as they make their way down the TKM straight back towards Kimbolton Corner to complete another lap. 20 seconds left on the clock here, so this will be 2 laps to go in the KZ UK final. Here they come into the final corner, and again you see the drivers being quite cautious coming out of Kimbolton Corner, getting down on the power as they make their way down to the final corner. Bo Phillips goes defensive on Hannah Lang there into the first corner. 2 laps to go here. The clock goes down to 0. Next time round it will be the last lap. And that tussle for second place momentarily allows George Robinson to pull away. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner back down towards the final corner now here at Kimbolton. And Jensen Pugh still looks threatening in 4th place. He could yet get involved in this one. Darren Denovelis dropping a bit of pace could yet be a factor for the leaders here. Don't think they'll close up on him on the final lap. And here they come down to the final corner as Hannah Lang tries to go to 2nd place, but no, Bo Phillips shuts the door as they make their way through the Willows. It's all allowing George Robinson to pull away slightly. They are starting to close up on Darren Denovelis, the 11th place driver, who is at the end of the lead lap. Whether the blue flags will need to come out, I don't think they will. He's too far down the road to be a factor here as George Robinson makes his way down towards the final corner. Charges through, and George Robinson will take the checkered flag. Race win for the number 23. 2nd place for Bo Phillips. Hannah Lang taking 3rd. Jensen Pugh, Isaac Smith, Jonathan Railton in 6th place. And the rest of the top 10 are made up of Oscar White, Oliver Harris in 8th place, William Ash in 9th, and James Harvey rounding out the top 10. Darren Denovelis still continuing around the final lap. He was cut adrift a little bit at the start of the race, and he will round out the field in 11th place with Leah Robinson and Nino Piccoli, both non-finishers. So that is your provisional result. I would remind you that the race winner, George Robinson, is under investigation, so it is a provisional result. So George Robinson, the winner, from Bo Phillips in 2nd place, Hannah Lang in 3rd, Jensen Pugh in 4th, and then Isaac Smith, Jonathan Railton, Oscar White, Oliver Harris, William Ash, James Harvey, rounding out the top 10. And there is the number 215 of Darren Denovelis, who rounds out the 11 finishers in the KZ UK final. And now, in terms of numbers, one of the biggest finals, certainly one of the most competitive finals to be expected here, is the Junior Rotax A final, a full grid of drivers, and the 4 drivers earlier who progressed through from the B final being Kevin Ivanoff, Noah Clare, Harry Myatt Waldron, and notably here Christian Kehoff has been promoted into the A final. You may remember that Christian Kehoff finished 5th place in the B final, just missing out, but looks like there must have been a penalty, and he's been upgraded into the A final by virtue of his 5th place. But this is how they line up. Fletcher Jamieson will be on pole position from Zach Turner, Tom Reed, Stanley Williams in 4th place, Alex Shepherd, Ryan Rapini on the 3rd row of the grid, Jacob Aston and Arthur Murphy on row 4, Max Braskoff and Devin Taylor on row 5, Ben Morgan, Oscar Keane on row number 6, George Fountain and John Richardson on row 7, Ronnie Smart and Samuel Aston on row number 8. Row number 9 will be Adam Turek and Toby Farthing, Benjamin Law and Max Wheatley on row 10, Theo Bradshaw and Jack Bowie on row 11, Luca Maticecia and Oliver Barton on row number 12. Then it's Ewan House and Harry Friel, followed by Tobias Johns and Hayden Adams on row 14, Theo Hamilton, Tigran Gregorian on row 15, and then the 4 qualifiers from the B final. The B final winner, Kevin Ivanoff from Noah Clare, and the final 2 drivers being Harry Myatt Waldron and Christian Kehoff, who, as we mentioned a few moments ago, the final driver on the grid, finished 5th in the B final, but has been upgraded due to a penalty, I think, there. And as by virtue of being a 5th place driver, his hard work pays off. Remember, he started right at the back of the field in the B final, so Kehoff making it 15 positions and eventually finding himself in the A final. So it's a very slow start here to the A final. Jameson brings the pace right down to walking pace on the final corners. Away they go, charging into the first corner. Very competitive here as Jameson guards the inside line and Turner on the outside. Oh, trouble in the midfield. There's a few drivers getting into trouble there in around 6th place downwards. We'll try and see who that was. I think Rapini's got away. I saw Ryan Rapini getting away from that little mix there. So it's a roundabout Aston Murphy number 66 in trouble there. And 252, I think, another one. George Fountain, another driver who was caught up in the melee on the first corner. All drivers okay and everyone back into the race. The track is clear. But at the front, they make their way down to the final Kimbolton corner. It looks like Fletcher Jameson has held on to the lead on that first lap. And it's still Zach Turner in 2nd place. The top two trying to break away as Tom Reed retains 3rd place. And one driver who has had a brilliant start is the number 265 of Kevin Ivanoff, the B final winner, who started towards the back, you may remember. But with that melee on the first corner has really made 20 places in one lap and moves up to 11th position. So let's see how Ivanoff gets on as the race goes on. Fletcher Jameson, though, continues to lead the way. Zach Turner, Tom Reed, Alex Shepherd. Just looking to see who those drivers were that hit trouble on the first lap. Max Braskoff amongst them there. Arthur Murphy, another one of the casualties of the first corner incident. And it was also John Richardson who took a heat race earlier on today. He's dropped down the field as well, along with George Fountain. So some drivers who had some good results earlier on today seeing trouble in the final here. So Fletcher Jameson continues to lead the way. Zach Turner still there in 2nd place. Stanley Williams, Alex Shepherd all running very closely indeed. And at the moment it's turning into a two-way fight between Fletcher Jameson and Zach Turner. We have seen a couple of times in the earlier finals that the drivers trying to work together and pull away from the chasing pack. And I would think here that Zach Turner will be trying to push Fletcher Jameson along a bit here, because these two could really do with pulling away from the chasing pack of Stanley Williams, Alex Shepherd and Ryan Rapini as they make their way through over the line to complete another lap. It's all getting a bit tasty down towards the end of the top 10 as Tom Reed, Ben Morgan and Oscar Keane all doing battle for that 6th position. Devin Taylor in 9th place, Samuel Aston and Kevin Ivanoff rounding out the field. And another couple of drivers that hit trouble on that first lap being Max Braskoff and Arthur Murphy also dropping down out of contention. But the leaders now make their way down towards the final corner, and look out for Stanley Williams. He's put a good lap together and is starting to close up on the two race leaders, and he's right on the rear bumper now almost of the two leaders. He pulls away from Ryan Rapini. Over the line they go, and no surprise to see that Stanley Williams has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.49, as he starts to really close up on the two race leaders. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this Junior Rotax A final. First corner shunts really mixing up the field and allowing one or two drivers to really start to make their way through the field. The likes of Ewan House up to 15th place, starting down in 25th. And Kevin Ivanoff, who started outside of the top 30, now in 12th position. So brilliant start for him. And one or two fancied favourites, the likes of John Richardson, Arthur Murphy, Max Braskoff really dropping down the field as a result of that first corner melee. Jacob Aston and George Fountain also out of contention. They're battling towards the back of the field. But the race goes on here between Fletcher Jameson, and taking the lead now is Zach Turner going through into the Stowe corner. So new race leader Zach Turner, number 99, as they make their way through to Derek's corner. Zach Turner, Stanley Williams and Ryan Rapini fighting back now. Rapini has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.40, and he is starting to close up on this lead group of drivers, pulling away slightly from Tom Reed and Alex Shepherd in 5th and 6th position. And there is the number 242, Tom Reed, who will be looking to try and get involved with that lead group of drivers as Rapini starts to put the pressure on the number 96 of Fletcher Jameson, who now drops to 3rd. Jameson losing out by Kimbolton corner and loses another position now as Ryan Rapini makes the move stick, and he gets through now into 3rd place. So Jameson drops to 4th, and Tom Reed is starting to get involved in this lead battle, number 242. Tom Reed, there he is, right on the rear wheels now of number 96, Ryan Rapini, as they make their way through the double apex right-hander. Down the TKM straight, number 85, Alex Shepherd, trying to close up with the lead group of drivers as well. And we saw Devin Taylor and Samuel Aston just a little bit further behind as they make their way out to the final corner. There is a technical black flag going out a bit further down for the number 252. That'll be a bit further down in the field, I think, in the midfield. So one driver getting a technical black flag. That's a black flag with the orange disc. That is George Fountain, which means that the marshals or stewards have found a technical problem with that car. That means it's unsafe for him to continue in the race, so he has to retire from the race. That's a real shame for George Fountain, who started at the front of the field. He was caught up in the first corner melee and now finds himself excluded from the race due to a technical infringement. But the race goes on, and it is still as close as ever. Zach Turner taking the lead on a couple of laps ago, but now facing a real onslaught as round the outside goes Ryan Rapini, and he makes the move stick. So Ryan Rapini into the lead round the outside on the Stowe corner. Difficult move to pull off there, but he makes it stick, and Ryan Rapini round the outside to take the lead. Down the TKM straight he goes, and Ryan Rapini, your new race leader, brilliant move round the outside to take the lead. Stanley Williams in second place, but has picked up a contact warning, but Williams now drops back to third as Turner tries to fight back, now turning into a six-way tussle. The gloves are off here, every man for himself, as Ryan Rapini aggressively brings the cart under control to make the apex, but struggling to scrub off enough speed there, goes wide, and that allows Zach Turner back into the lead here. So Turner back into first place, and again you see the leader has to go defensive here. They're not working together, these drivers. There's only 1 minute 20 left in this race. Too many drivers involved in this one, I think, and this is every man for himself here in the closing stages as we move down the TKM straight back to the finish line, and now it back into the lead goes the number 99 of Zach Turner. But any one of about 6 or 7 drivers, I think, could yet win this race. It's still too close to call. Over the line they go. Contact warning here for Zach Turner, the new race leader. Rapini down the inside and retakes the lead. So another lead change. Ryan Rapini back into the lead. Moving into third place now is number 84 of Stanley Williams. And the slow boards are out. Oh, now this could really shake things up here. The slow boards are out. The race has been neutralised with 35 seconds left on the clock. And there we go. Ryan Rapini gesticulates, puts the one finger, 1 lap to go, we think, to second place. Zach Turner, the flag, there's an incident on Derek's corner. Driver's hit some trouble. Just trying to see who that is. Driver appears to be okay. But look at this, the clock goes down to 0, so this will be the last lap. Whether they'll try and get the race to green. So Ryan Rapini leads the way. The green flag's going to come out. They're going to bring the checkered flag out. The race has been called to a halt early. So a bit of a low-key finish there. And it's going to be Ryan Rapini wins, so I think the checkered flag has to come out. There's an incident out on the track that brought out the slow boards. They're not going to get that underway before that last lap gets underway, so rather than finish the last lap under the slow board conditions, which means that no racing would have taken place, they have opted to call the race early, and that means that Ryan Rapini is your winner from Zach Turner, Stanley Williams in third place, Tom Reed in fourth, Alex Shepherd in fifth place, Fletcher Jamieson, Devin Taylor, Ben Morgan, Adam Churchek and Samuel Aston rounding out the top 10. We'll recap the results in just a few moments, but the slow board's being brought out. Driver in a bit of trouble down by Derek's corner, but Ryan Rapini then, just to recap, is your race winner. Zach Turner second place, Stanley Williams from Tom Reed, Alex Shepherd in fifth place, Fletcher Jamieson in sixth position, Devin Taylor from Ben Morgan, Adam Turetek and Samuel Aston rounding out the top 10. Then was Oscar Keane, Ewan House, Ronnie Smart, Kevin Ivanoff, good showing for him, the B final winner, finishing in 14th place, Theo Bradshaw and Benjamin Lawn in 16th place. And as we say, I think it may have been Jack Bowie possibly, who was the driver who hit some trouble near the end, the number 111, and he's just staggering off to the infield. Driver appears to be okay, but a rather low-key finish there to the Junior Rotax A finals. I think the clerk of the course opting to call the race a lap early, as they would not have been able to get the track clear for racing in time for that last lap, so rather than run that under the slow board conditions, the race brought to a halt early, and Ryan Rapini is your Junior Rotax A final winner. We have 3 more races to go Rotax 177s coming up next, followed by the Senior X30, Senior Rotax. Just a brief pause to allow some of the stricken carts from the A final to be brought off the field. And the Rotax 177s underway shortly. It'll be Chris Thomas from Liam Ferguson on row number 1, Scott Smith and Ben Hitch on row number 2. Oliver Moss and Bill Bowyer on row number 3, Alex Jones and Scott Clee on row number 4. Row number 5 is Wayne Smithers from David German, Sam Yaxley and Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 6. Row number 7 is Jack Taylor and Doug Jenner. Row number 8 is Tom Pryor and Louis Judd. And the rest of the field made up of Tiger Dixon from Colin Walker, Dennis Triak and Richard Ball, Mark Hennings, John Davis, and the number 76 of Johnny Kent rounding out the 23 driver field. So one name to look out for there, the 17th place driver Tiger Dixon, who must have picked up a penalty, I think, because he's dropped a lot of places there to start near the back, 17th on the grid. So we're going to have a very short pause before the last couple of drivers make their way off the track from the A final. A couple of stricken drivers. No one appears to have been badly hurt there, but they're just going to make their way back to the paddock, and we'll be underway with the 177 final shortly. 2 more races to go after this. We have Senior X30 and Senior Rotax, but 177's in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a moment.
Now that you're hooked.
First one's free, yeah. I know, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. No, they're very proud of the fact that, like, 90 years ago,
We are about to get underway then with our Rotax 177 final. Race number 33 from our 35 race programme. Back, of course, to the rolling starts. And Chris Thomas will lead them away. He's been on good form today and will certainly fancy his chances going into the final. But certainly the local favourite, you might say, Liam Ferguson, a driver who is very competitive here at Kimbolton, starts alongside him in second place. He hasn't had the best of grid starts today, but fighting through to second, and he will certainly be a tough competitor, along with Scott Smith, Ben Hitch, Oliver Moss, who had a brilliant pass in the final heat to take a couple of positions. Certainly contender for overtake of the day. He sits there very well placed as well, so certainly a wide open final here. They charge into the first corner, and I think that's going to be a wave round here. Wasn't the best of starts, so we're going to have a wave round, and the start called off They'll make their way through again, so Chris Thomas will bring the pack down under control once again at the top of the field as he gets a bit of power down, gets a bit of braking force going into Derek's corner. Best way to keep the tyres warm, you'd say, really, is just to the transition between accelerating and braking. So just getting a bit of temperature back into the tyres. You'll see him charging away as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner, and then back onto the brakes and back down onto the power to bring it right down to almost walking pace now as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner, through Kimbolton and back over the start to get things underway. Once again, here they go in towards the final corner now. And there you see Chris Thomas just on the inside line there, alongside Liam Ferguson. Perhaps discussing tactics there between the two. There's a bit of conversation between those two drivers as they make their way through. I think Chris Thomas just keeping his hand on the radiator cover there. Perhaps he's going to open that up and get a bit more airflow once it gets underway. So here we go. So Chris Thomas charges away. Liam Ferguson second place. Sticking it down the inside though goes Scott Smith, but Ferguson holds on round the outside. So yeah, a little bit of a chat there. One driver goes for a bit of lawn mowing there across the side of the Willows, but seems to stay on contention and get back on the track. Bit of a conversation there between Chris Thomas and Liam Ferguson at the start. I wonder if they were discussing tactics, where they were saying maybe just to try and get underway between the two of them. Oh, and trouble there towards the midfield, going through onto Dan Weldon corner. That was Tom Pryor and David German getting together there, going onto the grass. There's a couple of drivers just a bit further back who are stationary on the track, so whether that will bring the race to a caution flag, I wonder. There's still two drivers on the track by the Dan Weldon corner as Liam Ferguson goes down the inside and takes the lead. But those two stricken drivers have gone away now, so it's okay. I was wondering if they were going to bring out the slow boards momentarily, because there were two drivers locked together on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner. There's a few drivers out of the race here. Johnny Kent out of contention. Wayne Smithers has kept on going. I think that was one of the other drivers caught up in the melee on the Dan Weldon corner. And Doug Jenner looks like he's going to retire from the race as Liam Ferguson gets himself through, holds on to the lead here. So Ferguson charging away, just covering that line slightly. Chris Thomas in second place, not really keen to go for the overtake right now, just sitting on the back wheel of Ferguson. And Thomas will want to try and get a pull from the race leader here to try and pull away from the chasing pack, because Scott Smith, Oliver Moss, Ben Hitch, Alex Jones and Scott Clee are all very close behind here, as Liam Ferguson makes his way through the double apex right-hander, just starting to pull away though from Chris Thomas, who's falling into the clutches here of Scott Smith and Oliver Moss, both not too far behind. So Ferguson just trying to break away in these early stages, still just under 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this final. Don't forget, of course, we've got two more finals to go after this. We've got the X30s and Senior Rotax to round out the day here. But the 177 final now well and truly underway as Liam Ferguson makes his way through the Willows and just starts to pull away again from the pole sitter Chris Thomas, making his way down towards Derek's corner. And here he comes up towards the double apex, the Dan Weldon corner. There's Chris Thomas still charging in second place, trying to keep up with Liam Ferguson. Fastest lap of the race a bit further down is the 71 of Tom Pryor. Now you'll remember that Pryor was one of the drivers caught up in the melee on the Dan Weldon corner on the first lap of the race. He's recovered back to 12th place now, and 41.34, fastest lap of the race. He looks to try and battle back into the top 10. And Pryor, I can tell you, is up to 11th place now, so a good comeback for the number 71. But at the front, Liam Ferguson continues to lead the way. Chris Thomas keeping that pressure on in second place. Scott Smith, Oliver Moss and Ben Hitch a bit further behind. No change on the last couple of laps, really. We're still with Scott Clee and Alex Jones in there as well. Bill Bowyer, Sam Yaxley, Jack Taylor rounding out the top 10. So the leaders now make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Last corner of the lap, and it is still Liam Ferguson that leads the way. Over the line he goes. Still second place is Chris Thomas. Scott Smith in third. And the top three just starting to string out slightly. They're pulling away from the fourth place of Ben Hitch. And Hitch fending off a whole train of drivers now, with Oliver Moss, Scott Clee in there as well. Alex Jones and Bill Bowyer, but Liam Ferguson Looking good at the front here, the 165. Powers through the Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. Chris Thomas around half a second behind at the moment, so Thomas not quite close enough to go for a pass here, but certainly well placed if Ferguson makes any kind of a mistake. So certainly got to say that Thomas is not giving this one up. There's that gaggle of drivers on the edge of the top 10, all running very closely indeed, as Ferguson powers down into Stowe corner. Thomas still hanging in there in second place, and likewise Scott Smith. He needs to stay with the two leaders. Any kind of mistake from the top two, and Scott Smith is still handily placed, number 38, in third position, to take advantage of any kind of mistake from the leaders. Chris Thomas just starting to close up slowly on Liam Ferguson. Marginal gains here. We're only talking about a tenth of a second or so as they make their way out to the final corner, heading back towards the Heinz Straight. Ferguson holds on to lead. The gap goes down to 0.3 of a second now. So Chris Thomas, the cart's starting to come towards him a bit here now, and he is starting to close up on Liam Ferguson. Can he get close enough to go for a pass here? Again, he's pulled another tenth of a second on Ferguson, the race leader, pulling away slightly from Scott Smith in third, as the battle of a fourth has Ben Hitch in fourth. Scott Clee now moves into fifth place. There is the 116 of Scott Clee, keeping the pressure on the number 41. A little bit further behind then we got Oliver Moss in seventh place, Bill Bowyer, Sam Yaxley, all running very closely indeed as the leaders make their way around the final corner. Leaders now going through the willows, and it's still Liam Ferguson that leads the way. The gap remains just under 0.4 of a second. Not quite close enough for Thomas to go for a pass here, but still 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, so still anything could happen in this race. Scott Smith still hanging on in there in third place, although losing the pace. The leader slightly is about a second behind the race leader, as 41 Ben Hitch still there in fourth place, coming under pressure from Scott Clee in that battle for fourth position. Oliver Moss, Alex Jones and Bill Bowyer just a little bit further behind as they make their way around the final corner. There is Scott Clee trying to find an opening. Rest of the top 10 just a little bit further behind, and still Chris Thomas hanging on the rear wheels of Liam Ferguson. He's brought that gap down a little bit further now, just over 0.2 of a second, covering the top two drivers. And Thomas really settling into this one quite nicely, closing in yet further on Ferguson. Seems to have a good line going through Derek's corner where he really closes up on Ferguson. They make their way down the TKM straight. They're leaving Scott Smith behind a little bit now in third place. Smith not really able to stay with the two leaders, but still hanging on in there within striking distance. If these two start to get together, then Scott Smith is certainly close enough to get involved in the battle for the lead here. So third place Scott Smith, although he's not quite on the pace of the two leaders, he's still got to keep on charging here, try and stay involved with them as best he can. He's certainly comfortably ahead of the battle of a fourth place between Ben Hitch and Scott Clee. As the leaders again, you see Chris Thomas closing up on the braking, has a better line I think through Derek's corner, so maybe he could use that to his advantage later on to try and set himself up. Going through the Dan Weldon corner possibly. They've got a back marker in front of them. I think that might be Mark Hennings. There's one or two drivers who got caught up in trouble on the first lap of the race who got strung out quite far away from the rest of the pack. So the blue flag goes out for the number 79. And there you see Mark Hennings, 20th place, concedes the line as he goes a lap down, lets the third place driver through as well. So the three leaders through and clear. And Chris Thomas once again closing up on the approach to Derek's corner. Liam Ferguson choosing to go defensive here. And that brings Chris Thomas in yet further. So now we got the penultimate lap of the race. Last lap board now being readied. And Chris Thomas knows that he's still got an opportunity to win this final. Liam Ferguson taking the lead early on, and he has led most of the final. But he's going to have to dig deep here because Chris Thomas is not giving this one up. And Scott Smith still staying as an outsider in this one as well. He's still only about a second behind. Here they come down to the final corner, into the final lap. Liam Ferguson taking a sweeping line going through the willows and heading towards Derek's corner. This is the part of the track where Chris Thomas seems to be a bit stronger. Closing up yet again onto the back of Liam Ferguson. Not quite close enough to go for a pass, but can he set himself up going in towards the Kimbolton corner? We shall wait and see. He's got to be quick out of the Dan Weldon corner, and he is. Nice neat line for the number 56 as he makes his way down towards the final corner. And let's see what Chris Thomas can do. Can he do anything about it? Takes a sweeping line around the final corner, but Liam Ferguson keeps the power down out to the last corner, and Liam Ferguson takes the checkered flag. Hustle to the line there by Chris Thomas. The margin just under 0.2 of a second, and Scott Smith, charging all the way through in that final, goes through in third place, just over a second behind the two leaders. Ben Hitch and Scott Clee rounding out the top 5. And then it was Alex Jones, Tom Pryor, Oliver Moss, Bill Bowyer, and Jack Taylor rounding out the top 10 in the final. Sam Yaxley 11th place from Tiger Dixon, who fought through to 12th position. David German in 13th place from Stavros Athanasopoulos, Louis Judd and Colin Walker in 16th place. The remaining finishers being John Davis, Richard Ball, Wayne Smithers and Mark Hennings, who finished a lap down. Johnny Kent and Doug Jenner were retirements, and Dennis Drziak, who crashed out of the heat final, he was a non-starter. But the winner, Liam Ferguson, in the Rotax 177s in that very close battle with Chris Thomas and Scott Smith rounding out the podium. We move on now to our penultimate race of the day. Senior X30s are in the waiting zone and should be underway very shortly. The starting lineup just coming through now. We'll run through that very shortly for you, but Charlie Webb, suffice to say, who has been on top form today in the Senior X30, starts on pole position from Finley Allen and Bradley Heath. So the X30s make their way out onto the track. We'll see how they line up in just a moment. So it is going to be Charlie Webb from Finley Allen on the front row of the grid, Bradley Heath and Katie Ashman on row number 2, Bailey Brooker and Josh Jones on row number 3, and Alex Wiley and William Omar rounding out the 4th row of the grid. Row number 5 is Elio D'Alessandro from Peter Jurovic. Toby Percival and Jack Owen Drawbridge will be on row number 6. Max Anderson and Max Wright on row number 7. Jack Crisp and James Workman on row number 8. And as they make their way to the final corner, the rest of the field made up of Rhys Barber, Barney Mortimer, Kieran Barber, Ethan Higgins and James Reynolds rounding out the field. So looks like the grid are nicely formed as we get underway for the X30 final. They charge down into the first corner. Webb guards the inside line as they pile through, 3 abreast into the first corner. Josh Jones gets pushed out wide, but they all stay on track. Everyone gets through the willows cleanly and making their way down towards Derek's corner. Charlie Webb, who has been on top form today, looking to try and battle his way through up towards the top of the circuit now. Down towards the final corner, so the first time we've seen him here this season, and certainly looking very good so far. Charlie Webb at the front of the field. Josh Jones leads the championship from Tristan Powell, so he'll be looking for a good result here, the number 84. Of course, we're only towards the halfway point of the year, so the drivers in terms of the championship will not be dropping the scores at this stage, but that will become a factor later on in the season. Number 127, Barney Mortimer's hit trouble on the first lap and just going over the line. Looks like he's out of the race. The bodywork catching on the rear wheel, so he won't be able to continue in the race. And James Workman, so 1 or 2 drivers in trouble a bit further down the field. Workman, I think, has managed to keep his cart going. But at the front, Charlie Webb continues to control the race from the front here. It's Bradley Heath still in second place with Bailey Brooker. Katie Ashman, she started in 4th and remains in 4th position. William Omar's had a good start. He moves up to 5th place. Peter Jurovic, a driver who had trouble in the heat races earlier on, he's there in 6th position. Alex Wiley, Josh Jones, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Toby Percival rounding out the top 10. So Josh Jones, the championship leader, not having the best of finals so far. Struggled on the first corner, got pushed wide and dropped down to 8th position now, so he's going to try and fight back as the race goes on. But Charlie Webb on top form here with 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining as he makes his way out of Kimbolton corner and goes through to complete another lap. Still Bradley Heath in 2nd position as Katie Ashman moves into 3rd place, getting past Bailey Brooker, who remains in 4th. And there is a driver under investigation. That's James Workman at the back of the field. So number 98, James Workman, who has been cut adrift somewhat. I think he was caught up in that melee with Barney Mortimer, who has retired from the race. So James Workman still charging away, but he is under investigation. Not that will make too much difference in terms of the results at the moment, because he is at the back of the field by quite some distance. But the race goes on as we see Katie Ashman with the white helmet there, number 53, fending off Bailey Brooker, who she made the overtaking move on the previous lap. And now Ashman, the cart seems to be coming towards her. She's finding some pace here, and Ashman is starting to close up on the second place Bradley Heath now. So Charlie Webb starting to pull away a bit now. The gap goes to 1.3 seconds, and Charlie Webb 24 with the fastest lap of the race, 40.49. Webb makes his way through the double apex, the Dan Weldon corner. But now look at this, the fight for second place. Bradley Heath coming under some pressure now from Katie Ashman as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner, and Ashman down the inside. Neat move there from the number 53, and Katie Ashman fights through to second place. She's trying to get the drivers behind her now to try and work together and try and pull away from the chasing pack, but Bailey Brooker has other ideas and nips down the inside of the 171 of Bradley Heath. So Charlie Webb, much like he did in the heat races, controlling the race from the front. He's already pulled a gap of 2 seconds. Katie Ashman, though, fights through to second place, and Bradley Heath and Bailey Brooker keeping that pressure on. Charlie Webb then charging away at the front of the field. He has got a clear track in front of him. He's starting to catch up on James Workman, who was at the back of the field, but it looks like James Workman, he's done a couple of laps and decided to retire from the race. So that means that the rest of the field is maintaining a good pace at the front here, so he should have a clear track up towards the line, and the battle goes on for second place. You can see that gap just about 3 seconds now, with Charlie Webb leading the way. Katie Ashman still there in second place, but fending off that battle behind her now as Alex Wiley goes a little bit wide coming out of the Dan Weldon corner, but doesn't lose any time. Lead us now into the final corner. Charlie Webb charging away in the lead with just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And Webb increasing the gap to just over 3 seconds as Ashman fends off the drivers behind her now. Bailey Brooker, Bradley Heath, Alex Wiley and Peter Jurovic keeping that pressure on just behind the number 53 as Ashman takes a nice square line going through the Derrick's corner into Dan Weldon corner now. She's placing that cart very well, making herself difficult to pass, but not being so aggressive in her defence that she's losing pace. It's that fine balance between keeping the pace up and not making yourself too easy to pass. And Katie Ashman seems to be striking the balance so far with just over 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. She charges through the willows once again, with Bailey Brooker keeping that pressure on in third place. Alex Wiley and Bradley Heath, Peter Jurovic all in there as well. I think Jurovic may have made up another position here. So Jurovic, Ashman's teammate, will certainly be pleased to see her at the front of this little pack of drivers. It might allow him to try and get involved in the reckoning here as well. But already Charlie Webb making his way up towards the finish line. There's a bit of a move going on here as the 159 tries to go down the inside there. Alex Wiley trying to go down the inside of Bailey Brooker as they cross the line. Ashman chooses to go a bit more defensive this time, as Brooker goes wide, and that almost allowed Peter Jurovic in there. Chasing pattern there made up of Josh Jones in 7th place, Toby Percival, Finley Allen and Max Anderson rounding up the top 10, who's just got past William Omar, who drops to 11th place. Max Wright, Ethan Higgins and Jack Owen Drawbridge a bit further behind as Katie Ashman holds on to that second place. Oh, and a big moment there for Bailey Brooker, I think that was, number 71, who went right off the course. He got the wheel into that little hole on the outside line coming off the Dan Weldon corner. There's a bit of curb coming out of Dan Weldon corner, but you can't afford to take liberties coming out of that corner onto the TKM straight, because if you get onto that dirt it will bite hard, and that really has affected the number 71's pace. He's jinking about a bit further back, whether he's got some dust on the tyres or something, just trying to get the grip back into those tyres possibly. but that really has affected the running for the number 71 Bailey Brooker, who drops down to 6th place and out of contention this battle for 2nd place as Alex Wiley now moves into 2nd place. Katie Ashman drops to 3rd, and she has her teammate Piotr Jurovic right behind there, the number 75, as they make their way down towards the final corner. And Charlie Webb crosses the line with 30 seconds left on the clock. He sets the fastest lap of the race at 40.28, so certainly the fastest lap of the race for the 24, and he's matching that pace right now. And Charlie Webb with the race under control here with just over 10 seconds left on the clock. So when he crosses the line next time round, he will get the 1 lap board as he makes his way down the TKM straight, heading towards the Kimbolton corner. And Charlie Webb with 1 more corner to go. He will get the last lap board next time round. So Charlie Webb over the line he goes. 1 lap to go for the number 24, and he leads the race by just over 4 seconds, which is quite a gap in karting terms. Still Alex Wiley in 2nd place. Katie Ashman holds on to 3rd from Peter Jurovic, and running out the top 5 is still Bradley Heath. So it's as you were, really. Bailey Brooker recovering from that off-track excursion, and he's doing battle with Bradley Heath for 5th place. But in the meantime, Charlie Webb, he's had a brilliant day so far, making his way down towards the Kimbolton corner for the final time. And 24, Charlie Webb rounds out a very successful day as he takes the checkered flag. Race win for the number 24, and the final win, of course, for Charlie Webb. Alex Wiley brings it home over the line in 2nd place. Katie Ashman in 3rd from Peter Jurovic. Bradley Heath in 5th position. Bailey Brooker, Josh Jones 7th place. Max Anderson, Finley Allen, and Toby Percival rounding out the top 10. Rest of the field making their way through. We got Max Wright 11th place. William Omar eventually finishing in 12th place. Ethan Higgins, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Elio D'Alessandro in 15th place, and the rest of the finishers being made up of James Reynolds, Reese Barber, Jack Crisp, and Kieran Barber in 19th place, your final finisher, with James Workman and Barney Mortimer, both retirements earlier in the race. But Charlie Webb there, number 24, rounding out what has been a brilliant day's racing for him, with a victory in the X30 final, which leads us on to our final race of the day. The senior Rotax drivers are lining up in the waiting zone, and we'll be getting underway in just a few moments. Straight out onto the circuit now for the final heat of the day, and we'll have a look at how they line up. It's Oliver Smith on pole position from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ryan Gandor in 3rd from Finley Jones, Callum Sims and Mikey Walker 5th and 6th. Joshua Smith and James Tester, George Cole, Declan Luff, Joshua Turnbull, Jason Duchis, and Joseph Orton, Harvey Williams a bit further behind there as well. So senior Rotax about to get underway. 1 or 2 drivers further back there, the likes of Callum Sims, Mikey Walker have run well today. George Cole has also had his moments as well, along with Declan Luff and Joshua Turnbull. So they'll be looking to try and get up with the leaders as quickly as they can as they make their way down towards the final corner. Oliver Smith, though, on balance, the best driver over the 3 heats, and the number 38 will lead them away with Jared Fox-Whiteley right alongside the number 25. Callum Sims right in there as well as they make their way down towards the final corner. Oliver Smith on the inside line there, number 38. Nice and slowly as the pack gets brought together, and now we get underway for our final race of the day. Senior Rotax final, charging down into the first corner. They charge through. Early drama here, I think. Rayan Gandor, who was supposed to be starting towards the front of the field, I didn't see him go through there, so I think there's a driver on the infield. I think he may have had some mechanical trouble on the outlap there. And that's a real shame for the number 58 if that's the case, because he really was looking good in the heat races earlier on. But the race goes on, of course, so Ryan Gandor, one of the front runners, out of the race before it even begun there. Real shame for him, but the race goes on with Oliver Smith maintaining that lead. 2nd place is the number 25 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. They charge over the line for the first time. Looks like Callum Sims has had a good start there. Number 69, he moves into 3rd place. Joshua Smith into 4th. Alfie Thompson's had a good start just outside of the top 10. He moves up to 13th place, making up 9 positions on the first lap. But it's still finely poised at the end of the first lap as Oliver Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley try and break away. Callum Sims threatening in third as they pile through Derek's corner, side by side almost there, going through Derek's corner between the two leaders. Mikey Walker still there in 6th place. James Tester and Joshua Turnbull now moving through into 8th position. Number 49 right in there as well, Declan Luff and George Cole. So plenty of X30 front runners here as they make their way around the final corner of the senior Rotax, I should say. Look how close they are on the edge of the top 10 as they battle for position, and that has allowed the top 3 to pull away. There was a real tussle there for 4th. Joshua Smith now into 4th place, but that chasing pack really do need to regroup now and try and work together, because the top 3, Oliver Smith, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Joshua Smith, all of a sudden have a big cushion of nearly 1.5-2 seconds between them and the chasing pack. So these 3, I think, really need to try and work together now to maintain that pace at the front. And there we see Joshua Smith had a quick glance over the shoulder, and he will see that he's got a cushion now between him and the chasing pack. So here they come, the 3 leaders now cut away from the rest of the field. Huge move on the previous lap at the Kimbolton corner. There is a warning flag going up here for the number 29 of James Tester in 5th place. He is receiving a contact warning, so I can only assume that in that whole melee on the final corner the last time round, that James Tester may have got a little bit too aggressive there. Perhaps that was the move that triggered off that really close pass there in that battle of 4th, which has really pushed everyone a bit further back as they all tripped over each other somewhat. And it really has allowed these 3 to pull away now, because Oliver Smith maintains the lead at the front. Fox-Whiteley in 2nd place, Smith in 3rd. Let's have a look at the pace that the 3 leaders are running here as they come out to the final corner. Still the battle rages for that 4th place, which is really allowing these top 3 to pull away. And look at that, you see into 4th place now, Joshua Turnbull furiously gesticulating to the drivers. Let's work together now. We've got to try and get up with those leaders. Now let's have a look at the gap. They're 2.5 seconds down on the leading 3 drivers, so there is a bit of a cushion there. But if these drivers now work together, headed by Joshua Turnbull, has moved up to 4th place, they could yet get involved with the lead group. But they really do need to try and work with each other now, not try and race each other, just maintain a good pace and try and close the gap on the lead 3 drivers. Here they come down towards the final corner. There's still Turnbull in 4th position. Everyone seems to have settled down now. They're getting to work, trying to close up on that leading group of drivers who have just gone through the first corner. And it is still Oliver Smith that leads the way from Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Joshua Smith still in 3rd as they make their way through the Kimbolton complex there, through the Willows, in towards Derek's corner, heading towards Dan Weldon corner now. Still Joshua Turnbull in 4th place, heading off that whole train of drivers. It's Finley Jones just behind him there, number 23. 29 in there as well. James Tester, George Cole, Mikey Walker, Declan Nuff, all well placed as they desperately try to close back up with the leaders, who still have that cushion. Just looking at the gap between the top 3 and the rest of the chasing pack, it still remains at around 2.5 seconds as Oliver Smith continues to lead the way. Started from pole position, remains in 1st place. Jared Fox-Whiteley still remains in 2nd place. Joshua Smith then moving up to 3rd. And still those 3, like we say, with that 2.5 second gap. Joshua Turnbull still there from Finley Jones. There is Turnbull. Jones just behind him. These drivers just seem to be working together now to try and close the gap. James Tester, George Cole, Mikey Walker, all right in there. And Tester and Cole just moving up a couple of positions there in the final. Great drive from Alfie Thompson a bit further down, number 57, who's just going through out of Kimbolton corner now. One driver gets shoved wide into the barriers. But Alfie Thompson, who's battling with Callum Sims at the moment for 11th place, has made up 10 positions in this final. Leaders making their way through Derek's corner. Still Joshua Turnbull in 4th place, just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this senior Rotax final, the last race of the day. As down the TKM straight go the leaders. There's Turnbull still chasing hard with number 23, Finley Jones, right behind him as they try to close up on the leaders. And at the moment, Finley Jones not really going for a pass. Joshua Turnbull maintaining a good pace there, so at the moment Finley Jones content to sit behind the number 127 rather than try and race him for 4th. But at the front here, Oliver Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley still fighting for the lead here, with Joshua Smith not too far behind in 3rd. Smith just dropping a little bit of pace now. He goes down to about half a second gap between him and Fox-Whiteley in 2nd place, but Joshua Smith still handily poised here if the front 2 hit trouble. Less than 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and Oliver Smith, who started from pole position, holds on to the lead. We have had a few retirements further down the field as Leon Hasty was a non-starter. Ryan Gandor dropping out on the sighting lap. Woody Hart and Carson Fernandez also dropping out of the race in the mid stages, but at the front here, Oliver Smith holds on to the lead as he makes his way through Derek's corner once again. Jared Fox-Whiteley still keeping that pressure on in second place, not quite close enough to go for a pass here as they make their way down the TKM straight, and still Joshua Smith hanging on in there in third place. The gap just under 1 second covering the top 3 drivers. Joshua Turnbull is closing up slightly in fourth, but not by very much as the time continues to tick down. Just over 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining, so we're going to squeeze in a couple of laps here before the final lap of the race. And Oliver Smith continues to charge away at the front of the field. Jared Fox-Whiteley still there in second place. Joshua Smith in third. Joshua Turnbull still fourth. It's as you were really, and Joshua Turnbull continuing to close the gap on the top 3 drivers, but it is very slowly indeed. And I think he is going to be relying on the top 3 getting together and holding each other up for him to get involved in the lead, but he's not giving this one up in fourth place. Turnbull still charging away as the leaders make their way round to complete the lap. 26 seconds on the clock, so this will be 2 laps remaining. Oliver Smith, who's had a faultless race so far, looking to close in on victory, but he can't afford to relax for one moment here because Jared Fox-Whiteley still keeping the pressure on the race leader. And just saw one stricken cart being towed away to the infield. That might be Ross Tyler, who has dropped out of the race a couple of laps ago. But the track clear as Oliver Smith leads them back down the TKM straight for the penultimate time in towards the final corner. 1 more lap to go at the end of this one. Oliver Smith has led from the drop of the flag. Can he hold on and take the checkered flag? Here we go, 1 more lap to go. Smith leads, Fox-Whiteley in second place, Smith in third. Turnbull still there in fourth, but a bit further behind and really settling in for that fourth place. So at the moment, Oliver Smith has just got to try and hold on for the final lap. Has Jared Fox-Whiteley got anything left in the bag here to try and go for a last lap manoeuvre to try and snatch the lead in the very closing stages of this race? Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time, down the TKM straight. Joshua Smith still threatening there in third place if they come together on this final corner, but here they come. Oliver Smith rounds the final corner. He's got enough in the bag here, powers out to the final corner, and the final race of the day goes to the number 38 of Oliver Smith, who takes the checkered flag. Jared Fox-Whiteley in second place, Joshua Smith in third. Joshua Turnbull makes up 7 positions to go into fourth place, with Finley Jones running out the top 5. Mikey Walker started in 6th, he remained in 6th. 7th for James Tester, 8th George Cole. Alfie Thompson making up 13 positions to go into 9th, and Jake Fisher rounding out the top 10 with Joseph Orton, Declan Huff, Callum Sims, Ethan Martin and Oliver Liversedge rounding out the top 15 in this final race of the day. But Oliver Smith leading the race from lights to flag, as it were, as he takes a comprehensive victory, only a quarter of a second ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Joshua Smith rounding out the top 3. There is your provisional results from the senior Rotax, and a great way to round out the day for Oliver Smith as he takes the checkered flag. Joshua Turnbull, though, fighting through hard to 7 places for that 4th place, so he did well. And Alfie Thompson there, like we say, 9th position, making up 13 positions to break into the top 10 in the senior Rotax final. So that rounds out the action here at round number 5 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton. What has been a wonderful sunny day of weather, nice warm conditions for the drivers, perfect conditions for racing as the event draws to a close. And we hope you've enjoyed today's action here at Kimbolton. Once again, huge thanks to all of the marshals, to the event officials here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club, to our medical crews, timekeepers, and everyone who's played a part, all the volunteers here at HKRC, for all of their hard work over the weekend. In terms of the club championship, we take a pause now because the British Championship is here in July, and the next event in terms of the club championships here on TNL Sport is one not to be missed. August the 9th is the next round of the championship, also incorporating the coveted Kimbolton Festival. That is a race that all of the top drivers want to win, and it'll be here on TNL Sports. So we wish you a very good evening, and we will see you back here at Kimbolton in August.